The Bloody Sunday families have fought consistently, courageously and collectively in pursuit of truth and justice. On that day, the British Army indiscriminately murdered 14 innocent civilians, many of whom were teenagers, on the streets of Derry, and injured at least 15 more. Not one British soldier or their military and political superiors has ever been held to account for their actions. The decision not to convict Soldier F is a travesty. As reflected on the Free Derry wall, this remains an affront to justice. It goes against the very principles of what justice is meant to entail, principles of fairness, impartiality and due process. We have been proud to walk with the families for over half a century now and remain ever more determined in the wake of this most recent deplorable decision. We commend the determination, dedication and diligence of the Bloody Sunday families. The Bloody Sunday families can stand proud in the full knowledge of that undauntable thought that reminds them that they have been and remain on this day on the right side of history. The Bloody Sunday Justice Campaign is a campaign led with dignity and a campaign carried out of love. The families campaign for their deeply cherished loved ones, for their sons and fathers, brothers and uncles. In 2010, they proudly achieved the first two limbs of the campaign's demands when the Bloody Sunday inquiry consigned the Widgery report to history and all the victims were declared innocent. The truth was set free. Whilst the recent decision is a setback to their final ask to hold those responsible for the murders and attempted murders of their loved ones to account before a criminal court, it is due to their bravery and resilience that they have gotten to this stage to date. They have met the British state's attempts to subvert justice and the rule of law head-on. Despite this most recent setback, their quest for accountability and justice remains. We in Sinn Féin will continue to stand with the families then, now and evermore in the days, weeks and months to come, and we will support whatever decision they make in terms of the next steps forward. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, and I rise to welcome the acquittal of the veteran known as Soldier F. There are fundamental questions of why this veteran was put through this ordeal, given the self-evident failings of the evidence. The first decision taken by the Public Prosecution Service to decline prosecution was, as the verdict demonstrates, correct. The later decision to proceed was completely wrong and something which only happened because of political pressure rather than any realistic prospect of conviction. But having pushed for Soldier F to stand trial, it now behoves those who demanded the trial to respect the verdict, including the MP for Foyle, Mr. Eastwood. He must admit and recognise that Soldier F is now unquestionably an innocent man and hasn't a blot on his record. I welcome the vindication of a soldier who has borne the weight of years of scrutiny, uncertainty and the stigma of accusation. Secondly, I ask this Assembly to put emotion aside and reflect soberly on the process. If evidence is clearly inadequate, prosecution should not proceed. Thirdly, I call upon all parties to accept the verdict and allow Soldier F to now live in peace. I am shocked that some have sought to attack the fact that Soldier F had his legal bills paid. This criticism has invariably come from those who had nothing to say about the $200 million cost of the Bloody Sunday inquiry. In many cases, it also comes from those who continue to defend and justify the bomb in Enniskillen, where 12 innocents were blown up while remembering the sacrifice for freedom in 2 world wars. Bloody Monday, when 10 Protestants were lined up and shot in the side of the road at Kingsmill. Bloody Tuesday, when 11 soldiers were murdered in the Hyde Park and Regent Park's bombings. Bloody Wednesday, when 6 off-duty soldiers were murdered at a fun run. Bloody Thursday, when 9 RUC officers were murdered in the Newry mortar attack. Bloody Friday, when 22 bombs exploded in 80 minutes, murdering 9 and injuring 130. Bloody Saturday, when the IRA bombed the Abercorn restaurant, leaving 2 dead and over 100 horrifically injured. And yet, Sinn Féin pollute the air in this chamber. My goodness, they know hypocrisy, and it knows no bounds in the...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to mark the significance of the acquittal of Soldier F. This is an important milestone as we reflect on our past and our failure to deal with our dark and troubled past here in Northern Ireland. There's no doubt that the depth of feeling on this issue is felt right across the community in Northern Ireland, regardless of what side of that debate or community you feel you sit on. But acquittal should not be a celebration. It's not a celebration by any. Justice should always be an option. It is possible and right to condemn the actions of the IRA on the streets of Northern Ireland and beyond during our Troubles, and also condemn the actions of the military and those who served in the regiment. We cannot forget the words of the judge, and I paraphrase: members of the parachute regiment had totally lost all sense of military discipline. They shot unarmed civilians fleeing. Those responsible should hang their heads in shame. We should also not forget the Savile inquiry and the apology of the Prime Minister. And we cannot forget the reason why earlier investigations were flawed. We have to remember the humanity when it comes to dealing with our dark past. It's really important that in order to move forward and actually become an inclusive society, that we move forward with victims, we have justice and we have reconciliation. I want to pay tribute to all the families of those who were killed during Bloody Sunday. It has not been an easy time for anyone, but it is really important that as we gather here today, we remember if we continue to fail in dealing with our past, then we are doomed to repeat these conversations and these condemnations over and over.
Mr. Speaker, I'm always minded when we stand to talk about things like this, we should do so with compassion and with empathy. I'm a military veteran of 44 years, and today I stand here and my heart goes to those who lost loved ones or those who were injured, and I think it's important that we acknowledge that. Probably one of the worst things about all of this is that we always knew what the outcome was going to be of this trial, because there was not the evidence that was needed to secure a conviction. And I feel at times that the families were let down when people made them feel that this was going to be enough to get a conviction, and it was clearly wasn't. And I think everybody knew about this. It wasn't the army under trial. It wasn't the parachute regiment. Those who are trying to extrapolate the trial of Soldier F to cover all of these are the ones who are creating that feeling of a show trial, but it simply wasn't. This is a trial against a Lance Corporal, a single Lance Corporal who was in charge of 4 soldiers out of thousands who were deployed on that day. And he was found not guilty. Now, whether we like it or not, and I know the families don't like it, but that's the reality of where we are, that this individual was found not guilty. And the families can now do as they wish now to bring further charges of perjury. It's their absolute right to do so. But I'm concerned that what we're doing is leading them down another road where we will raise their hopes and then dash them. I'm also minded that while we had the Savile inquiry and spent £200 million, and I'm not complaining about that, it's a lot of money, I'm certainly not complaining about it. I'm not complaining about the £4.3 million that was spent defending Soldier F. But just look at the Birmingham bombings. 21 people who were murdered, over 200 injured, and they've just been told they're not getting any inquiry at all. So in many ways, we have to reflect on this in the round. I'm happy enough to say that Bloody Sunday was wrong. What happened on that day was poor. More than happy to say that. There's certainly nothing to be proud of. But carrying on down this road that we're going now, trying to tell the families that they're going to get something which clearly they're not going to get, does not help anybody. As I started by saying this, our thoughts should be with those who were killed, with those who were injured, and with their families. But in truth, they've had more than anybody else here in Northern Ireland in regards to investigations, in regards to inquiries, in regards to bringing somebody to trial. And there's so many more out there who have not. And I think we just need to reflect and remember compassion and empathy. Thank you.
David Loughlin.
Mr. Speaker, last week's social media posts by the DUP leader and others, which included the insignia of the Parachute Regiment following the acquittal of Soldier F, caused deep hurt, particularly in Derry, and especially among the families of those murdered on Bloody Sunday. For those families who have spent over 50 years seeking truth and justice through lawful and peaceful means, this was not just another political controversy. It was a painful reminder of the disregard too often shown to their grief. Let us be clear, the Parachute Regiment was responsible for shooting dead 13 unarmed civilians on the streets of my city, with a 14th dying later of his injuries. Lord Savile's inquiry could not have been clearer. Those killings were unjustified and unjustifiable. Judge Patrick Lynch reminded us of that truth. He said the soldiers who entered Glenfadda Park North had totally lost all sense of military discipline, that they had shot unarmed civilians fleeing from them, and that those responsible should hang their heads in shame. In that context, the DUP leader's decision to post the Parachute Regiment insignia suggests he finds those actions acceptable or rejects the judge's conclusions. Either way, it is indefensible and it is deeply, deeply hurtful for the Bloody Sunday families. Those families have carried themselves with extraordinary dignity and restraint. They have always sought justice through the rule of law, never revenge. They have upheld the very best of Derry: compassion, persistence, and faith in democratic institutions, even when those institutions failed them. That is why the DUP leader's post was so profoundly wrong. Political leadership carries responsibility. It requires empathy and understanding, especially when dealing with the wounds that run so very deep. When any of us in public life causes hurt, the right thing to do is to acknowledge it and to apologise. That is not weakness, that is strength. The strength that builds trust and helps us to move forward. As representatives in this Assembly, we owe it to the Bloody Sunday families and to every victim of our troubled past to act with decency, with respect and with moral courage. Their struggle was for truth, as one of the most powerful examples of peaceful perseverance in modern times. They remind us that justice is not a slogan or a weapon in culture wars, but a principle that must apply equally to all. So today I pay tribute to their unwavering dignity and to the people of Derry who continue to show the world.
Members' time is up. Member, take your seat. I call Paul Frew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to speak on this issue with a heart full of sensitivity and compassion to all innocent victims of the Troubles who never came home, who left an empty chair in any household. And it is with that compassion and that sensitivity that I speak today. You could ask the question, were the soldiers even supposed to be there on the day? That was a decision made by the government of the day and the command of the army on the day. And what we are talking about is putting an individual. We're not talking about a regiment on trial. We're not talking about the British Army on trial. We're talking about an individual who, at a very young age, at the rank of Lance Corporal, was in charge of 4 soldiers, part of a section of 8. And he would have been trained for wartime conflict, not civil peace restoration. And on the streets of Northern Ireland at that time, there was fire, there was burning, and no one knew what the future held. And that is the context of the British Army serving in Northern Ireland, which we should not forget or shy away from. Each soldier who came out and served in Northern Ireland from all over the British Isles, including the Royal Irish Rangers, including the Royal Irish Regiment, and including the Ulster Defence Regiment, who lived here, who served their communities with distinction. Each one of them went out every day to protect all of us from terror's fire. And all we hear is hypocrisy from the parties opposite, who, I have no doubt, have used the families of Bloody Sunday over the decades to suit their political goals and objectives, to try and rewrite history. But what we don't hear is the fact of the innocent victims of T-Ban, Enniskillen, Omagh, Bloody Friday, Kingsmill, Regent Park attacks, Birmingham bombings. Why are the parties opposite not campaigning for those families and justice also? And why do they not hand over the information that they know? Martin McGuinness had an opportunity, but because of a code of silence within the IRA, he refused. He refused to give innocent victims the truth of the tragedies and the murders of their loved ones. That is hypocritical nonsense from the parties opposite. And so we should call it out when it happens.
John Burrows.
Mr. Speaker, Bloody Sunday was an awful day for the people of Londonderry, and it wasn't a proud day for the British Army. But 2 things can be right, or 2 things can be wrong at the same time. That is that Bloody Sunday was wrong. It was a catastrophic error by the British Army, but it was also wrong to prosecute Soldier F. And it reflects the complete imbalance that is at the heart of how we deal with legacy in Northern Ireland. There's an imbalance in prosecutions, an imbalance in media reporting, an imbalance in money spent, and an imbalance in condemnation. I was proud. I stood in Guildhall Square on the 15th of June 2010, only about 3 police officers, when the Bloody Sunday families got to read the report. And on the screen live was our Prime Minister at the time, David Cameron, and he said Bloody Sunday was unjustified and unjustifiable. That is the difference between the British state and, of course, Republicans, who still say that what they did was necessary and noble, who still celebrate their patriot dead. And that is the cancer that is the heart of our politics, and it creates so much divisiveness and polarisation. And they should reflect today that our Prime Minister was able to say Bloody Sunday was unjustified and unjustifiable. Their leaders continue to stand and give orations to those who murdered people in cold blood. And not in the heat of the battle, but actually planned. Snook under people's cars and put a bomb. One of their former leaders, Martina Anderson, planted bombs all across England and then went to Scotland and lay in a flat while she knew they were ticking down. And when asked in an interview, is it not too late, can you tell us where they are? She didn't, knowing they were planted in bombs in hotels in London. So like I'm able to say, as someone whose family served, Sword Breach, the Somme, my father served entire length of the Troubles, Bloody Sunday was a wrong thing. The British Army acted wrongly, but the prosecution of Soldier F was wrong. There was no evidence. And this is the invisible hand of the PPS, who take the path of least resistance, a culture that emanated out of the peace process of turning a blind eye to anything that would rock the boat. That's why there are people not prosecuted when there is evidence, and there are people prosecuted when there isn't evidence. Because we still live under the shadow of a guillotine that is the threats of Sinn Féin. So I do stand in solidarity with the families of Bloody Sunday. It was an awful day, but also with the thousands of victims of loyalist and Republican terrorists who don't get the same voice. And we speak in this party for all victims and innocent ones, even if the Alliance Party struggle with that terminology. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mark Durgan.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. It hadn't been my intention to speak today, but I feel compelled to, given the tone and content of some of the contribution from across the Chamber. Mr. Buckley spoke of the years of turmoil visited upon poor Soldier F. That does not compare to the years of turmoil suffered by the Bloody Sunday families, and not just the Bloody Sunday families, the years of turmoil suffered by so many families from across Northern Ireland, from every community in Northern Ireland who lost victims, and to make that comparison does an injustice to all of them. This trial, we are told, is something the Republican movement wanted. No, this trial is something the families of victims wanted. He spoke of the recasting of the roles of heroes and villains. There is no confusion as to who the villains on Bloody Sunday were, and there's no confusion as to who the victims of Bloody Sunday were and who the victims still are. The people of Derry always knew, and the UK government itself finally accepted, finally admitted, and finally apologised for that. Those killings, those murders were unjustified. They were unjustifiable. And the SDLP have always said that all the murders were unjustified and unjustifiable. The only rewriting of this particularly awful chapter in the horror story of our collective past is being done by the DUP, by the TUV, and by others. All victims deserve truth. All victims deserve justice. You can't stand and accuse others of hypocrisy, as hypocritical as they might be, while you're engaging in hypocrisy yourself and gloating over victims, because that's what is being done. That's what putting a para flag, a parachute regiment insignia on your social media in the light of this trial. Catch yourselves on. It's absolutely disgusting. Absolutely. This is not about what about. This is about victims, it's about truth, and it's about justice.
Daniel McCrossan.
Mr. Speaker, I too had no intention of speaking today because I thought people in this House would learn well from the journey that we have all been on, all our people collectively, the hurt and the pain that people have suffered. Just to be very clear to Mr. Frew, Mr. Speaker, our party was built on peace, on bringing an end to violence, of cold-blooded murder on our streets. And it didn't matter which shade that was. Omagh was wrong. Enniskillen was wrong. All of those issues were wrong. Bloody Sunday was wrong. It does not go compare. Innocent people were blown to bits, shot up, killed, and didn't return to their families. Anyone in this House that dares justify or attempt to justify any of those actions, regardless if it was carried out by the IRA, the UVF, the British government or anyone else, should be absolutely ashamed of themselves. Ashamed of themselves. There needs to be a lesson learned here. Our people are suffering incredibly. These institutions were brought about to put an end to all of this nonsense. But yet, even with issues such as this today, you find reasons to poke each other in the eye instead of actually acknowledging the pain and hurt that our people have went through. The SDLP was built on the foundations of peace and bringing an end to violence. And anyone in this House that dares taint the memory of John Hume, Seamus Mallon or others that sacrificed a lifetime of brutal intimidation from all sides, you need to think again very carefully. We would not be here today only for the work and sacrifices of people that went long before us and created these institutions. I'm absolutely insulted in this House, not just for the people that worked hard to bring about peace, but for the families that have went every single day seeking out peace, justice and simple answers to questions that they have. Should it be the disappeared? Should it be the families in Omagh? Should it be the Bloody Sunday families? There's no right or wrong answer to this, but what is very clear, we have a responsibility in this House to show some leadership, and I'll tell you, today there's been a new low struck. This is not a game. This is people's lives. So waking up, start realising that, and for God's sake, have some respect for the memories of everybody that's affected.
Jerry. Move to the next item of business. Jerry Carl has been given leave to make a statement on the election of Catherine Connolly as President of Ireland, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. All other members will have up to 3 minutes to speak if they stand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Boilem amo chogarjas a goal lenar uktaran nu tofa Catherine Connolly. I think the election of Catherine Connolly recently has given people, Mr. Speaker, hope amidst the despair and rising sentiment of right-wing and racist ideas growing in Ireland and across the world that things can be different. Catherine Connolly is someone who clearly stands on the right side for people here and across the world. Lets us know that things can be different, Mr. Speaker. In the middle of a housing crisis, north and south, it's important that we have a president that recognises where the blame should lie for the housing crisis. We have a problem with skyrocketing rents, we have a problem with landlordism, and we have a problem with homes lying empty. Catherine Connolly has articulated a solution to the housing crisis that is positive, inclusive, and most people, Mr. Speaker, can get behind. In the middle of a genocide, the killing of 20,000 children at least, hundreds of thousands of women and men slaughtered by Israel, Catherine Connolly has been an ardent critic of Israel's actions for years and a stalwart supporter of the right to Palestinian self-determination. People will do well to listen to her in this House on that matter. And as governments excuse hand-wring and fund Israel on occasion, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we have a president who stands up on the right side and for citizens on the island. I sincerely hope that this is the last time that people in the north, Mr. Speaker, myself, family and community, it's the last time that we don't have a vote in these elections. It's a crying shame that people who live on this island, who travel on the island, who contribute so much, cannot play their part in voting for the figurehead of the state. And despite this, Catherine Connolly's vote was a record vote. I remember shouting to my right, she listened. She received almost 1 million votes, the biggest vote in the history of the vote for the Uachtaráin, for the President of Ireland. It was fantastic to see, Mr. Speaker, parties of the left come together to back Catherine as Uachtaráin through the campaign. People are enthused and inspired by this, that we can have a different type of politics, and we can have a government in the south without the Civil War, right-wing, gone-bean parties. People want and need hope. Catherine Connolly is providing that hope. Although her position is a figurehead position, she does provide that hope in droves. And it was great to see that Catherine Connolly was back up at the Cultana Macadam Fake on my constituency again in the week past. I hosted her a few months ago at the start of her campaign. It was great to see her back, meeting people, chatting with people, and getting a bite to eat there as well. It was fantastic to see her at the Oireachtas na Hauna, standing up as a Gaeilgeoir this week for all Gaeilgeoirí, north and south as well. So the future is unwritten, Mr. Speaker, but cracks are starting to appear, and cracks of light are coming through, and Catherine will shine that torch lightly, brightly and loudly for everybody who wants to see a positive, different future. So, Cocharges agus Burbu. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I call Emma Sheeran.
And I'm happy, I suppose, continuing on from the theme of the election, I'm happy to join with Jerry in congratulating Catherine Connolly, our new President-elect, and was delighted to take part in canvassing for Catherine Connolly throughout the country during the campaign. And I suppose, following on from what Jerry has said, this is a very stark contrast to our previous debate, an example of where positivity rose above negativity and where good conquered evil, and I think that should give us all in this House heart. People talk a lot about labels and politics being ideologically separated at the minute, but to me Catherine Connolly is an excellent epitome of what it is to be left. She is a real, genuine worker on the ground. She understands the issues that affect the Irish people north and south, and that is why the people felt such a closeness to her and voted for her in their droves. She reflects what it is to be Irish. We're known across the world for our soundness, and that's what Catherine is. She's sound. She understands the issues that are affecting the working people and how we can address those when we work together. Her election is an indicator of support for Irish unity. Indeed, Irish unity was one of the key themes of her election campaign, and I was struck by the number of people across the 26 counties who expressed almost sympathy with myself as an Irish woman from the north who didn't have a vote for my president, but I am proud to call her my president when she's elected, and I think hopefully our next presidential election will see us all extended that franchise. Catherine Connolly stands with the underdog, she stands with the downtrodden. She reflects the will of the majority of Irish people in standing with the people of Gaza as they suffer this genocide from an apartheid Israeli state. And she shows us on the world stage to be a compassionate country, a country who care about others, who have genuine charity in our hearts and just kindness, and that's real and genuine. The negative campaign that was fought against her, Catherine stood above. She rose above that and showed that being true to yourself and honest in your politics can conquer any hate-filled drivel that comes at you. Erska, Ahila, Awarenwudge.
People live together.
Shelter and the workers united can never be defeated, and that is a lesson for us all going forward.
Thank you, Emma. I call Philip Brett.
Principal Deputy Speaker, the election of the Irish head of state is of course a matter for those people, but those on these benches and the vast majority of the unionist community will not miss Michael D. Higgins as he leaves office. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the former holder of the Irish presidential office brought that office into disrepute as he entered into unnecessary and unwanted political tirades. His anti-Semitism, which is shared by many in this House, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, will be what he is remembered for. What this election, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, will be remembered for is how dare a Protestant run for the highest office in the land. How dare Heather Humphreys get above her station and try to be a Protestant woman who wanted to be the head of the Irish state. That was the same old story. And for those in this House, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, who continue to try to campaign to break up this United Kingdom, they may be very sorry for what they got, because unionists across Northern Ireland have seen that this so-called New Ireland means that Protestants should not be seen nor heard, and that the treatment of Heather Humphreys is reflective of how any unionist, any Protestant, or anyone in Northern Ireland who has any British way of life would be treated in a New Ireland. Not that hypocrisy would be something that anyone in this House engages in, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, but in 2018, the now Irish President visited Syria at the taxpayers' expense to visit their friend, Mr. Assad. I'm sure, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the members for People Before Profit in the Irish Republic will be bringing forward a motion of no confidence in that office holder. Or given the fact, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that the holder of that office or the people that they visited were not Jewish, perhaps the views of People Before Profit will not stretch to that, because we all know their views, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, as tweeted by the member for West Belfast. When 1,200 people were murdered, he said, "Victory to the resistance." Well, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, unlike you, Mr. Carroll, I don't read from a pre-prepared script. You just sit there in the corner and be quiet. We've heard enough from you over the weekend. What we will do, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, is wish the President well, but she has a very difficult task, and I'm sure that members on all sides of this House will hold her accountable for the disgraceful support for a tyrannical regime.
I call David Honeyford.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Alliance Party, I want to warmly welcome and congratulate Catherine Connolly on her election as President and wish her every success as she begins a new chapter in our shared history. President Connolly has long been a voice for inclusion and compassion, qualities that will serve her really well as in this role representing all of the people on this island. I also want to give a mention to Heather Humphreys in her defeat. Her character was shown even in her concession speech, which spoke to her integrity, and she'll always be welcome here. I also want to take a minute to thank President Michael D. Higgins, whose spirit our years of service and as defined by his generosity of spirit, his leadership and his unwavering belief in the power of empathy and understanding. I had the absolute pleasure of meeting President Higgins in Dublin earlier this year and was struck by the warmth that he had of his engagement here with us in Northern Ireland. He reminded me of the strength of this island, not in what divides us, but what we actually share together. And as we look ahead, Alliance believes there's a real opportunity here and actually a responsibility to share this place together across all communities, to deepen collaboration, to deliver better for everybody across our economy, our health service, and the lives that people live, to build their future that reflects the best of all of us. We want to see an island that shares this, not just the space, but with purpose and partnership replaces the politics of division, which we've just heard all morning, but reconciles to a lived space, a shared now, not simply spoken of some sort of dream in the future, but a right now that we live and we reconcile together. So, as President Connolly begins her term, we offer from Alliance our full support and our best wishes. May her presidency help us continue that journey towards building reconciliation and towards a truly shared island that we can all call home. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, David. I call Steve Aiken.
Deputy Speaker. The Ulster Unions recognise that President-elect Catherine Connolly is the choice of the Irish people, given at the ballot box and is duly elected. As a party, we respect the choice of the Irish people, and we will treat her, as we do all democratically elected heads of state, with the due respect that that office holder has. Be it the heads of state from Ireland, the United States, the Ukraine, or wherever, we treat them all with that respect. However, we note with some concern the President-elect's approach towards Europe, and particularly the peace in Europe. First of all, her comments on being ashamed of being part of the European Union led by Ursula von der Leyen, and indeed her voting against virtually every EU treaty that there's been that's come through. Her remarks about, and this is quite a strange one, her remarks about both supporting MEPs Mick Wallace and Claire Daly on refusing to when they refused to vote against a tribunal to prosecute Vladimir Putin, while at the same time refusing to join in and clap Vladimir Zelensky in the Dáil Éireann when he was there. It seems to be very partial. And then, in a recent election campaign, agreeing with People Before Profit that NATO was warmongering, and that Germany's move towards rearmament was equivalent to that of the 1930s, a clear reference to Germany's long-gone fascist past. I think we also need to reflect also on our remarks about defence spending for Ireland. We know the Irish Republic is freeloading on its defence. Everybody from the United States, Europe, everywhere has been saying the same thing. But when she turns around and says Ireland doesn't need an army, navy or air force, just who is she proposing to be able to defend the Irish state? Who is going to defend it from, indeed, who is going to defend it from the drug smugglers, the narco-terrorists, the terrorists, or just about everybody else? It's refreshing to see that some of her views are not necessarily followed by all the people who voted her support, and there has been quite a degree of concern raised across the piece. So, Principal Deputy Speaker, while it's the Irish people's choice, and we recognise that, and we will, when she comes to Northern Ireland as the head of state, we will recognise that role, bearing in mind that she is here and it's supposed to be a politically neutral position. She's here to represent the people of Ireland. She's not here to be like President Higgins and interfere with the political process. Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Steve. I call Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, and on behalf of the SDLP, I rise to join in the remarks of congratulations to Catherine Connolly on her election as President. And it does mark a significant and hopeful moment in the story of our nation. The election as President is a milestone for social justice, for workers' rights, and for the inclusive, compassionate and new Ireland that so many of us strive to build. Catherine Connolly has long been a voice for fairness, equality and the dignity of every person. Her presidency will carry that same spirit, one rooted in courage, integrity and a deep commitment to the common good. And as we look forward, we in the SDLP want the Irish Government to look north, because this must be the last presidential election in which Irish citizens in the north are denied a vote for their head of state. The people of this island share one nation, one culture and one destiny, and our democracy should reflect that truth. As Catherine Connolly prepares to take up the mantle of the presidency, Ireland stands as a proud, progressive nation, confident in who we are and hopeful for who we can yet become. She embodies a politics that will listen, that uplifts and that remembers the measure of any republic is how it treats its people, especially the most vulnerable. As we celebrate this new chapter as well, we also pause to pay tribute to the outgoing President Michael D. Higgins. He was a poet, a thinker rooted in the shaping and forming of ideas, and a champion of human rights who inspired not only Ireland but the world. His time in office reminded us that leadership can be both principled and compassionate, and that words, when used with care, can help to heal and to unite. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I call Timothy Garson.
Catherine Connolly's recent election as President of the Irish Republic is no great leap forward for an all-Ireland, as some may try to portray. Quite the opposite, indeed, is the case. Miss Connolly's election is in fact a disaster for anyone promoting an all-Ireland. She will be a toxic and divisive figure. She represents the most militant and ideological strand of Southern nationalism, and she will be deeply unpopular amongst Unionists, even more so than her predecessor, which is quite an achievement in itself. Far from advancing their cause, the nature of this election has set back the so-called agreed Ireland project. The campaign it descended into open sectarianism, particularly after Sinn Féin entered the fray in support of the ultimate winner. The mere suggestion that her husband had, in the past, been an Orangeman merited front-page news in the Republic. Red, white and blue posters went up, a panic response to the idea that anyone with even the most distant connection to Protestantism might be associated with high office. The treatment of Fine Gael's Heather Humphreys, targeted and abused because of her Protestant background, exposed the ugly undercurrent of intolerance that still runs through Southern politics. If this is what inclusivity looks like, it will repel rather than attract. Catherine Connolly may well become an embarrassment for the Republic on the international stage. Her far-left instincts, her hostility to traditional Western allies, and her eagerness to insert herself into political controversies could put her on a collision course with key Western governments. The turnout for this election was a mere 45.8%. Of those who did turn out, 13% spoiled their ballots. Over 200,000 ballots deliberately rejected. That level of disagreement and protest strongly suggests there is something fundamentally wrong with the system in the Irish Republic. For Unionists, this election changes nothing. If anything, it reinforces the conviction that our future lies securely within the United Kingdom, not a republic increasingly defined by ideological extremes and cultural intolerance. Miss Connolly's election marks a moment of clarity. It reminds us why Northern Ireland's place within the Union must be defended with even greater determination.
Thank you, Timothy. I call Paul Frew.
And I rise to speak on this issue and first of all state very categorically that the presidential election of the Republic of Ireland is for the people of the Republic of Ireland. And as a Democrat, I will also always support a democratic means to support head of state, no matter where that state may be within this world. We need to be champions of democracy in all ilks and parts of this world. And of course, this election, looking in to the Republic of Ireland during this election, it struck me that there was a number of things that happened in this election that hadn't happened before in quite a while. One of them was the spoilt ballots, as already been talking about. 13% spoilt ballots. That must be a first with regards to the history of the Republic of Ireland anyway. And I think that lends itself to a discontentment within the populace of the Irish Republic that politicians down there should look to and be mindful of. The second thing that struck me was the negative campaigning. And as a politician and a Democrat, it scares you to think about the level of negative and untruthful campaigning that was going on. And it doesn't bode well for the future of democracy, especially in Western democracies, that this practice played out the way it did. But you can always deny a fake news story or IT or digital negative campaigning when it's done. But what you can't deny in this election was the naked sectarianism that was on display against Heather Humphreys as a candidate. And what it did for most unionists in Northern Ireland, I would suggest, is just reaffirm how the Irish Republic is no place to be comfortable in if you are a unionist or even a Protestant. And that pains me to say, Principal Deputy Speaker. It harks back to a time past when you look at the extradition policies of the Republic of Ireland, where they harboured terrorists. It harks back even to the massive amount of movement, people movement, who left what became the Republic of Ireland, who were Protestant people, who ended up needing to go to England and gain support from the government through schemes where people were left homeless and burned out of their homes. Not only Protestants, mind you, service people of all ilk who served in the First World War. It echoes and harks back to a time in the Republic of Ireland that we would not want to see again.
Thank you. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the SDLP and as an Irish citizen to congratulate our newly elected President of Ireland, Catherine Connolly, and also to offer my best wishes to Heather Humphreys and her family on a very powerful campaign. It was a very challenging election. We had two very powerful, very determined women leading the fore, which is a sign of tremendous change and symptomatic of the important and vital role that women play in our society as leaders of our community, and that in itself spoke to quite a lot of people across this island. I am very happy for Catherine, and I do wish her and her family well. I think it is quite disappointing that the elements of the campaign were negative, that the media often at times portrayed some of the more difficult challenges that affect our society and ultimately didn't focus on the opportunities that are ahead of us as an island, as a people. I also want to thank President Michael D. Higgins. Michael D. Higgins will go down, in my very strong opinion and others, as one of the greatest Irish presidents that we have ever seen or will ever see again. He made people in this House, it seems, feel uncomfortable because he spoke truth to power. He spoke up for people. And that, unfortunately, does not go down well for some in this House. And Mr. Gasson, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, talks of toxicity. you know, division, embarrassment. It sounds very much like he's discussing his own party in the TUV, because it seems that that's their mantra, to be toxic, divisive and embarrassing. And nobody in this House, nobody certainly in some benches in this House, can talk or criticise anybody for being divisive or toxic, because the slurge of toxicity that's in this chamber today is enough to turn anyone's stomach. I will say it would do well for people to see beyond their own toes and recognise that Ireland has changed in a very positive way. It has a very bright future. It's an inclusive society that welcomes people from all walks of life and has a very bright future. And I have to say, I wish Catherine well in the important role she plays, and I hope she follows in a similar vein to President Higgins. I've just received a letter from him, just in this moment actually, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful for that letter, and I wish him and his wife very well in their well-deserved retirement.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, folks, see, before we go on to the next any business, people need to chill their jets, seriously. Okay, so the next item of business on the order paper is member statements. If members wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. I would like to remind members that interventions are not permitted. I will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. I call Pat Sheehan.
The term scholasticide refers to the systemic obliteration of education through the arrest, detention or killing of teachers, students and staff, and the destruction of educational infrastructure. Over 20,000 children and 500 teachers have been killed in Gaza over the last 2 years. Tens of thousands of others have been maimed and injured. And if that isn't scholasticide, I don't know what is. Anyone with an ounce of honesty or integrity knows that what's happening in Gaza is genocide. There are any amount of reports and organisations who support that view. The UN Commission of Inquiry, International Association of Genocide Scholars, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, Oxfam, Genocide Watch, Physicians for Human Rights. But the Minister prefers to parrot the propaganda of his Israeli paymasters, the genocidal regime whose leaders are wanted on international arrest warrants for war crimes and crimes against humanity. I listened to a young student outside here this morning talking about his routine when going to school each day. He said he doesn't have to worry about bombs dropping from the sky. He passes the hospital but doesn't have to worry if it will be there tomorrow. Likewise, he knows his school will be there when he reaches the gate. Not so for the children in Palestine, but the Minister is oblivious to that. Against my better judgment, I listened to the Minister for 40 minutes this morning. Not one word of empathy for the tens of thousands of Palestinian children killed, maimed and injured. Not 1 ounce of humanity or compassion. The Minister is a disgrace. He should hang his head in shame. He has shown he is not fit to be an education minister, and we have no confidence in him. He should pack his bags and go now.
Thank you, Pat. I call Michelle McElveen.
Last week, the Ulster Farmers Union, one of DAERA's largest stakeholders, a body representing over 12,500 farmers and their families, took the extraordinary step of passing a motion of no confidence in DAERA. This extraordinary step was passed unanimously by the Executive Committee, which is comprised of around 150 people. An extraordinary step, but also an extraordinary vote, given the breadth of diverse views and interests within farming. This is a sector worth £6 billion to the Northern Ireland economy, a sector recognised for 25% of the UK's food supply. This is no small matter. This is a damning indictment of the department and the course set for it by the Minister. The buck stops with the Minister Muir on this. The Alliance Party may blame everyone else for their woes and drop as many dead cat arguments as they can, but this vote cannot have come as a surprise to anyone. We've repeatedly warned him. We have raised these issues time and again in this chamber. He has been told that he's been placing too much of the blame and burden of climate change on farming. He needed to be proportionate and even-handed in his approach. He's been told that there needed to be a wildlife intervention to tackle bovine tuberculosis. He said it was in hand, but then nothing. He pressed ahead with the Nutrients Action Programme consultation that didn't engage the sectors and was based on scientific assumptions which had not even been peer-reviewed. He was told he needed sincere partnership working when developing his NAP proposals. He's been told repeatedly that action was needed on ammonia controls and on how these were stifling betterment proposals and planning. Nothing has happened. He's been told about the issues with generational renewal during the debates on farming sustainability regulations. He was warned. His department was warned, and he's not been the critical friend that the farmer has needed. He has set himself against the sector rather than working with it. The Minister and the Department need to change course, whether that be on TB, NAP, ammonia, betterment, or climate change targets. His agenda of environmental purism is hugely damaging to our most important industry and threatens to undermine the very fabric of our rural economy and our rural community. He's lost the trust of his biggest stakeholder. It's time that he listened.
Thank you, Michelle. I call Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I was going to talk about Ballinafy Community Dance Centre's success, but actually I want to make a member statement on this House, and the past hour has just been so deeply depressing. My 6-month-old baby is in creche at the moment, and just before I came back I thought, well, I'm outsourcing the care of my kids because we're here to try and make this place better, and that's how I justify it to myself, that my 6-month-old baby is being looked after by someone else, not me, because we have the privilege to make this place better for everyone now, but also for future generations. There's so much politicking that is coming into this chamber. I've noticed such a difference in this place in the 6 months from when I left and when I came back. You can have political points and we can argue about things and we can disagree with things, and we will disagree on so many different levels, especially these huge moral questions. But it's gotten so personal and so nasty. Anytime anyone stands up, there's just this niggling behind, are we going to do this for the next 18 months? Are we honestly going to have to come in here for the next 18 months and put up with this? Who is inspired by this level of discussion? Who is sitting there watching, thinking, wow, these people really represent me. These people are going to make a difference. Who is feeling hopeful right now? Watching the way we discuss things. We disagree on so many things, but when we're in the corridors, it's human and it's personal, and we're able to talk to each other on a human-to-human level. Please, can we do better? I don't know why I've left, I honestly don't know why I'm away from my children to be here if we're not actually going to make a difference in people's lives. We can disagree with things, but we can do it in a respectful way and not in a way where we're constantly attacking each party in such a personal way. It's so personal. We can disagree on things, but there's just no humanity in politics across the world right now, and we have a duty to live up to that. People come to this assembly every day because the Good Friday Agreement offers a hope of how things can be better, that actually you can have these huge differences, but you can still sit in a room and think about how we can make life better for people. They come here to learn from us, and what hope are they taking away right now? You know, I just think we can be better. So sorry to Ballinafy, I'll write you a letter instead.
Thank you, Kate. Just to remind members, since even other members are on their feet talking, it's really rude for people to talk over the top of them. So could I ask you to be respectful, even for 5 minutes? Steve Aiken, thank you.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, last week, along with several other colleagues, I visited Israel, and as a declaration of interest, the visit was paid for by the Israeli Embassy in London. Firstly, I would like to thank all those we met, those of the Jewish, Muslim, Christian, Baha'i, Druze and no faiths, those who consider themselves Israelis, Palestinians or Druze. These many whom we talked to all mentioned the trauma and enormous suffering that happened on the 7th of October 23 and the impact that it and the subsequent war is having on their lives. What they all wanted is a just and hopefully lasting peace. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the testimony we heard directly from the innocent victims was in many, if not all cases, harrowing. So harrowing that even as a military veteran, I find it hard to comprehend. The levels of abuse, torture, sexual mutilation and violence and pure brutality that occurred on the 7th of October are unfathomable. Far from victory to the Palestinian resistance, it was a horrific example of what I can only describe as pure, unadulterated evil. There was no attempt to hide what they did. In fact, they live-streamed it. But it was at kibbutz near Oz that some of the greatest horrors occurred. This is in the saddest way ironic, as this was known across Israel as the peace kibbutz, where the residents went out of their way to help and support their Palestinian neighbours. This is where actual genocide was committed. Rita Lishitz, a resident of the kibbutz, guided us around the burnt-out buildings. She walked us through the homes where the residents, often elderly or young with children, were murdered. Then we stopped outside what remained of the home of the Bibas family, a husband, Yarden, wife, Sherry, Ariel, aged 4, and Kiefer, aged 10 months. The light was dropping as we gathered close to see where the shooting and grenades had left their mark. Outside there was a washing machine and a dryer, with children and babies' clothes still there. Beside it was some children's toys, including a plastic house and swing. I have the exact same toys in my garage for my children and grandkids. Yarden eventually came home severely traumatised. Kiefer, aged 10 months, was strangled in front of Sherry, and Ariel murdered shortly thereafter. Sherry, through both forensic evidence and Hamas's own sick records, was alive to witness this. She was then murdered and mutilated, though it is uncertain whether all of the mutilation was either pre- or post-mortem. They were murdered, along with thousands of others that day, just because they were Jews. Everyone we met desired peace. But how do we ever make peace with people whose mentality is to sadistically strangle a child in front of their mother? The sad fact that it's on October the 7th of 23 never again became now. Shalom.
Thank you, Steve. I call Timothy Gosson.
Very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I rise to my feet this afternoon, to bring up and follow what we've heard this morning, the response to the cross-party trip to Israel last week. Of all the places where lectures on human rights and terror can be delivered, this chamber has zero credibility and should be the last place to comment. Of all the people to pontificate in this chamber about such matters, Sinn Féin is close to the bottom, with Pat Sheehan not even making the list. Of all the people to lead the Nationalist and Republican Alliance by the nose on human rights in the Middle East, the member for West Belfast who's not in his place should be the very last. Why? Because this Assembly is founded on the principle that you reward terror. You grant terrorists like Martin McGuinness and Conor Murphy and apologists for terror like Michelle O'Neill positions in government so they won't do it again. Let no one pretend that this controversy is about human rights. It's about selective outrage and political theatre. I remind the House that the lead party for nationalism here has proudly publicised its meetings with Hamas in 2006, 2009 and 2016. An organisation then, as now, recognised by the United States as a terrorist organisation. And I remind the House what happened on September, or should I say the 7th of October. Israeli civilians were being murdered. Israeli women were being raped. Israeli children were being abducted from their homes. And while that was all happening, Mr. Carroll was sitting a safe distance away with his phone out tweeting, "Victory to the Palestinian resistance." Yet today, he clicks his fingers and Sinn Féin, the SDLP, and now we hear the Alliance Party fall into line behind him. Not because of any great moral principle, but because the Education Minister visited a school. The hypocrisy isn't eating. But we should also pause and reflect on what this saga reveals about the dysfunction of this place. And no other government in the world, with so-called coalition partners, declare no confidence in each other one day and then sit round the executive table the next. And for the record, Mr Given, yes indeed, you are partners with Sinn Féin in government. This is not normal politics. This place will never deliver normal politics.
Take your seat. Call Declan Kearney.
In the coming week, Sinn Féin will be conducting a house-to-house canvass throughout the North to discuss the Good Jobs Employment Rights Bill, which will be brought before the Assembly in 2026. The Workers' Rights Bill aims to introduce unprecedented improvements in all workplaces. Both workers and employers will benefit. So this is a progressive and a consequential piece of legislation. Our party's grassroots political engagement will provide information about how the proposed legislation and how it will advance economic productivity and shared prosperity. As the all-island economy continues to grow, it's essential that everyone feels the benefits of prosperity. But that can only be achieved when workers are well paid and are guaranteed secure employment. So the proposals to expand trade union membership and to strengthen collective bargaining rights are very important. The legislation will enhance the working environment for workers with parenting and caring responsibilities by guaranteeing rights to flexible working and parental leave. It contains family-friendly proposals such as an introduction of additional leave and pay entitlements for working parents of babies in neonatal care, a statutory right to carers' leave and strengthened paternity leave rights, an extension of redundancy protections for pregnant women. The Good Jobs Employment Rights Bill will improve workers' conditions. It will guarantee that they get and keep their tips, strengthen the right to disconnect from the workplace, and it will end precarious work conditions by introducing banded hours contracts. The proposals in this legislation are expansive and transformative. Sinn Féin's constituency-based canvass will be aimed at maximising awareness of these important measures in the coming weeks.
Thank you, Jacqueline. I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. On many occasions, this House has debated the conflict in the Middle East. And not unlike many democratically elected parliaments across the world, we have differing views. That is the essence of parliamentary debate. That is the essence of democracy. We should all be able to agree that there has been an untold loss of innocent human life. But today's debate is not about that. Today's debate and this past week's attacks on the Education Minister is barefaced and brass-necked. Why? Because he had the audacity to visit the State of Israel. Because he had the audacity to visit a school in Jerusalem, an integrated school where Arabs, where Christians, where Jews are all educated together. But we all know what today's debate is actually really about. Comrade Jerry Carroll has Sinn Féin by the nose and dragging them to the leftist extreme extents that he often does in this place. It was once said that when the herd moves, it moves. And my goodness, it's moved this morning because right on cue, their useful lackeys in the Alliance and the SDLP are right behind to support an extreme leftist cause. Who are they supporting? Jerry Carroll used to say that he stood up to the fascists. Today he stands with them. let us not forget that most disgraceful tweet. By the way, a tweet that has never once been condemned or criticised by any member from Sinn Féin in this House. Shame. What did he say? Victory to the Palestinian resistance with a fist in the air. Shame. Whilst 1,200 people had been executed by Hamas. That was the reality. What about the hurt caused? No comment. But then again, Sinn Féin's used to coming to the aid of international terrorism. They've been lapdogs and fanboys of global terror gangs right across the world. I mean, Mr. Sheehan had the gall to stand up to talk about his position, him a convicted terrorist. Hey, a man that went to visit Hamas. We take no lectures. This party will not be dictated about who our ministers shall be. They are put in place courtesy of the electorate that vote for us, and Minister Given will continue to represent all the people in Northern Ireland.
Time's up. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm going to bring the House back to something that's relevant here in Northern Ireland that affects so many of our constituents. This morning, the National Energy Action Group revealed research that confirmed that 27% of households here in Northern Ireland are living in fuel poverty. That's 27% of our neighbours, our friends and our family are living in fuel poverty. Now, you would think that we would have a plan for this, but our fuel poverty strategy still sits in draft form within the Department for Communities and hasn't seen the light of day. What's worse about this is, and I think all should pay attention to this, is that over 50% of our pensioners are living in fuel poverty. Over 60% of our people with disabilities are living in fuel poverty. This is November. It is getting colder. And while others are worried about everything else, they are failing to deliver for people who live here in Northern Ireland today who are living in cold homes. The research this morning confirmed that we, as a government, and the Minister for Communities particularly, is failing to deliver for people living here by allowing them to continue to live in cold homes in the social housing and the private rented sector. This House has already agreed legislation that says that there be energy efficiency standards brought forward. Where are they? They haven't seen the light of day. What is the hold-up on this? The fuel poverty strategy. We've heard waffle after waffle about when this might come forward. It's November, and we still don't have a fuel poverty strategy, and we have 27% of households here living in cold homes. We have over 50% of our pensioners living in cold homes. What are we doing, folks? Are we just here for a game? Because today, in Northern Ireland, there will be people going without heat in their houses. Sadly, this research confirms that people are not turning on their heat. They are not eating in order to have enough money to pay for oil heating. And where's our strategy to get rid of oil heating? For goodness sake, we are so far behind the rest of the Western world on our heating programmes here, it is unbelievable. The increase in rising energy costs is harming our people here today. It's not mentioned in the programme for government, and it's time it was. Going forward, if we do not have a fuel poverty strategy in place to influence the future three-year budget, then it's a shame on this House and it's a shame on the Minister for Communities. There are too many people going into debt and too many people sitting cold in their homes because this place is not delivering. It's time to get to action, folks, and time to get on with this, because I do not want any pensioner to die on our watch in a cold home.
Thank you, Kelly. I call Diana Armstrong.
Speaker, I rise today to raise the significant data breach at AFBI, in which personal details of farmers were inadvertently released through a Freedom of Information request. This incident does raise serious concerns about data security within public bodies. Clearly, lessons were not learnt from the PSNI's own catastrophic data breach last year. At AFBI, proper safeguards and oversight measures were either inadequate or were ignored. This was a careless and almost certainly avoidable failure that has now placed hard-working farmers and their families at risk. The release of personal information has reportedly been exploited by activist groups who have used it to target and infiltrate farms under false pretences. This behaviour amounts to vigilantism. Investigations into animal welfare must be conducted by the appropriate statutory authorities, not by politically motivated campaigners, whose ultimate aim is the promotion of veganism and the destruction of Northern Ireland's agri-food sector. Farmers who provide data to public agencies in good faith must be able to trust that it will be handled responsibly. Many now face sleepless nights knowing that their personal details are in hands of the extremists. I'm calling on the Minister to urgently outline the full timeline of events, including when the breach occurred, when it was discovered, and when affected individuals were informed. He should explain what steps have been taken to address the situation and to prevent a reoccurrence, and confirm how many farmers have been impacted and why it has taken nearly 7 months for this information to come to light. I'd also ask him to detail what support or compensation will be made to those affected. This incident has further damaged confidence between the farming communities and the public authorities. Trust is now at an all-time low, and it must be rebuilt through transparency, accountability, and immediate action from the Department. Recent reports citing investigations by these activist groups, based on illegally obtained information, have attempted to paint Northern Ireland's farming sector in an appalling light. It is deeply concerning that this narrative is being driven by these clear ideological agendas, rather than by objective, lawful and evidence-based oversight. Farmers deserve protection, not persecution. The Minister must make clear that there is no threat to livestock or poultry production, and that decisive measures are being taken to ensure the security of those who feed our nation. Thank you, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker.
Thank you, Diana. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I want to speak about something that affects every family across this region, which is mental health, and the shameful failure of the executive parties to deliver on the commitment it made to our people. In 2021, the Department of Health published a 10-year mental health strategy. It was ambitious, it was hopeful, and very much long overdue. It promised a better system, one that would prevent crisis, deliver early intervention, and finally give mental health the priority it deserves. But nearly 4 years later, that promise lies in tatters. The recent review confirms that, as many of us did fear, that only 12 million has been invested in 14 actions out of the 35, when the original strategy required over 1.2 billion to deliver fully for the people most impacted. That means only a small fraction of what was pledged has actually been delivered. This, let's be clear, is not a funding gap issue. It's a failure of political will from the executive parties. People across Northern Ireland are paying the price. Families are left waiting months, sometimes years, for support, if at all getting it. Young people in crisis are still turning up at overcrowded A&Es because there's nowhere else to go. The voluntary community organisations who hold the system together are being left to survive hand to mouth while the executive hides behind excuses about budgets. Madam Speaker, mental health cannot continue to be the first thing cut and the last thing funded. It should be at the very heart of every decision that the executive makes. And indeed, it would do executive parties well if they got as vexed about this particular issue as they do about some of the other things they use to distract from their own failures in this House. In my own constituency of West Tyrone, I meet people every week who are crying out for help, parents whose children can't get counselling, older people struggling with isolation, individuals who feel completely abandoned by the system. And they're right to feel abandoned, because that's exactly what has happened. We cannot allow this to continue, this cycle of strategy without delivery, promises without resources, and words without meaning. The Minister for Health and the Executive must fully fund and implement the mental health strategy as originally planned, not watered down version that we're seeing linger through today. They need to invest properly in crisis care, and they need to support our community and voluntary structures who are holding the whole system together. Madam Speaker, mental health is not a luxury or an optional extra. It's fundamental. Every life lost to suicide and every family broken is a failure of the executive. The people of Northern Ireland deserve so much better. They deserve action, and it's high time this executive got the priorities in order and delivered in the interests of those who are suffering most.
Thank you, Daniel. I call Cathy Mason.
Deputy Speaker. Can I associate myself with the same remarks as Mr Aiken and the same declaration of interest? Last week I had the privilege of visiting Israel and hearing about the human stories of tragedy within that community. And today I want to put on record some of those voices that I heard. As others seek to silence them, cancel them, I'm going to make sure their voice is heard. The visit started by going to Yad Vashem, the National Holocaust Memorial. 6 million Jews slaughtered during the Second World War, remembered at that centre. Israel, its only home, its only place where Jews can survive after centuries of persecution. I visited Malchiah, a kibbutz in northern Israel, where Hezbollah targeted repeatedly year after year after year, and listened to Boaz, who recounted the horrors of many atrocities inflicted on his community. And what was his message? I just want peace, and I want the people of Lebanon to prosper. Visited Majel Shema, the Druze community, an Arab sect of the Shiite variety. 12 innocent children, through a rocket fired by Hezbollah, killed. Visited Niroz, and Rita showed us around one of the most appalling atrocities on the 7th of October. 117 people from that very small village either murdered or taken hostage, including an 84-year-old man who was killed in captivity. Went to Nova, the festival. 378 young people gunned down, 44 taken hostage, and I listened to Yazir recount how he managed to escape, but the trauma that lives on. They're just some of the voices and that human story that needs to be heard about what is happening in Israel. That's why I and the vast majority of people in Northern Ireland are appalled by the manufactured outrage of the extreme left, led by Jerry Carroll, who on the 7th of October tweeted victory to the Palestinian resistance, never once apologised, and yet supported now by the Alliance Party, by the SDLP and by Sinn Féin. Sinn Féin don't surprise me. Terrorists supporting terrorists will never come as a surprise to me. But I, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, will continue to raise my voice for the innocents that were slaughtered in Israel on the 7th of October.
Thank you. The next item of business on the order paper is a motion from the Assembly Commission to appoint an Assembly Commissioner for Standards. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
That this Assembly, in accordance with Section 19(1) of the Assembly Members' Independent Financial Review and Standards Act, Northern Ireland 2011, appoints Stephen Wright as the Northern Ireland Assembly Commissioner for Standards.
I'm just waiting on people having a bit of manners. Okay. Thank you. I call Andy Allen to move the motion on behalf of the Assembly Commission.
So moved.
Andy, did you say moved? I can't hear you.
Moved.
Thank you. Much appreciated. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 45 minutes for this debate. The proposer will have up to 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I call on Andy Allen to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I come to the Chamber today on behalf of the Assembly Commission to ask the Assembly to support the appointment of a Commissioner for Standards to fill the current vacancy. On the 8th of September 2025, as the House is aware, the Assembly agreed the appointment of Mr Mark McEwen as Commissioner for Standards. The Speaker then wrote to members on the 16th of September 2025 to inform them that Mr McEwen had submitted his resignation. The Assembly Commission would of course prefer not to have had to return to the Chamber on this matter so soon. However, it is recognised that the position of Deputy Chief Constable of Surrey Constabulary is a significant appointment for Mr McEwen, and the Assembly Commission wishes him every success with it. The Assembly Members' Independent Financial Review and Standards Act, Northern Ireland 2011, requires that the person to be appointed as Commissioner for Standards is identified by a fair and open competition. The Assembly Commission undertook that function on behalf of the Assembly, and the House is aware that the recruitment panel comprised of the Speaker on behalf of the Assembly Commission, the Chairperson of the Committee on Standards and Privileges, Cathy Mason, and the Clerk Chief Executive, Leslie Hogg, and the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards at Westminster, Daniel Greenberg, CB. The Assembly Commission has previously thanked the Chairperson of the Committee on Standards and Privileges and Daniel Greenberg for giving of their time to sit on the panel. Following the completion of the recruitment competition, the Assembly Commission was able to identify a number of strong, suitable candidates for appointment and is therefore pleased to be able to bring forward a further nomination today. The Assembly Commission is today asking the Assembly to support the appointment of Mr Stephen Wright as the new Commissioner for Standards. Stephen Wright has 30 years' service in the PSNI. The majority of his roles in that time have been investigatory in the crime department, including as SIO for serious organised crime and head of the anti-corruption unit. He has also held other posts within the PSNI, including head of training, a brief period of head of human resources, and most recently as head of professional standards. The primary role of the Commissioner is to carry out investigations into complaints relating to the Assembly's Code of Conduct and Ministerial Code of Conduct, and to report the outcome of those investigations to the Assembly. Therefore, the role of Commissioner is an important part of the framework to ensure that high standards of conduct in public life are upheld at the Assembly. The Assembly Commission believes that Mr Stephen Wright has the relevant skills and experience to serve the Assembly well as Commissioner for Standards for the period of 5 years set out in the 2011 Act. Therefore, on behalf of the Assembly Commission, I commend the nomination of Mr Stephen Wright as the Commissioner for Standards to the House. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Andy. And I call Cathy Mason, Chair of the Standards and Privileges Committee. Thank you.
Gormiagat, Prilas Concordia. I speak to this motion having sat on the Assembly's recruitment panel for the appointment of a new Commissioner for Standards as the Chairperson of the Committee on Standards and Privileges. As members are aware, the Commissioner is an independent officer appointed by the Assembly to consider and investigate complaints of alleged breaches of both the MLA Code of Conduct and the Ministerial Code of Conduct. In fulfilling their role, the Commissioner contributes to overseeing and safeguarding the ethical standards of MLAs and ministers. The independence of the Commissioner is therefore essential to ensuring fairness, transparency, accountability and public trust in our standards regime. The process for investigating complaints is designed so that allegations of breaches of the MLA or ministerial codes of conduct go directly to the Commissioner for assessment of admissibility and, where applicable, for investigation. In terms of complaints against MLAs, the Committee then considers the Commissioner's investigation reports and determines whether or not a breach of the Code has occurred. Where appropriate, recommends to the Assembly a sanction to be imposed. Therefore, the Commissioner, the Committee and the Assembly exercise the complementary functions of investigation, adjudication and sanctioning respectively. Each has a key part to play in terms of ensuring that proper standards of conduct are upheld by members of this Assembly. As such, it is important that the Assembly ensures that the office of the Commissioner remains filled without undue interruption in order to safeguard the timely exercise of the Commissioner's functions. So, turning to the motion before us, therefore, I expect that the other members of the committee, like me, will welcome the appointment of Stephen Wright and will look forward to engaging with the new Commissioner in progressing the vital work of implementing the Assembly's ethical standards system. So, on behalf of the committee, I therefore support the motion.
Thank you, Cathy. I call Timothy Gosson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, the role of the Commissioner for Standards is indeed an important one, because the Commissioner should be an independent person who makes sure that all MLAs and indeed ministers are held to the same standards which should apply equally across this House. That role is a unique one which should not be surrendered to anyone else. If Stephen Wright does that, then he will have my full support. I trust that Mr Wright will be permitted to do his job. I trust that he will treat all MLAs equally. Sadly, that was not the case with his predecessor, who adopted the frankly bizarre view that she should not investigate.
Mr Gostin, I'm not going to permit you to continue in that line of this debate. You're well outside of the scope. So if you want to return to the scope of the debate about the appointment of this Commissioner, you're welcome to continue.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I was going to raise the issue that the last Commissioner would not investigate committee chairs. I know the last time you took great offence when I talked about the McMonagle 6 scandal that happened in this building,
Mr.
but I was going to try to keep my remarks to the debate today.
Mr Gostin, sit down. I'm moving on. I call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And as a member of the Committee for Standards, just want to welcome the appointment of a new Commissioner. We trust that will be a longer appointment as the short-lived previous immediate last appointment, which we understand was for other recruitment purposes. The Commission, as has been said by the Chairperson of the Committee, the Commissioner has an important role as an independent scrutiny role to report to the Committee for Standards with recommendations where the reports are considered and ultimately brought to the floor of this Assembly for any sanction or any consequence of a report. So we do look forward to working, and I do commend the working of the committee, and we look forward to working with the new Commissioner in that independent role and ensuring that standards in the Code of Conduct and the principles of conduct are upheld in this Assembly. Thank you.
Brian, I called Sinead Annis to wind on the motion. Sinead, to advise you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Pre-last Concordia, and I want to thank members for their contribution, for their sensible contributions to this debate. Pre-last Concordia, at the beginning of the debate, my colleague Andy Allen set out the circumstances which brings this matter back to the House today and reminded members of the arrangements of the fair and open recruitment process undertaken by the Assembly Commission. The role of Commissioner for Standards is crucial to upholding standards in this Assembly, and it is therefore important that the Assembly Commission has been able to come back to the House relatively quickly with just a time period to complete the normal pre-appointment checks required for such a post. The involvement of the Committee for Standards and Privileges in the recruitment process is vital, and I thank the Chairperson, Cathy Mason, both for confirming her support today for Stephen Wright's nomination and again for participating on the panel. I know that the Committee and the new Commissioner will want to quickly form a strong relationship as he gets down to his work. The role of Commissioner is important both to give the public confidence that any breach of the Assembly or Ministerial Code of Conduct will be investigated and dealt with, but also to give members confidence. I won't give way. I couldn't listen to the pre-last Concordia embarrassing you again, so I won't. Give members confidence that any complaints will be considered with due and proper process. Stephen Wright's experience means he is entirely well suited to ensure any allegations of breaches of the Code of Conduct are investigated rigorously and fairly. So on behalf of the Assembly Commission, I commend to members the nomination of Stephen Wright for appointment as the new Assembly Commissioner for Standards.
Thank you, Sinead. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, could you take your ease to change the top table for the next item of business? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion on a cervical screening scandal inquiry. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly expresses concern at the lack of transparency, delay and slow pace of the investigations and reviews into both individual patients and the overall cervical screening scandal by the Department of Health and the Southern Health and Social Care Trust. Recognises the steps taken by the Department of Health and the Southern Health and Social Care Trust regarding the recall of women for cervical screening. Pays tribute to the Ladies with Letters campaigners who have fought hard for transparency in the issues that led to the underperformance of screeners and the recall of the slides of 17,500 women in the Southern Health and Social Care Trust area. Acknowledges that for some patients the review was too late and lives were affected by this failure, and calls on the Minister of Health to establish a statutory public inquiry in order to uncover the full truth, establish accountability and ensure that such failures never arise again.
Okay. Thank you. I call on Nuala McAllister to move the motion. Okay. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Ms McAllister, please open the debate on the motion.
Speaker,
Point of order.
I wonder if there's any scope to wait for the Minister, because I think it is important that he does hear a lot of the points that proposers of both the motion and amendment to be able to address in his mind, but I'm not sure if there is scope for that.
There isn't actually, because that you have started, and we've also got the people here to put the amendment as well. We have messaged the Minister and we have encouraged the Minister to get here as soon as possible. And speaking of the various person, he has just arrived. But your point of order was noted, Ms McAllister, it's on the record, and the Minister has duly arrived. Ms McAllister, over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is with great sorrow and frustration that we have brought this motion today, calling on the Minister to establish a statutory public inquiry into the cervical screening scandal in the Southern Trust. I first of all want to say that this is not a political issue. It is an issue that has brought together all parties across this chamber in the support of the women who to this day are still suffering with their families. It would be remiss of me to not take notice of those women and pay tribute to them first. First of all, the Ladies with Letters group, in representing the 17,500 women who were impacted by this scandal. They have stood strong and they have been determined in their fight for justice and transparency. And anyone who has met these women involved cannot help but be in awe of the courage that they continue to show in a fight which has been a result of traumatic failures by the Southern Trust and possibly other trusts in Northern Ireland. I want to thank them for all the work that they have done and continue to do so, while we as MLAs can highlight these stories and make calls for accountability and transparency. There is no better way to show the damage caused than by hearing from the women directly impacted. Therefore, I also want to take this moment to pay tribute to the ladies who tragically lost their lives as a result of these failures. Lindsay Courtney, a mother of one from Portadown, was just 30 when she died in 2018. Erin Harbinson, a mother of 4 from Tandragee, was 44 when she died in 2024, after 3 of her smear tests were misread. We will be holding their families, friends and loved ones in our thoughts today as we continue to fight for justice and accountability. Last December saw the publication of the reports from the Southern Trust into the cervical screening review and audit. Over 17,000 women were included in the review, 11 women required further treatment, and we know that 8 women were diagnosed with cervical cancer after their smears were misread. Despite these reports, whistleblowers have raised concerns that there are quality assurance issues still ongoing today. I think this does great damage to the confidence of women across all trusts in Northern Ireland in ensuring that they do come forward to receive their smear tests. Health Committee members have discussed the outworkings of these reports 3 times this year. We've continuously raised concerns of the quality assurance issues, which occurred from 2008 to 2021, and the failures of the Southern Trust and the PHA after these issues were raised. However, it is deeply unfortunate that in the majority of those occasions, we have not been able to ask questions of the people directly involved. Concerns around screener performance were raised as early as 2009, yet this was able to continue until 2021. There was little offered in terms of training or support from the Trust. Performance data was looked at by a year-on-year basis, siloed within each Trust, rather than comparing both across Trust areas across the years. These are among the major failings highlighted in the 2023 report from the Royal College of Pathologists. But when a newly recruited consultant within the Southern Trust noticed the failures of 2 screeners, quite immediately upon taking up the role, he removed them from their duties in October 2021. I have been made aware that these issues were raised in a meeting with the PHA in February 2022. But despite this, the Southern Trust continues to maintain that these concerns did not reach their senior leadership team through an assistant medical director until July 2022. They reiterated that to the Health Committee. I am yet again asking for evidence that this is the case. Surely there are minutes of that meeting in July 2022. And indeed, surely there are notes from the meeting with the PHA in February 2022. The reason why I raise these issues is because it is important to the confidence of moving forward, how we can have true transparency and accountability. That 6-month gap here, before the Trust leadership took action and asked for a look-back exercise, and anyone who has had an unfortunate experience with cervical cancer, or indeed any cancer, will know the difference that 6 months can make. At that same Health Committee meeting in July, officials from the Health Committee noted that there were 3 outstanding pieces of work, including the peer review of external quality assurance, arrangements by NHS England, and the independent external review of the Southern Trust reports. At this meeting, they said the publication of these reports would be imminent, that we are looking short-term, rather than it being extended well into the autumn time. The officials confirmed that the Health Minister has had sight of the peer review of external quality assurance since July, yet we stand here at the beginning of November with no indication of when these reports will be brought forward. However, we have heard some musings that perhaps this will be sometime this week. Meanwhile, women have continued to dutifully show up at their GPs, often despite nerves or fears, presenting for their smear tests. For as long as these reports are unpublished, the recommendations are unclear, and actions not taken forward to ensure our cervical screening arrangements are robust and accurate as possible, we're continuing to fail these women. I hope that the Minister can take the opportunity presented to the House today to confirm when these reports will finally be published. But also, and perhaps more importantly, is make a commitment on the floor of the Assembly that the ladies behind the campaign Ladies with Letters will receive proper briefings in advance. It's important to note this because we are aware of many of the failings around communication which have occurred throughout this process. Women with SAIs being informed of sensitive medical failings in an impersonal meeting in front of a panel of 10 professionals. The Department of Health can show that lessons have been learned and concerns listened to by simply paying attention to these women in a respectful way. I've had the opportunity a number of weeks ago when many MLAs across this chamber met with the Ladies of Letters on the front steps of Parliament buildings. We had the opportunity to speak to a number of them who have had their SAI reports and have been deeply unsatisfied with the information or lack thereof given to those in the meeting. This is why we have brought this motion to the House today. Those women did not have confidence in the current system. They do not have confidence that the 3 reports to be published, including the individual SAIs, of course, with data protected, that will actually get all of the answers and assurance that they need. I want to thank the DUP Health Committee members for their amendment, which we will be supporting. I think it's important that we do have that cross-party support. I think, given the scale of damage and trust and confidence caused by the events in the Southern Trust, the Belfast Trust, the Department of Health, that we act quickly to resolve the issues, particularly in the Belfast labs, so that delays and distress can be limited. I will finish with the word of Heather Thompson. Heather's a retired nurse from Tandragee, who's a member of the Ladies with Letters group, who said it best: the Health Minister has publicly committed to a women's health strategy. What better way to demonstrate the commitment than by establishing a statutory public inquiry into these failings? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business on the order paper is question time. The debate will resume after the urgent oral questions, when the next member to be called will be Diane Dodds to move the amendment. By leave of the Assembly, I suspend the sitting until 1400. The sitting is by leave suspended. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Question time and questions to the Minister for Infrastructure. I call Cara Hunter.
Speaker, question 1, please, Minister.
The £2.6 million active travel improvement scheme along the A2 Clooney Road is part of my commitment to enhance and expand our active travel network across the north. On completion, the scheme will provide significantly enhanced cycling and pedestrian facilities between Ballykelly and Greysteel, and is part of a long-term plan to improve active travel facilities in the North West. The scheme started on the 4th of January 2025 and is currently programmed to run for 52 weeks. Roadworks by their nature can be disruptive, and my officials have been continually working closely with the contractor to minimise disruption to the road users, aiming to strike a balance between efficiently progressing works and minimising disruption to the travelling public. In response to concerns raised by motorists and the local community, temporary traffic management measures have been modified over the course of the scheme. Lane closures are only put in place when required, and works areas are kept as short as possible, and traffic control changed from automated traffic signals to manually operated signals to further aid with traffic progression. Also, on a number of occasions, the works were suspended to accommodate major events in the area. I fully appreciate that traffic delays are frustrating for motorists, and I appreciate that there have been additional delays in recent weeks as the works near completion. The temporary traffic management arrangements are essential for the safety of road workers and the travelling public, and I will continue to ask public to allow extra time for their journeys and to comply with the measures in place.
Thank you. I call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Minister. Understandably, constituents are rightfully angry at the continued delays on this road, and we know road work, sometimes that can't be helped, but they really feel like they are not being listened to. I'd like to ask you today, would it be possible if you could commit sometime within the next month to come down to Ballykelly, meet with me and other elected reps, and really speak with constituents about the ongoing delays, people who are missing health appointments, school, and so much more?
Minister.
Well, I have been in Ballykelly. I met with elected representatives in recent months, and I don't underestimate the frustrations people have. We've seen this right across the north when it comes to major roadworks like this. What I would say is that we are very cognizant of the impact it has, and officials have worked very closely with the contractor to try and ensure that any works that are happening are absolutely necessary and that we are keeping the disruption to an absolute minimum. I understand as well at the weekend with Halloween there's a huge volume of traffic as people, and it's brilliant to see so many people going to Derry specifically. However, I am aware that various routes experience the same traffic congestion. So it is a perfect storm on some occasions, but just to really assure the member and the wider community in that area that we are doing our utmost best to ensure that work progresses as quickly as possible, but we are doing as much as we can to keep people safe, particularly the road workers and road users.
Thank you. I call Alan Robinson for supplementary.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that response. Minister, given the number of times Ballykelly traffic has been highlighted to your department, how much weight is this now being given to progressing a bypass for Ballykelly Village?
Well, I think that, I've answered in terms of how much weight is given because this is a constant issue and we're always looking at what can be done to minimise the disruption. The department, as the member will know, is in the process of developing the new transport strategy, which will help to shape that vision and the strategic priorities for transport right through to 2035 across the whole of the north. And once this is published, it will help to inform the transport plan for the regional strategic transport network, which includes the A2 at Ballykelly. A preferred route for Ballykelly bypass was announced in 2010. However, since then, no further development work had been undertaken on the project. If this scheme is prioritised within the transport plan, this route would then be reassessed as part of the plan for scheme delivery. And I have discussed this with elected members when I was on site in Ballykelly, as I know it is something that the wider community are keen to see progressed.
Thank you, Minister. I call Cathal Boylan for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for answers so far, but could I ask the Minister to provide an update on the provision of a rail halt at Ballykelly?
Yeah, the Belfast to Derry route enhancement programme is a collective of rail infrastructure works required to be delivered in order to maximise potential and efficiencies of service on this key rail corridor, which maintains connectivity between Belfast and Derry. It aims to examine opportunities for greater connectivity on the route, to increase journey frequencies on Belfast to Derry line, and potentially the provision of new halts at Eglinton, City of Derry Airport, Ballykelly and Strathfoyle. It's envisaged that this may require construction of passing loops and line speed enhancements, and TransLink plan to submit a revised strategic outline case to the Department by the end of this year. In addition to demand, the location of any new halt or halts will need to consider the implications in the wider operational network, i.e. stopping and starting will increase journey time.
Thank you. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Question number 2.
I fully recognise the need to address regional imbalance and better connect our communities, including those within the North West. As the member will be aware, TransLink submitted a revised business case in September this year for the provision of additional services on the North West Rail Corridor to ensure that the predicted costs and revenue projections are up to date and accurate, and my officials are currently considering this updated business case. I'm pleased that TransLink have also delivered significant improvements to public transport in the North West in recent years, which have included the addition of over 46,000 additional seats by converting 232 rail services per week to 6-car operations, improvements to Gold Liner services, and since April 24, when the A6 works were completed, TransLink has introduced 7 additional direct X212 services to and from Derry. The scheduled journey time on the X212 is 1 hour 45 minutes, representing a 15-minute improvement on the standard 212 journey time. And Derry is the first city on this island to operate with a full zero-emission bus fleet. There's also been significant capital funding in public transport in the North West, including the North West Transport Hub, which was 27 million investment, zero emission buses, as I've mentioned, was 59 million, and the Derry to Coleraine Phase 3 is 97.7 million. As I've just mentioned, in my 2025-26 budget, I've also included ring-fence funding of 5.79 million, which will allow Translink to progress Phase 3 of the Derry to Coleraine track renewal project. Work has continued, including the production of the detailed design of the required track improvements and preparation for the procurement phase of the project. It has also included the manufacture of railway sleepers in advance of the main works.
Thank you. I call Sinead McLaughlin for supplementary.
Minister, Translink first submitted a business case for rail improvements in the North West over a year and a half ago, and because of the Department's failure to act, it has now had to resubmit it, an updated version more than a year and a half later. In the meantime, we just see chaos after chaos, particularly over the weekend. People visiting Derry for Halloween were left actually stranded, unable to get home because of the lack of rail services.
Is there a question, Sinead?
How can you possibly justify this continued failure to deliver a vital upgrade to the North West rail line when your inaction has already leaving passengers actually stranded?
Well, I don't agree with the member that there's been a failure, because, as I've said, we are considering the updated business case. I take this very, very seriously, and I recognise the importance of regional balance, and it's something that I've set out very clearly I am committed to doing. There's no doubt that funding has been a huge challenge, and I'm sure that the member's previous colleague will have found the same challenges when she was in post, as have all previous ministers and current ministers in the executive. However, I have met with Into the West, I've met with other representatives from the area who are very keen to see this progress, and I really want to see that happening. We are currently looking at the updated business case, and I hope to be able to provide further information soon.
Thank you. I call Gary Middleton.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answers. Minister, it is welcome that the North West Transport Hub has been a game changer for my constituency. However, the issue of frequency of trains is one that's raised time and time again. Minister, is this something which you're actively seeking to address, and is that something which will be covered in terms of some of those funding bids that you're going to bring forward, hopefully, to see this progressed?
Yes, well, as I've said in my initial answer, that one of the things that are included is increasing the frequency of journeys on that Belfast to Derry line, and I recognise how important that is, and it is something that we are considering. It is part of a package of measures that the Department are looking at as part of that Belfast to Derry route enhancement programme, so there's no doubt that that would go a long way to make a really huge benefit for the whole region.
Thank you. I call Ciara Ferguson for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I very much welcome, obviously, the close working relationship with Translink and the Department, and the resubmission of an updated business case to progress service enhancements. Can I ask the Minister to provide maybe an update on the proposed new rail link from Derry to Portadown? Thank you.
Yeah, the All-Island Strategic Rail Review sought to provide a strategic vision for rail right across Ireland, including how rail could contribute to the decarbonisation of transport, promote sustainability and connectivity into and between major cities, enhance regional accessibility and support balanced regional development. I've ring-fenced £1 million in Translink's 2025-26 capital budget to continue momentum projects identified in the All-Island Strategic Rail Review, including the Portadown to Derry rail link. Translink has submitted the feasibility study into the Portadown to Derry rail link to my department, and expect to publish the outcomes later this year.
Thank you. I call David Honeyford.
Principal Deputy Speaker, just on the All-Island Rail Review, the Knockmore line was due, the feasibility study of that was due to come forward, hasn't been brought forward to date. Can the Minister confirm when that will happen and why it's been delayed?
I'm not aware that there's any delays, but as I've said, with the feasibility studies, I'm proposing that they will be coming very soon.
Michelle McIlvaine.
NI Water is investing in detailed modelling of catchments and collection systems, along with much more empirical data from advanced instrumentation, to better understand when storm overflows are operating and the impact on the receiving water body. Further investment in these areas will provide NI Water with a better understanding and potential control of its wastewater networks, to mitigate the number of discharges from its network into the water environment. NI Water is also continuing with the rollout of its Event Duration Monitor programme, and this will gather evidence and inform future investment plans in order to prioritise addressing poorly performing combined sewer overflows. NI Water also continues to invest and develop its pollution management strategy to improve its operational management and response to pollution incidents. In addition, NI Water reviews the cause of each reported pollution incident to assess the lessons learned and establish the read across to other assets. My department's Water Sustainable Drainage and Flood Management Bill contains enhanced powers for NI Water to deal with sewer and drain miscommunications in private infrastructure. Untreated discharges from miscommunications can pollute waterways and local rivers, potentially ending up on beaches. And these enhanced powers will provide NI Water with the capacity to repair drainage miscommunications and recover costs associated with the work if the property owner refuses to do the work. My department is also taking forward an urban drainage pilot project to retrofit a range of nature-based drainage solutions such as leaky dams, attenuation ponds, rainwater gardens and swales to manage rainwater. We also need to integrate nature-based drainage solutions into future housing developments, and I launched a consultation on the 22nd of September this year on sustainable drainage, or SUDs as they're known, in new developments. Both of these projects demonstrate my commitment to delivering environmental improvements, reducing flood risks and improving water quality.
Thank you. I call Michelle McElveen for supplementary.
Thank you, and thank the Minister for her answer. The DAERA Minister appeared before the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee recently and was extremely critical of the Infrastructure Minister's inaction on the pollution of Northern Ireland's waterways by Northern Ireland Water, which is obviously a company which is wholly owned by the Minister's department. He said that the situation at the moment was not tenable and that there was a need for stronger legislation and enforcement around sewage pollution. What direct engagement has the Minister had with Minister Muir on these points, and what action is going to be taken as a consequence of those discussions?
Minister?
Yeah, well, I have been working with Minister Muir, and his comments, I think, were disappointing to say the least, given that I have shown a very clear commitment to work closely with him and his department for all of the reasons outlined. I mean, the improvement of our water quality and its impact on his role in terms of water pollution and how that is affecting Lough Neagh and other water bodies is something that I'm very keen to play my part in. And I've outlined some of the work that I've been doing in terms of NI Water and what we're trying to do to address the ongoing issues that we are all very well versed in. I've met with Minister Muir recently, and I'm meeting him again later this month to discuss his review of the Statement of Regulatory Principles and Intent with NI Water, and I await his decision in relation to the outcome of that review. So my door is always open, and I have been very keen to continue that work with him and will continue to do so going forward.
Thank you. I call Eva Finnegan for supplement.
And I want to thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, will the legislation for sustainability urban drainage systems help to improve the water quality in our waterways?
Minister?
Yes, absolutely. By integrating nature-based drainage solutions into future housing developments, we can lessen the demands on existing sewerage systems and at the same time lessen the impacts that climate change is having, as well as potentially reducing pollution, hence helping to protect the water quality for our rivers and lochs. Earlier this year, as you've mentioned, I introduced this bill to the Assembly, and this will provide enabling powers for my department to regulate for SUDs in new developments. In tandem with the progression of the bill, I launched the initial public consultation on nature-based SUDs in new housing developments on the 22nd of September. And this consultation seeks views on the development and implementation of new policies and regulatory arrangements to ensure that nature-based SUDs such as grass swales, rain gardens and detention ponds that I've mentioned there are provided in new housing developments in the future. The widespread implementation of nature-based solutions will help to tackle the challenges of climate change. They'll also help to manage flood risk, improve water quality and limit the impact of new developments on the existing drainage works. And I had the opportunity to see this in action recently at Belmont Hall in County Antrim and was hugely impressed by the work that has been done by the developer there to take this on board, and I hope to see more of that going forward.
Thank you. I call John Blair for supplementary.
Speaker, thank you. It is well known that wastewater spills are a key factor driving water pollution. It's also known that our wastewater infrastructure is at capacity and that SUDs alone in new developments cannot change what is already there. So can I ask the Minister how she proposes to deliver without undue delay the significant investment that is needed today?
So sometimes I feel like I'm saying this for the first time in this House, but I have repeatedly outlined the steps that I have been taking, as has my predecessor, John O'Dowd, in relation to finding solutions, because that's where I'm at. I'm solution focused here. At present, the Executive does not have the investment that's needed. That is a well-known fact. However, I'm not prepared to sit in my hands. I've talked at length about the three-pronged approach, so we have the SUDS bill, which the member has alluded to, but I'm under no illusion that that is not the silver bullet by any case. That is not the only solution, and I'm continually looking at all everything that's available to me to ensure that we can make progress, and we have seen good progress. I've been working closely with NI Water, who have been able to deliver an innovative solution. The pilot has been delivered in Uri, which has been able to unlock capacity for the next 10 years. And that has been really, really positive, and something that I hope to see more of in the time ahead. Again, I think there are lots of other things we can do, and that is working with Executive colleagues to ensure that we can secure additional investment to keep this thing moving, to keep making progress in terms of our wastewater infrastructure. And as well as that, the member will know around the consultation on developer contributions, which recently closed, which will hopefully help to supplement the money needed. So I'm under no illusions that this isn't challenging, but I'm absolutely committed to doing all that I can and working with anyone that wants to work with me to deliver, because this isn't just about the wastewater infrastructure, it's about the environmental issues, it's about progress, it's about house building, and it's about the economy of this place. So I'll continue to do that and hope to hear other suggestions from members as the time goes forward.
Call Malaysia McHugh.
Question number 4.
Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and I can confirm that the developer responsible for the construction of the school is required to erect safer routes to school signage and appropriate road markings as part of the approved planning permission. I can also advise that an instruction to complete the required works was passed to the developer's contractor in October. Officials will continue to work with the developer to ensure that the school signage is erected.
For supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. Minister, can I also ask you if it is possible maybe that in proximity in that to the school that we can have a reduced speed limit there?
So officials will carry out a speed limit assessment on Strathans Road at the school in line with the department's policy to determine if the existing speed limit remains appropriate, and I can ask officials to keep you informed of the outcome of that.
Jonathan Buckley.
Speaker. The installation and maintenance of road signage is important to all road users. The Minister will be aware that a recent BBC report showed that dozens of Londonderry and indeed Welcome to Northern Ireland signs had been damaged and vandalised. Can I ask the Minister, does she condemn this, and will she act urgently to ensure that they're repaired promptly?
Minister, I'm not accepting that question. It's not related to the original question, so I'm moving on. It's not moved. It's not, so don't challenge the Chair, Jonathan. Okay? Thank you. So, not going to call you now? No, I'm not. Absolutely not. So run into the Speaker's office. Trevor, there's no point of order during question time. Read your standing orders. Trevor Clark.
5.
In 2015, the majority of planning functions, including processing of local and major applications, transferred to local council planning authorities. The devolution of planning powers to local councils was intended to provide democratically accountable decision-making at a level where local knowledge and experience could be utilised. The display and control of advertisements are typically categorised as local applications and subject to a consenting process by way of an application to the appropriate council under the Planning Control of Advertisement Regulations NI 2015. Any breaches of planning regulations are generally addressed under this legislation, which in most cases falls within the jurisdiction of the relevant council. My department's roads officials have a role as a consultee on local council planning applications and will provide advice on advertisements if consulted, having specific responsibility for planning-related aspects of the roads network, but not the overall application. As part of this consultation process, DFI roads are consulted on planning applications for advertising hoardings when submitted, to which the department assesses to ensure no road safety issues will be caused by the proposal. A local council may have enforcement cases for signs or hoardings which do not have planning permission, and as part of this process will consult DFI roads for advice in relation to road safety, to which the department will assess and respond to the local council.
Thank you. I call Trevor Clark for supplementary.
Can I thank the Minister for that answer, and I'm glad that she pointed out in terms of the consultative role that the department has, and of course about the road safety. And given all of that, Minister, and given that there's a sign in your constituency adjacent to a bridge, When will you, as a Minister, move within your department to instruct your officials to remove that from your land, given that it is prejudicing road safety?
Minister.
Well, the billboard that the member is referring to is mounted on 5 posts, some of which appear to be situated on my department's land. The rest of it is on privately owned land, so it's not fully on DFI land. The erection of advertising signs within the boundaries of the public road is an offence under Article 87 of the Roads Order, and this article gives the department discretionary power to either seek to have the advertisement removed or to remove it ourselves if considered necessary. The billboard in question is considered to pose a low risk to road safety because it's set back from the road on an embankment, it does not obstruct sight lines and is within a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit.
Thank you. I call Daniel McCrossan for supplement.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, did your party, are you aware that if your party sought the necessary consent to erect such a sign on either public land or third-party lands?
Minister.
No, I'm not aware because I didn't do it. I didn't erect it.
John Burrows for no, you don't want that one, but you're going off that as well. Okay. Andrew McMurray.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, as you'll know, my colleague has a private members bill that would maybe sort of deal with sort of issues like this. But can you sort of assure us that due process will be followed in this matter, but also other matters that will possibly arise across the board?
Minister.
Yeah, so as I've said, the legislation is clear and I have outlined how that is applied. I am aware that your party colleague has a private members bill in relation to these issues, particularly around flags and other issues that have arisen. And these are things that we are all dealing with on a regular basis. And I have had meetings with PSNI as well in terms of the nature of some of the signage and flags and things that can go up, particularly where there's a hate aspect to it or intimidatory aspect. So I continue to work with everyone to find a sustainable solution to deal with all of these issues.
Thank you. I call Tom Buchanan.
Question number 6.
Minister.
I suppose just at the outset again, I just want to reiterate that my ultimate aim here is to ensure the delivery of the A5 flagship project, and I remain committed to doing all that I can to see this happens, that no more lives are lost on the road. The most important point made by the court was the need for a new and safer A5 dual carriageway so that no other name or no other family experience the huge tragedy that we've seen on the A5 over many years, and that's my focus. In the last financial year, my department undertook a series of targeted road safety enhancements along the existing A5 corridor, aimed at improving visibility, driver awareness and surface performance. These works included refreshing white lines, replacing signs, cat's eyes and completing localised resurfacing. My department has programmed further resurfacing work this financial year. My officials have recently provided me with a report highlighting the potential for further safety improvements on the A5, and I am currently considering what additional measures we can implement in this year.
Thank you. I call Tom for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for a response, and I do appreciate that some work has been done on the A5, but while the new Western Transport Corridor is some way down the line yet, perhaps, we're not sure yet, has the Minister considered, for example, cameras on some of the most dangerous parts of the A5 for coming in and going out of it again, that would help to slow the speed of the traffic and would be of relatively low cost?
Minister.
So as part of this consideration, safety risks are routinely considered right across the entire road network, including the A5, through the analysis of the accident statistics available to us to identify where the accident cluster areas, I suppose, are significant. An additional analysis is also carried out to highlight any contributory risk factors such as vehicle speed, road condition or road configuration. Street lighting provision is also being considered in localised areas to help with driver and pedestrian safety in terms of visibility. And consideration will also be given to locations that would benefit from parapet upgrades or the introduction of vehicle restraint barriers. The location of any of these safety interventions across the network is primarily driven by that data in terms of accidents and collisions. However, a number of other considerations are also being taken into account, including consultation with PSNI, information received from elected representatives and the public, and engineering judgment. So, that, as I said, that is all form part of the ongoing work that's happening, and as we have more information, that would be happy to update the member.
Thank you. I call Diana Armstrong.
Deputy Speaker.
Minister, you did respond to a written question in exactly the same vein to me recently, but can I ask your rationale regarding the implementation of speed restrictions at accident hotspots, whether you consider that an additional measure that can be implemented?
Minister.
So, as I've said in my previous answer to your colleague across the bench, that all of this is being looked at in terms of what can be done in the interim period. However, I must reiterate that the ultimate aim here is to get this road built. That isn't taken away from the fact that we try and do what we can in between time to make the road safer, but I think for us to be able to truly have an impact will be the delivery of the A5.
Thank you. I call Patsy McClone.
I'll ask for you, Ida. Minister, in regard to the A5, officials from your department and DERA met 13 times in relation to proposals for the A5. My colleague placed an FOI request which returned from DERA a series of major redactions which revealed little or nothing. Do you support the placing in public of unredacted, in the interest of open and transparency, do you support the placing of the minutes of those 13 meetings in the public domain so that people can see just for their own eyes what exactly happened at these meetings?
Minister.
Well, the member will be aware that there is a live appeal ongoing, and I think at this point in time we have to respect that process. We see FOIs all the time, and there are redactions for a reason under legislation and guidance. So I think, whilst I appreciate the frustration potentially that members and others maybe can't get access to all that information in time, all of this will be considered as part of the appeal as well, and I think we need to go through that process and get to the other side of it as quickly as possible.
Thank you. I call Paula Bradshaw.
Following the introduction of the first residence parking scheme in the north on Rugby Road and College Park Avenue in Belfast, my department completed a review of the scheme and our wider approach to residence parking. Whilst the review found that the scheme introduced on Rugby Road has been generally well received among the residents of the area, it highlighted how other such schemes have been difficult to implement. Challenges to progressing these schemes have included the resource-intensive nature of continuous redesigns of potential schemes, as well as the inability to secure the appropriate level of consensus of local residents for a scheme to be implemented, a fundamental premise of the residence parking policy. Following the publication of the review, there has been a significant level of interest for the establishment of residence parking zones across the north, and given the level of demand and ongoing budgetary and resource constraints, I have asked my officials to develop an application process for demand-led schemes and an assessment process for all potential residence parking schemes to ensure that any requests can be appropriately considered. This process will take into account the findings and recommendations of the review and provide a streamlined approach for considering, assessing and prioritising requests going forward. I am currently considering officials' recommendations in relation to this, and it is my intention to make an announcement imminently as to how future schemes will be assessed by my department.
Paul, you have 30 seconds.
Okay, Minister, you'll have received a letter from Stramballis Neighbourhood Association asking for a consultation between Linseer and Ridgeway Street. I wonder, can you advise when you'll be responding to that and when that consultation will open? Thank you.
Okay, well, look, as I've said, I'm due to make an announcement on that, and hopefully that will show what steps will be taken next.
Okay, so it's time to move on to topical questions. And the first topical question is for Justin McNulty.
Minister, I'm a bit confused. In answer to a written question to me, you said through adopting an innovative approach, you've freed up capacity for 400 units in Newry, which is wonderful, positive news. But today you said you've unleashed on capacity for 10 years capacity. So could you just clarify what exactly you meant by that?
Yeah, well, that is NI Water's words, so I'm just reiterating what they have said, and within that they have said that we'll look at 400 properties as part of that announcement.
Justin, for supplementary.
So you're saying there's 400 units going to be built in Newry for the next 10 years. That's not very ambitious. I'm getting a different message on the ground from developers who cannot access the wastewater treatment network because there's insufficient capacity. They cannot build out sites. There's stalling of economic development and no housing for people that desperately need. Minister, what is the story? No drains, no cranes. You're holding back development. You're holding back the economy. Can you show some ambition, please?
You've had a statement and 3 questions. Sir, Minister, respond as you see fit.
Sorry, just to clarify, the 400 is for now, but this is unlocking capacity over the next 10 years. The original plan from NI Water costed 107 million. For 26 million, they have now been able to unlock capacity for the next 10 years, and that is what they have told me. That is what the announcement was based. So you can read the press statement that they delivered at that time. I am not immune to the issues that the members raised. That's why I've been working with NI Water to find solutions, and I'll continue to do so.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, the Dungannon-Portadown Road in my constituency has become an accident black spot, with a number of young men losing their lives tragically in accidents. There's been continual accidents along that stretch. So can I ask the Minister, will you commit to reviewing the criteria for setting speed limits on rural roads?
Well, I am very sorry to hear just the experience of the member and his constituency, and I think every life lost is one too many, particularly on our roads. I have been very vocal in my views in terms of how we can collectively do more to ensure that our roads are safer, and that is a whole range of things. However, from coming into post, and you'll know from the recent tranche of 20-mile-per-hour zones outside schools, which I know is not specific to what you're raising, but my focus was around rural roads, because I recognise that most of our rural roads are 60-mile-per-hour limits, which in my view are too high for some of the roads that people are navigating. As part of a wider review, that is something I've already set out to do, to look at the national speed limit roads in our constituency right across the north, for the reasons you've outlined, because I think it's something that we need to look at to see how we can make our roads safer for everyone.
Jonathan Buckley for supplementary.
Thank you. Driver behaviour, and in particular speed, is the biggest causation in deaths on our roads. I would say to the Minister that the current legislation that is in place, that is restrictive in terms of speed reductions on busy rural roads, is something that urgently needs to be addressed. I welcome what the Minister is saying, but can she please indicate in terms of timescales when we can see progress on this issue to ensure that fewer lives are lost on our roads?
Minister.
Yeah, no, and I completely agree with the member when he said around driver behaviour. Driver behaviour accounts for 95% of all road collisions, and that is a fact, and I've been doing quite a lot of work and had a lot of engagement with Road Safety NI and other organisations that are really at the forefront of delivering this message. And I think that's why, as well as looking at speed limits on our roads, I've also been looking at road safety advertisement, working with as many groups, looking at vulnerable road users who are maybe more at risk when out in the roads. Your colleague facilitated a meeting with me on the Motorcycle Action Group in recent months, and that's another example of a vulnerable road user group that we need to be cognizant of. We're also looking at Fitness to Drive and other campaigns to try and ensure that we all as citizens are playing our part to ensure that everyone when on the road can be kept as safe as possible. So look, as I have further information and further updates in relation to that review, I'm happy to keep the member updated.
Call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Could I just ask the Minister what action her department is taking to ensure that overhanging trees, overgrown hedges which obstruct footpaths, roads or visibility for drivers are being appropriately managed, particularly when there's confusion about who owns that, be it the property owner, be it council or be it your own department?
Minister.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, I've had plenty of examples myself where this has been an issue, and as elected representatives, people tend to contact us first whenever these issues arise. What I would say to the member is there are routine inspections that happen on a monthly, 3-monthly and 6-monthly basis, depending on categories of roads. However, if there are specific locations where this is a particular problem, if he hasn't already, I would ask the member to feed that into the department. I can ask them to look at that urgently, particularly if there's a potential risk for road users or pedestrians.
Thank you. Doug Beattie for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. And I'll be honest, if I sent you every email of every road or every footpath that I've got, I'd be spamming you for days on end. But I guess the problem is that the overgrown vegetation on private and public land sometimes causes a risk to people. And I know that your department is putting out enforcement action, but the people aren't taking the enforcement and you don't follow it up. Is there anything you could do to start following up on the enforcement action that you're putting out?
Minister.
Look, I'm happy to look at this, because I know it can be very frustrating, and particularly where there is a risk. I suppose just a caveat that with the limited resources, and I know that is something that I feel goes through every response that we give, but it is a reality, and it is something sometimes we have to prioritise things within our remit in comparison to maybe things that aren't essentially our responsibility. However, I do take on board what you're saying. I'm happy to speak to officials to see if there's anything else we can be doing in relation to that.
Thank you. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Minister. You'll know that a ballot for intention to take industrial action by Unite in Translink is opening on Thursday. What's your message to the workers, Minister, ahead of the ballot opening and potential strike action in the months, the weeks before Christmas?
Yeah, well, as the member will be aware, the pay award is the responsibility of Translink, and I have met with union members in recent months in relation to this. So my message would be to everyone's entitled to fair pay, and I think it's crucially important that Translink engage properly with the unions and proactively to see that we can see a fair and equitable pay award.
Jerry Carroll for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I agree with that, Minister, and obviously terms and conditions for workers that include fair pay are essential for services being rolled out, including, of course, the night bus. Minister, have your officials looked at taking any action to address the fact that drivers are stuck on buses, in some cases up to 5 hours at a time without any breaks, because that's leading to a lot of anger, injuries and just grumblings from workers in Translink in particular?
It's not something that I've been specifically aware of, but if the member wants to write into the department just with some more detail on that, I'm happy to follow up with officials and with Translink.
Thank you. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, and I'll declare an interest as someone who's lost a beloved family member to a death on our roads. But Minister, could I ask you for an update on your review of speeding fines?
I just suppose to convey my sympathies, and I know that there's many of us in this House will have had that tragic experience, so I know how impactful it is on many people when someone loses their life, particularly in a road traffic collision. As I've outlined, road safety is an absolute priority for me as we work to reduce the number of road deaths, and as I've said to one of the previous members, one death is one too many, and we have to be doing all we can to reduce that, and also thinking about people who also get serious injury. So whilst it may not have been a fatal collision, that is a life-changing impact, and I think it's something that we have to be mindful of. As I've outlined, the Department's working on a number of interventions to improve road safety behaviour, and including those who choose to speed, and officials are currently considering options for a review of penalty fines for speeding. So once I've received that briefing and advice from officials, I will consider the next steps.
Kelly Armstrong for supplementary.
And I thank you, Minister, for your question. It's just when I look to the south of Ireland, and you can see that you can be fined up to £1,000 for speeding if you don't pay within a certain limit, it pales into significance here that our penalties for parking badly cost more than a speeding fine. Minister, will you commit to looking at the South of Ireland model for speeding fines to see if that could be replicated? Because the more that we can do to stop people from speeding and put them off and preventing that speeding, the more safe our roads will be.
So we'll be looking at all, as part of this ongoing work, we're looking at all other jurisdictions to see what works well, and I think any approach that is taken must be evidence-based, and I think even in some of the examples we've talked about earlier around 20-mile-per-hour zones and things like that, we are seeing the benefits of that, specifically in Wales. So it's something I'm keen to see how we can use that evidence to ensure that we're doing more here. We're also looking at the penalties around drug driving and use of mobile phones and things like that. A consultation has recently opened, as you might know, on mobile phone use while driving. So appreciate the members' comments, and as I get more information, I'll keep you updated.
I call Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister just for an update on long overdue work to relieve congestion in the Larne West area.
I don't have an update in front of me, Danny, unfortunately, so I'm happy, if you want to write into me, I could give you a more detailed update, just because I would probably need to speak to officials to kind of get the specifics around that.
Donny Donnelly for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Yes, this has been impacting residents for many years, and I would like to invite the Minister, if she wants to accompany me to the site and she can see it for herself.
Minister?
No problem. As part of that, if you want to write in to say, then to invite me down, we can make that arrange. That's no problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to ask the Minister if you could possibly outline the criteria for safe pedestrian crossings where there are no other options for safe crossings, particularly at roundabouts or in general.
So I don't have the criteria in front of me, and you're asking very specific questions today that I would need the policy book in front of me. But I suppose every request or application for road safety pedestrian crossings are considered equally, and there are a specific set of criteria for that. But again, I'm happy to respond writing to the member with to outline that more clearly. And if there's a specific site that you're thinking of, we can look at that and give you more detail in relation to any previous response on it, or if it's something that needs looked at presently, we're happy to do that.
Neil McAllister for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for the answer. The reason why I ask is because in responses from the Department and site visits, it's often car dependent on whether there is a pedestrian crossing rather than encouraging active travel. And I want to see if maybe the Department can move away from that kind of car dependent assessment and attitude to actually enabling safe pedestrian access and active travel.
So the member will appreciate, and I know this just from raising issues within my own constituency over the years, that everything will be prioritised on basis of where the safety risk is higher. So if it is a route that is highly trafficked, then and it's difficult for people to cross roads, then that is probably more likely to be prioritised over somewhere where there's a lower volume of traffic. But completely take the point the member has made in relation to how we balance that with promoting active travel, and again happy to speak that in more detail in terms of what the criteria set out is and how that may answer some of her questions, or if there's suggestions that she wishes to put forward that we could be considering in the time ahead.
Thank you, Minister. I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, you should be aware that there's been a long-running public campaign to access the shore at a place called Jointure Bay in Green Island in my East Antrim constituency. May I invite you to come and meet with me and local residents to help them understand why, despite the fact that Northern Ireland Water say that they want to have all of their public facilities as open as possible to the public so that they can enjoy facilities, and yet they consistently continue to block the access and right of way to the beach at Jointure Bay.
Minister.
If the member would write in with that detail, I'm happy to consider it. If it's something that's relevant to the department, absolutely, that's no problem.
Stuart for supplementary.
Yeah, can I just place on record my thanks to the Minister? I will certainly write to her and encourage her to take up that invitation. But it has been a long-running sore with people who live in the area why Northern Ireland Water, unfortunately supported by some members of Mid and East Antrim Borough Council, who asserted a right of way and yet seem to not want to take any further action.
I'm happy to consider that, Stuart. Thank you.
Call Diana Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Minister, the A29 Cookstown bypass public inquiry was held last November. Have you received the Commissioner's report at this stage?
No, not at this stage, but we are looking at this. And I think the recent announcement in relation to the Cookstown bypass for the next stage of it was in recent weeks. So as I get more information, I'm happy to keep the member updated.
Supplementary. Diana, you have 10 seconds.
And do you intend to publish that report?
Minister.
Well, once that comes to me and I can consider it, and then we can update members accordingly.
Principal Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Minister if she will engage directly with both the Westminster and Irish governments to push for our view of the mutual recognition of driving disqualifications to ensure there are no legal loopholes which could allow disqualified drivers from obtaining a valid licence in Northern Ireland and vice versa?
10 seconds, Minister.
The member has recently written to me in relation to this. If you want me to come back to you in writing, because I might not have time to fully answer your question. I feel like I'm going to be writing letters all week now after today's session, but appreciate that this is an issue has been raised.
Questions for the Minister of Health, and I call Paul Bradshaw. Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, we're progressing a number of pieces of work to improve transitions for autistic children as they move into adult services, particularly a new learning disability service model, which is currently out for consultation. It's fully applicable for autistic adults with co-occurring diagnosis of learning disability. In relation to transitions, it sets out a framework to support people transitioning into day services, carer support, independent living, healthcare and specialist mental health services. In addition, a transitions protocol has been developed to standardise the planning process across the trusts. Within the draft Children's Emotional Health and Wellbeing Framework, transitions are a key area of focus,
I want to ensure young people with a range of neurodevelopmental needs, including autism, are supported and prepared as they navigate the shift from child to adulthood. A public consultation for this framework closed on the 26th of September last. Responses are currently being collated and analysed. I would just say transitions are a long-standing challenge and not just in the Department of Health.
Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you, Minister. I recently met with the Inner South Belfast Parent Support Group of Autism NI, and this was a key issue for them because they've been fighting their whole life for support for their children. Have you any firmer timelines in terms of when they will actually start seeing the programmes implemented on the ground? Thank you.
Minister.
I thank the member. Timelines are something that I'm not particularly keen to commit to, because the member may be aware there have been a number of initiatives such as the cancer research strategy, which we have said we've put a timeline on and then we have not delivered on it. So I don't want to continue to raise expectations. But I would say in this case, particularly with adults, as you mentioned adults, I go out, I meet parents of children with learning disabilities, parents of children with autism, ADHD, and one of the common themes, as she will know, is what keeps them up at night is, will they be okay after I'm gone? So it is a matter of urgency.
Mr Speaker, Minister, parents and carers are really struggling, and one of the main barriers that I am hearing is access to support and access to direct payments. So, Minister, could you provide an update on how this is progressing?
Minister. I thank the member for the question. Direct payments is something that I wasn't particularly aware of when I took up post 18 months ago, but very quickly was made aware that it is a pretty complicated process. Puts a huge onus on those who are receiving direct payments, because they effectively become employers, and that is maybe the last thing they want to do when they're feeling vulnerable. So I have asked for a review, and again I am actively chasing that up because members will know my view. I don't think the public sector, and I include the Department of Health, is necessarily built for speed on these issues. And yet, if you are looking for help, speed, of course, is of the essence.
Cara Hunter.
Mr Speaker, Minister, thank you for answering our questions today. It's really important we do all we can to help support young people with autism. Minister, will you agree to establishing a cross-departmental work group to address this cross-cutting issue? As I understand, there's so many different sectors and aspects to this, and to supporting children with autism, from communities, education, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Speaker, I'm afraid I'm not going to dream up policy on the hoof, but I certainly accept the logic of what the member is seeking to address, and I hope she knows I am looking for standardised regional services which take in a holistic approach, and that we want to end the silos, whether it's over diagnoses, procedures, postcode lotteries. All these things need to be addressed so that we smooth things out, so that people know that if they've got to wait, it's not a longer wait than anybody else. If there are difficulties that need overcome, they're not bigger difficulties because they have autism compared to some other condition.
Dixon. Number 2. Minister.
Thank you. The Department of Health facilitates access for patients to clinical trials, and we do this through the work of the Health and Social Care Research and Development Division in the Public Health Agency. The division oversees participation in UK-wide clinical governance and trial approval processes, and in addition it funds core research infrastructure, which in turn supports access to clinical trials. This includes the Northern Ireland Clinical Research Network, a cancer trials network, a clinical trials unit, and a clinical research facility and research offices in each of the trusts. Approximately 80% of clinical trials taking place in Northern Ireland also have research sites in other UK nations. However, I also want to recognise many clinical trials open only in a small number of sites around the UK and seek to recruit only a limited number of patients who have very specific characteristics. Therefore, not all trials will open in Northern Ireland, or indeed will open in any other part of the United Kingdom.
Dixon.
Thank you very much. Minister, can I ask you how your department is working with the relevant stakeholders like universities and the Trust to make both Northern Ireland an attractive partner for UK-wide and international trials? And why has the department brought about a great deal of confusion with regards to EU rules, which we were told were blocking trials, and then a correspondence from your Minister last week saying, no, that was all wrong, there are no EU blockages to these trials, trials should be able to proceed. In reality, Minister, the blockage is in the Belfast Trust.
Well, to be fair to the Belfast Trust, the Department of Health and our arm's length bodies rely on these occasions on the advice of a UK-wide body, which is the Medicine Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, the MHRA. They originally gave an opinion that we had to conform to specific EU regulations, the EU in vitro diagnostic regulatory conditions, and that therefore we couldn't proceed with the trial. It now appears MHRA have reviewed their analysis and we're good to go as long as we have the right governance structures locally through the Belfast Trust. I think that's very unfortunate because it has led to a delay, but I don't think it has led to any patient safety. That particular ball that goes down the throat to look for Barrett's esophagus, I've seen in action up at the Patrick Johnson facility at the Queen's site within Belfast City Hospital. It's magnificent, it is so quick, it is cost effective, and it delivers better outcomes. So it is a matter of regret that we've had this 1 year delay. In terms of how we tap into the rest of the UK, I was at the launch very recently up at the Ulster Hospital of the Northern Ireland Commercial Research Delivery Centre. This is a clinical trial centre. It's brand new, but it's going to link us into a UK network, and I think that's really good news because we've got clinicians who are incredibly passionate about clinical trials. And Northern Ireland is of a size that is almost perfect for clinical trials. When we do them really well. I just happen to think we're missing a bit of a trick by not becoming kind of global leaders, or certainly UK-wide leaders in the field.
David Brooks. Ask, on the back of the member's question then, when these patients will have access to those trials, and for clarity, in reiterating what the member has asked, can we be sure that EU regulations are not a barrier or will not be a barrier in future to patients accessing such trials?
Well, I can only be specific about the clinical trials with regard to this ball that goes down on the string for Barrett's esophagus, and the MHRA are now saying absolutely the EU regulations do not apply, so you can go ahead. The reason we can't start it immediately is that we must make sure we've got particularly the right governance arrangements in place within the Belfast Trust. I would like to think they will now proceed at pace, because I think we should all be slightly embarrassed, even though it wasn't our fault, it was the MRHA across the water. But at that, it was a 1 year delay that was unnecessary. So let's show the public that we're going to make up lost ground on that. As for the application of other EU regulations for developments in health and social care, I can give the member no assurance. He knows my view. We came out of Europe without thinking through the consequences, and sadly, some of the consequences impact on health and social care delivery.
And Alan Chambers.
I was pleased to learn recently that there's been very good progress made on the cancer research strategy, and I think publication is imminent. How important does the Minister believe it was to give the research organisations and individuals locally that further period of time to feed into the draft plan and allow them to work in partnership with the Department?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'll respond in a couple of ways to the members. There's really no point having a really solid, what we think is a really solid strategy, if it doesn't have buy-in from stakeholders. And as well as buy-in, I think the other thing is we have to be able to be sure that if we're going to have a strategy, we can follow it up with an implementation plan, and not just an implementation plan, but one that is fully costed, that we're able to deliver. And the member will know I have pointed to the cancer strategy rather than the cancer research strategy, and the mental health strategy as two kind of gold-plated 10-year strategies which we actually cannot afford to implement in full. So it was really important when I got the feedback some months ago that some of the key stakeholders were we're not really buying into that document as currently written up those months ago, that we step back, re-engage with them, listen to them and react positively. And I think we have done that to the best of our ability, and I believe all the key stakeholders are now relatively satisfied. They're not absolutely delighted. Who would be? You can't expect everybody to be delighted with the strategy, but I believe we've got to a place where we can have confidence that we're doing the right thing by the people we are trying to serve, which are the patients and the service users for whom we're trying to deliver better outcomes.
Steve Egan. Thank you. Can I ask the Minister for an update on actions being taken to address clinical variations across Northern Ireland?
Well, I thank the member for his question. Professor Mark Taylor, as I think he knows, has become the first kind of elective care lead for me within the history of healthcare here in Northern Ireland. He's looking particularly at the waiting list initiatives, but within that, what we want to do is try and address some of these issues with regard to clinical variation. There are a lot. It's very complex delivering clinical outcomes which are consistent across Northern Ireland. So my ambition is to get to a point where we're delivering standardised regional services, whatever that service has to be. And it's also being led by the Chief Medical Officer, Professor Cervical McBride. So I think we've got two really experienced people looking at this area. And I think if we can start making solid improvements, then it will deliver better outcomes, and it will address the idea of postcode lotteries and variance in clinical delivery. And I'm absolutely delighted to know that I've got the right people in the right places looking at this issue.
Dr. Aiken. Is the Minister confident that his appointment of Professor Mark Taylor as a clinical lead for reducing Northern Ireland's waiting times position will serve as an important opportunity for the focus on why the numbers of procedures delivered on hospital theatres lists can sometimes differ from what are independently recognised baselines such as that by GIRFT?
I absolutely do, and it is something that he is addressing. And it's not a question of, saying to somebody, you've done really well, but to somebody else, you haven't done quite as well, or you're not doing what you should be doing. I spoke to Mark at some length before he went out on the ground in post. I think the fact that he is a clinician and a surgeon is extremely useful in terms of his ability to engage with clinicians and with surgeons across Northern Ireland. I think there's a mutual respect there. And what he's doing is not saying, somebody's doing your procedure 10 times a day in another hospital, you're only doing 6, you've got to do 10. It's more a case of Mark saying, this is the variance, let me understand why there is a variance, and let me see how I can help you get up to the best that we can achieve.
Diane Dodds.
Speaker. Minister, last October, I think it was, we held a debate on breast cancer referral times and the 14-day target. And at that stage, the Western Trust were 80-something% within that target, and the Southern Trust 10 and the South Eastern Trust 6. Now it appears that with the creation of a regional list for breast cancer referral, that instead of offering equality, we've offered everything equally bad. What do you say to the lady who contacted me last week, who 11 weeks ago was red flagged for a referral for breast cancer investigation and still has not seen a consultant?
Minister. Well, I regret the fact that that is such a long wait, but I hope the member will understand the logic of what we did in bringing in a regional service. She's already noted the variation. The Western Trust had the best or shortest waiting times. So what do I say to that person? That I'm very sorry, and I hope she gets the best outcomes when she is seen. What do I say to two people who are potentially neighbours, but the dividing line between the trusts run between their two houses, and who had maybe weeks and weeks and weeks of variation between their ability to get an appointment? That wasn't right either. So to achieve what I wanted to achieve, we had to do two things, and we've achieved the first, which is to level up, and unfortunately to drive down the longest waiting lists. In the short term, the shortest waiting lists do nudge up, but then they become equalised. And then we do part two, and I accept we haven't done part two yet, but we are now working on it, and that is to drive down right across Northern Ireland, the waiting list towards the 10-day target.
McAllister.
For his answer, and I do agree with the Minister in the issue of ensuring the regional aspects and outworking of each trust needs to be fair right across the board. It absolutely has to be. But would the Minister agree that the true transformation is a key element to that, and that the clinical variations need to come down to the outcomes as well? It's not just about waiting lists, but it's actually about the particular types of services that are offered in each trust. I think about mental health services, for example, that are great in one area and severely
Right, we'll get the drift, Minister.
I agree with the member, and we are driving it down. And it's kind of an outlier in a way, or it's a demonstration for me that we can then turn to areas like mental health. Because right across the piece, I want to get away with postcode lotteries. I want consistent, regional, standardised services, so nobody feels, because my postcode happens to be X, that I am going to be disadvantaged. That is not in any way consistent with the idea of the founding fathers of the National Health Service.
Mark Durgan.
Speaker, Minister, I understand and indeed support the need for regional standardised services and to do away with those postcode lotteries, as you put it. But what services thus far then are being delivered in that regional manner, and why, I suppose, has breast cancer assessments been used as a pilot? Why have you chosen the one lottery that patients in the Western Trust area actually had a chance of winning and where performance is better, particularly given the worst health outcomes
Minister.
In that area?
I understand the member is representing the West. I'm representing Strangford as a constituency MLA. I have to park that and put on a role of the Minister of Health for Northern Ireland as a whole. And it was made abundantly clear to me that the variation in waiting lists for breast cancer assessment were not acceptable, and I have done what I think is the right thing. It is a two-party move, as I've explained, and yes, I regret the fact that people in your area are maybe having to wait a bit longer, hopefully in the short term. That's a matter of regret, but I have to take the big picture, and the big picture said this is the right thing to do, and then we roll it out.
Linda Dillon.
Question number 4.
The Northern Ireland Ambulance Service provides non-emergency transport for patients who, due to clinical need, cannot reasonably travel independently. It operates under my department's Transport Strategy for Health and Social Care Services. It's a strategy which promotes safe, equitable and patient-centred transport. Eligibility is determined by clinical need, including mobility, medical condition and any requirement for professional assistance. Once approved, transport is coordinated by NIAS in partnership with the Health and Social Care Trusts. NIAS does not restrict transport by trust boundaries. Patients are routinely transported across regions to ensure continuity of care and timely access to treatment. NIAS also operates a voluntary car scheme which supports mobile patients who cannot use public transport. Cancer Focus NI additionally provides a free volunteer driving service for eligible patients, accessible via referral from a health professional. Other charities may also offer similar support, though availability does vary.
Mrs. Dillon.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, as you're well aware, Middlesbrough is a vast rural constituency, and for that reason it is absolutely vital that all of our residents can access the care that they need. So I am dealing with a number of patients who are having to go to Altnagelvin, for example, for radiotherapy. That's treatment every day of the week for 6 weeks and are unable to get transport right now. If we want to seriously look at delivering health better and transforming health, we need to ensure that the public have faith that if I don't have something in the hospital beside me, that I will be able to access it where it is. So can you give that assurance today that as part of any transformation, we will make sure that every single person right across the north has access to the services
Minister.
that they need?
I thank the member. I should also have added in my opening remarks that we also have a Cancer Support Services Directory, and for those in low income there's a hospital travel cost scheme which may provide financial assistance. On the broader point, the member knows that I consulted on a strategy which was creating a hospital network for better outcomes, because I believe many people, and probably including myself until relatively recently, wanted every procedure to be delivered at my nearest hospital, whether it was an acute or not. And that is not possible, and neither is it particularly desirable, given the fact we have the potential to move to create hospitals who will be specialists in particular procedures. So again, if you need a procedure in your local facility does it once a week, 30 miles away they do it 10 times a day, 5 days a week, I think I know where you're going to go. But the question is, can you get there and back? So transport becomes particularly important. It's absolutely essential for a relatively small percentage of the population. I think the larger percentage can get there and back by one way or another. But for those who can't, it becomes critical. And so we're looking at all these schemes. The member may also be aware there are ongoing discussions between the Department of Health, the Department of Infrastructure and the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. And we kind of escalated it a couple of months ago to an interministerial meeting because we feel there wasn't enough impetus. And the focus is going to be on getting people to and from health and social care settings. So it's very much on the radar.
Justin McDeldy.
Has the Minister considered working with the Department for Infrastructure and with those within community and rural transport organisations to support this work, rural transport organisations which provide a life-saving transport link for the health service?
As referenced in my previous answer, the Department of Infrastructure and the Department of Health, and indeed DERA, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Affairs, are engaged, and officials have been tasked with looking at how we can help getting people who don't have their own transport to and from health and social care settings. And that involves community organisations like Community Transport. How can we work with them to deliver better outcomes for patients and service unions? So it is happening.
Alan Robinson.
The Minister for his responses today. Just on the back of Ms Dillon's previous question regarding cancer treatment, can he update the House further what action he has taken to tackle unacceptable breast cancer waiting times?
I'm not sure how that relates to transportation, but we are working on, we are very conscious that cancer waiting times are getting longer and that it's not good and that it delivers very bad outcomes. The longer you have to wait, the less likely you are to get an optimum outcome for patients, but it is not relevant. I mean, it's a very important issue, but I'll write to the member because I wasn't expecting that on a question on transport.
Danny Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, we will all be aware that having a cancer diagnosis is an incredibly stressful time in someone's lives, and attending for treatment is incredibly important. Can I ask the Minister how many cancer patients either missed or had delayed treatment appointments due to transport issues in the last year?
I don't think I have that statistic to hand. I'm not sure even if we trap that statistic, but I'll certainly look out for it for him if we have it.
Butler.
Number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
The Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service Learning and Development College, or LDC, in Cookstown represents a transformative investment in firefighter training, in public safety and in regional development. It is world-class, and Mr. Speaker, I will repeat that because we don't have that many facilities that meet that criterion. It is world-class. It's been operational for 11 months. Several benefits have already materialised, with further gains expected. Its state-of-the-art facilities provide trainees with multiple opportunities to experience realistic and repeatable training simulations within a controlled environment under expert supervision. That leads to personnel being better prepared than they were previously, and in turn that enhances the safety of both the public and of firefighters.
Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the Minister has rightly pointed out, and I agree with him, it is a world-class facility. And in that vein, Minister, is there any opportunities for other services, either fire service or other, to use the facility? And if there is such a facility in the future or opportunity in the future, would there be opportunities then to recover costs in terms of running the facility?
I thank the member. Yes, absolutely. Well, the first thing I should say, the college being there has led to a reduction in costs in several training topics for the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service itself. That includes breathing apparatus instructor training, road traffic collision instructor training, and hazardous material officer training. They also have the water facility, the flood facility, which is absolutely spectacular. The college is primarily, of course, for the use of the fire and rescue service here, but other emergency services, including the ambulance service here and the police service of Northern Ireland, are already making use of the site. The fire service operates a cost recovery model for third-party usage. At present, this remains under development, so the full potential is not yet fully known, but the Fire and Rescue Service is keen to optimise this to support the effective and efficient operation of the college. I know fire services in the Republic have been to see it, and indeed there's been interest from across Great Britain and I believe further afield.
Honourable Murray.
Number 8, please.
All special education needs schools across Northern Ireland have community children's nurses available to manage the identifiable healthcare needs of their pupils. For historical reasons, of the 40 SEND schools in Northern Ireland, only 8 have on-site CCNs in place. These are split across the Belfast and the South Eastern Trusts. In financial year 23-24, the delivery model in Knockhaven School changed to an in-reach model, with CCNs providing assessment and care planning for children with complex healthcare needs. The nurses provided knowledge and skills-based training to key staff within the school, and they were available for queries and guidance as necessary. After engagement and discussion with the Department of the South Eastern Trust, the presence of an on-site nurse in Knockhaven was stepped up again in mid-2025. Currently, a CCN is on-site 2 mornings per week, in addition to the presence of allied health professional colleagues. Following the publication of the Public Health Review of the healthcare needs of children attending SEND schools last month, officials have commenced work alongside colleagues from education to ensure all children in SEND schools have access to necessary healthcare.
Mr McMurray.
And just thank you very much, Minister and Mr Speaker. When will the full review of nursing provision in special schools now be complete, and provide the certainty that is needed? And thank you for the reference to Knockhaven.
I thank the member. So we've looked at the provision of CCNs, the nurses, but it's imperative we ensure all children have safe access to education, supported by the necessary therapeutic support. So the Public Health Agency is leading a comprehensive analysis to identify what the assessed therapeutic needs are for children and young people who attend special school. We need to know the development of an effective model of therapy provision is being planned, and that we have the associated workforce in development and planning. This will include a comprehensive scoping exercise to capture the assessed needs of children and young people in respect of occupational therapy, physiotherapy and speech and language therapy. And to answer the member's question, I expect to receive the completed review with recommendations by March of 2026, with the usual proviso that sometimes our deadlines are not met.
Jonathan Buckley.
The Department is currently leading on an e-pharmacy programme. A central component of this programme is the Electronic Transfer of Prescriptions project, which will introduce a fully electronic system to replace the current paper-based prescription process. The system will enable the secure transmission of prescriptions from prescribers to community pharmacies and onward to the Business Services Organisation, the BSO, for processing and for payment. The Department has included this project within its 10-year capital investment plan, with an indicative start date of 2027 at the earliest. Work's currently underway to develop the outlined business case. This will set out the strategic, the economic and the financial justification for the project. I remain hopeful, subject to securing the required funding, the project can commence in 2027 and be completed by 2032.
Brief supplementary, Mr Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Could the Minister perhaps outline in his opinion what the potential benefits would be for patients in introducing this system, and also how can we safeguard against error in terms of wrong medication?
Brief response, Minister.
Well, on the latter point, I believe that the GPs and indeed community pharmacists are very aware to checking in case of unintended error, so I don't expect there will be any particular lack of focus there, but using an electronic system does allow you to build in objective tests rather than relying on the subjective eyesight and thought processes of individuals. In terms of its benefits for patients, I'm very focused on the benefit it's going to have for GPs, because every GP I talk to, when we bring up the idea of paper-based prescriptions, they say that is so time-consuming. It would be transformational to have an electronic system. And what I don't understand is, I take 5 tablets a day on a repeat prescription. And when I need a repeat prescription, I go on the internet and I fire off an email to my GP pharmacy, and they come back and say, yeah, we've got that all right. But then they write out, or they type out, print out a script, and the local pharmacy has to walk up the hill, collect the script, and walk back down to the pharmacy. If it can get from me to the GP, why can't it get from the GP to the community pharmacy? And why is it going to take so long? But it is, apparently.
Moving to topicals, Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have just seen the completion of Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I wanted to ask the Minister if he agrees with me that it is absolutely abhorrent that we have some of the worst results in meeting detection and treatment targets anywhere in these islands.
I do agree, and I can only assure him it's an area of focus for me. And introducing that regionalised service in terms of bookings for breast assessment was not the beginning and the end of what I intend to do in that area.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, your party has held the health portfolio for most of the last 10 years, except for those times when inexcusably this place was down. But in the last 10 years, we have gone from 84% being seen within the 14 days down to 6%. Will you develop a specific plan to address this that is more, as members have detailed today, than what you've been offering us of just regionalising the service and making everybody deal with long waiting lists?
Well, on the substantive point, yes, is the short answer. But in terms of the context which the member tried to place it in, I think it's deeply unfair, because the Assembly was down twice, as he knows, during that time. And the only other person in recent years from this party to hold the position of Minister of Health was Robin Swan, who got hit immediately with a global pandemic, which became nearly his entire focus. He did manage, for example, to appoint a mental health champion and get out a mental health strategy. So he did do things, but under the most constrained circumstances any health minister has ever faced since devolution in 1998. So I don't think the context is fair, but in terms of the intent of doing better with cancer services, I'm with you.
Sheila McAleen.
Auditor General that Northern Ireland Health Trust spent in the region of £22 million on 12,000 restricted procedures during the 23-24 financial year. What's the Minister doing to ensure that such procedures are being carried out in line with government policy and that there will be proper departmental oversight?
I thank the member for her question. I was not aware that this was happening until the result came out from that report. It was something that I found actually quite shocking. But the range of activity and the scale of health and social care is such that it is challenging to stay across every development. I did not welcome what I heard, because we are in very constrained financial times. And the question then becomes, and I don't have the answer to this yet, are people actioning and signing off on this because they think it's in the best interests of patients and service users? Or is it because people aren't properly focused on the fact that we have this unprecedented and frankly unmanageable pressure on our budget? And I would like to think it's the former, but even at that, we have to review it and make sure that every penny we spend is spent properly, because every pound that is misspent in health is a pound that isn't spent in education, in housing, in all the areas that are in charge of the social determinants of ill health. So we have to spend every penny wisely, not just for ourselves, but for everybody else.
Ms. McAleen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And further to that, and I suppose it's really about spending money wisely, can I ask the Minister what steps he's going to take to ensure that his department's investment of £40 million per year in tuition fees actually benefits health provision in Northern Ireland?
Well, I would be pretty confident that it does, because the workforce challenges remain, although we have invested very heavily and increased the overall workforce who are delivering health and social care. There are still major gaps. Before coming to this chamber, I was slightly delayed because I was listening to somebody in the long gallery who has MS. And it was very awkward to get up and walk out on somebody giving a personal testament. But his point was, we don't have enough workforce in neurology, in neurological services. We don't have enough psychological, we don't have trained nurses, we don't have enough consultants. And that is a common call you would find right across health and social care delivery. So, to my mind, the question is valid. The £40 million, is it being spent to best effect? Absolutely. I think we are pretty much there. But could we use 40, 50, 60 million pounds? Yes, we could.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. I know the Minister is very aware of the huge pressures facing dental services today. Can I ask, has he received any concerns from dental practitioners regarding potential abuses of dental provision and wider social services available to asylum seekers in Northern Ireland?
Off the top of my head, no, I'm not.
Minister, dental practitioners and social workers have been in contact with me raising concerns that a number of asylum seeker patients who, in their professional opinion, are most certainly adults, are presenting themselves as children when accessing dental treatment in Northern Ireland. They feel unable to voice their concerns for fear of being branded far-right or racist. So can I ask the Minister, does he acknowledge that if this is happening, this is of huge concern? It presents wider child safeguarding issues for wider use of social services. And will the Minister commit to looking into this issue, which warrants serious investigation, and commit to come back to the House?
Well, again, off the top of my head, I would suggest if the member is holding that information, he should not hold it, and he should pass it immediately to the Police Service of Northern Ireland, and indeed potentially the Safeguarding Board of Northern Ireland.
All through.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regarding the removal of the Public Health Bill from the legislative programme, the Minister is quoted in the press as saying, "I also fully recognise there were a number of genuine concerns raised, not least questions about how individual human rights would be affected by the introduction of any legislation." Can the Minister outline to this House those concerns and what aspects of individual human rights he talks about?
Well, it was a more broad acknowledgement that there was a concern about human rights and about the government being in a position where they could potentially overreach into people's personal freedoms and decision making. But let me make a broader point, if I may, to the member. It was early in my tenure that I was asked to sign off on the consultation. Perhaps had I been in post longer, I might have come to the view that it was too soon after the COVID-19 pandemic to go to public consultation, because certainly that is the clear impression I get from the 8,000 plus responses to the consultation, and indeed the reaction at the time. And the other thing is, a former leader of his party used to say that politicians or ministers don't go out to consultation until they've decided what they're going to do. And the consultation is only to see if there are banana skins they haven't spotted. I don't take that approach. And that's why, for example, I put in mandatory vaccinations as an option. I didn't support it, but who am I to tell the population of Northern Ireland, you can't even have an opinion on that? So that's the reason I put it in, but I made clear, personally, I wouldn't be supporting it. But overall, the 1967 Act has some draconian measures in it, but people aren't aware of that. And just it was in that context of so soon after COVID that I realised we are making people fear for their civil and religious and human rights liberties.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Health Minister for that very honest answer, and I thank him for it. And I also applaud the fact that he has removed the Public Health Bill from the legislative programme. But can I ask the Minister then, out of that question, if it was wrong to do it now, so soon after the atrocious decisions taken in the Department of Health around the COVID pandemic, why he would think it would be right in 10 years or 20 years' time?
Because I don't accept the member's assessment that there were atrocious, quote-unquote, decisions made in the Department of Health at the time, and the member and I clearly would disagree absolutely fundamentally, and that's fine. It's absolutely fine that we should disagree fundamentally. But what I would say to the member is the 67 Act, I think it's the 67 Act, only deals with infectious diseases. We're in the 21st century. We need an all hazards to take in biological, chemical, nuclear, all those horrible, horrible threats that have been developed down the years. So although I'm saying we're not going to bring it forward this mandate, what I've said to officials is we have to go and re-engage with people and try and make them understand two things. First of all, the implications of what we have, which I say have some fairly draconian measures in 67 about how you can detain people, which you obviously would be 100% against, and I might agree with you on that particular one, about a mandatory detention of people without going to the courts to get permission. And secondly, to say, let's think about all the other issues that have arisen since then that we don't have covered. So I would like to think in the next mandate we will do a new public health bill, which will be more to your satisfaction. Not entirely so, but more so.
Can I call you and thank the Minister for his answers. Minister, can I ask you for an update in relation to ambulance waiting times, particularly in relation to Alton and Galvin, where there's some very worrying messages coming out in the September review?
Well, I thank the member. I'm going to write to him on this, if he doesn't mind, because while ambulance waiting times have been bad down the years, I'm getting a hint that there's some really solid positive news. And it includes Alton and Galvin, because it was Northern Ireland wide. So I'd listen to the follow-up, but there is a focus being put on it, and the focus is beginning to yield results.
I thank the Minister and I look forward to that information. I suppose, Minister, the situation in Alton and Galvin has significantly worsened since the removal of emergency general surgery, and you will be familiar with the phrase of double ED waits for patients from South West Acute. And those double ED waits continue. The ambulance service themselves have outlined very worrying, prolonged delays. So can you indicate that what engagement you're having with that trust in relation to removing that double ED wait, which is discriminating against patients coming from Fermanagh?
Well, let me again go and check exactly where we are with the double ID waits. So it was the RQIA assessment of the impact of removing emergency general surgery up to Alton and Galvin, which I suppose exposed to the public the idea of you have a waiting assessment in the ED in the South West Acute, but then you have to do it again when you get up to Alton and Galvin. I think they were already, as it were, on it. They hadn't cracked it, but they were aware that this was an issue that needed to be addressed. You didn't have to do the double ED. And also, of course, Encompass allows for, instead of having to put a big file, physical file, in an ambulance with a patient, you can say, this patient will be with you in whatever time, and the incoming team can look at Encompass and look at the diagnosis and all the rest. So if the double ED is still happening, I would be concerned about it, and you're nodding to say it is. I'd certainly take that away, because I was of the impression we might well have seen it off by now.
Thank the Speaker. Could I ask the Minister, it has come to my attention that there are a number of deaf community within my constituency who have not been able to access a social worker who can communicate with them with any form of sign language. So could the Minister confirm how many social workers are trained across the Northern Ireland Trust, and in particular in the Northern Trust area?
Oh, well, if you're looking for specific numbers, I'll have to write to the member, but there is certainly a shortage in terms of social workers, social care workers. So I'm afraid what she's telling me does not come as a huge surprise, but in terms of the fine detail, I would have to get back to her in writing.
Of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Education. I'd remind members who wish to ask supplementary to continually rise in their places. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Education to outline the departmental resources used to promote his recent visit to Israel.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I had the opportunity to visit Israel last week, and what I was able to bear witness to was intolerable suffering, loss of life at the hands of terrorists, and across the Middle East conflict in Gaza. Palestinians have suffered terribly and endured loss of life. Hamas using and abusing their own population as human shields. Mr. Speaker, I was formally invited by the Government of Israel to participate in a delegation of devolved nations. No public funds were spent on the visit. The trip was planned and organised by the Israeli Embassy. No departmental officials participated in the trip overall or in the visit to Ofek School, which was organised by the hosts. The school visit was directly relevant to my ministerial portfolio and provided valuable insights into pedagogy and practice. In light of this relevance, I requested that the department issue a factual press release to share the inclusive education practice that I observed. This communication was strictly non-political and focused solely on the educational aspects of the visit. No departmental resources were used to publicise any political message.
Ms. Hunter.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, you have said that you're on a fact-finding mission, but here are the facts you might not have been presented with. While in illegally occupied territory, more than 50,000 children in Gaza have been murdered and killed by Israel and injured. While your politics and your morality are ultimately your own and a matter for yourself, it's clear through public messaging that departmental time and official platforms were used to promote what is your highly controversial trip. Minister, you say today no public funds were used, but then who hit send on the public messaging? Did you instruct your departmental officials to use official channels to promote what was clearly a very political visit? And in doing so, Minister, bring not only yourself but your department into disrepute?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would challenge the member and any member to point out in the press release what the political message was. There was no political message. What the objection is that I actually visited a school in Israel. That's the objection from members who are opposed to this, because there is nothing in the press release that had any political connotation whatsoever. An integrated school, Jews, Arabs, Christians being educated together, and those who are opposed to the visit now manufacture this outcry. What I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that my permanent secretary and senior officials have carried out a review of my engagements on this visit, and they have concluded that review and give a clean bill of health, not just to me as Minister, but to every civil servant in my department, that their actions were entirely appropriate, and that's the position of my senior officials and the permanent secretary.
Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you just mentioned the Permanent Secretary in the Department of Education. Can you speak a little bit further about what assessment he has made in terms of the Department's role in either organising the trip or any subsequent publicity from that?
Can I thank the member for that question? As I alluded to, my Permanent Secretary has assessed the role of the Department in assisting with the organisation of the trip. My private office had liaised with the organisers to confirm travel logistics and to relay my travel requests. This support was minimal, administrative in nature, and in total it is estimated to have amounted to less than 1 hour of civil service time. This limited involvement was deemed appropriate given the need to manage the Israel trip within my broader ministerial diary and the need to cancel other engagements. My Permanent Secretary reviewed the press release published by the Department pertaining to the school visit, and he concluded that it had no political content, was directly related to my portfolio, and therefore approved my request.
Shane.
A significant number of highly reputable organisations
are clear that what is happening in Gaza over the last 2 years is a genocide. These organisations include a UN Commission, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, Oxfam, Genocide Watch, and B'Tselem, an Israeli organisation. Why can't this minister accept the truth rather than continue to peddle the propaganda of a genocidal regime whose leaders are wanted on international arrest warrants for crimes against humanity?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I note the member and Vice Chairman of the Education Committee didn't ask a question around the department. Not one question. I'm here to be held to account as Education Minister for the element of that trip that related to my portfolio as Education Minister. Not here to be held to account by a convicted terrorist who supports terrorists and Hamas. You're not going to hold me to account for that. I'll hold you to account for your terrorism. And what did Mr. Sheehan do in his past? Well, he also has met with Hamas himself, pictured with Khalid Michel. And what did Khalid Michel say in respect of the 7th of October and the concern for Palestinian lives? This is what Hamas said, who Pat Sheehan's photographed with. Palestinians' lives that are lost are a necessary sacrifice. So don't give me the crocodile tears when you're pictured with and supporting Hamas terrorists. And Sinn Féin need to get the message, and get the message very clearly. It is the unionist people of Northern Ireland who elect my party and put me into this position. I'll never be dictated to by Sinn Féin, particularly the likes of Pat Sheehan.
Michelle Guy, order.
I agree with your comments on October the 7th. What happened was abhorrent and unjustifiable. But, Minister, you have walked into this controversy with your eyes wide open. You understood how provocative and hurtful it would be to see our Minister for Education standing, smiling in an occupied territory when just miles away Gaza lies in ruins, schools destroyed and children killed in an act of genocide sanctioned by the very government who paid for your trip. You understand the difference between acting as an individual and acting as the Education Minister. In that context, Minister, is it not absolutely reasonable that people are now asking whether you are suitable to be our Education Minister?
Well, I think the member should listen about her own Agriculture Minister and the Ulster Farmers Union's position when it comes to the suitability of that ministerial office. And Mr. Speaker, members set a very low bar for passing no confidence motions, a very low bar. Some, indeed one minister elected cross-community by this Assembly. So be careful what you wish for, that you now allow Jerry Carroll to lead the Alliance Party. Maybe that's the internal discussions. We all know what's going on in the Alliance Party. They're now being led by Jerry Carroll, who tweeted on the 7th of October, "Victory to the Palestinian resistance." No condemnation from Michelle Guy about Jerry Carroll. No condemnation whatsoever. So I think I've outlined the basis of the visit. It's interesting that the Alliance Party, proponents of integrated education, are hostile towards a visit to an integrated school. And whenever I was there in Israel, I had the opportunity to meet with a member of the opposition in the Knesset. And he said how he had brought, when he had responsibility for education, 25 Arab principals and 25 Jewish principals here to Northern Ireland 8 years ago in order to gain an insight here into Northern Ireland. What I witnessed in Jerusalem were people living side by side, navigating their differences between Arab communities, Jewish communities, the Armenian Christian, Orthodox Christian, in a very diverse way, far from the malign intent about an apartheid regime, and indeed in the only democratic country in the Middle East. So the Alliance Party, I think, would do well to remove their shackles now to the extreme left wing of the likes of Jerry Carroll, who's leading their party.
Dee Bacon.
Excuse me, Jerry. Okay. Minister, and I make a declaration of interest because I was on the visit as well. Could you explain and could you make any comment about the fact that when we went to the Ofex school, which of course was led by Jewish Muslim and Christian leaders within that school. We had to have the meeting in what was a bomb shelter. Could you, Minister, explain any reasons why you think we would have to have a bomb shelter in a school, and particularly for children?
Well, can I thank Mr Aiken for the question and also commend him for going on this visit and making a member statement earlier today. I know very clearly what side Mr Aiken is on whenever it comes to this visit, and I want to commend him and pay tribute to him. So, when we visited the schools and the children actively have to practice fleeing into the bomb shelter because of the rocket attacks that have been inflicted upon them from Hamas. What do Hamas do in their schools? Indoctrinate their children to kill Jews, death to Israel. What do Hamas do in their schools? They build terrorist infrastructure and use them as human shields. That's what Hamas are doing. Mr Speaker, what was also interesting in the visit, as a result of what happened on the 7th of October, there were 45,000 children displaced because there were movements of people from northern Israel, southern Israel, all then had to leave their schools. And it was remarkable how the Israeli education system had established these facilities to try and react to that. But do you know what the experience they said when these children had came back to school? Many of them couldn't talk because of the way in which they had been traumatised. So children have been traumatised in the Middle East. They have been used and abused in Gaza, weaponised by Hamas terrorists, the very same terrorists that Mr Shane was photographed with.
Guy Middleton, Mr Shane, you've had your chance now, and I don't mind a bit of chuntering, but you've had a fair old crack.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the car crash contributions from the SDLP leader and the leader of the People for Profit Party on the Nolan show this morning exposed the true anti-Israeli sentiments towards yourself and your visit to Israel. Minister, is it not right as Education Minister that you look at the educational aspects in the Middle East and what's happening in Israel, and that we learn from the educational experience within that country?
Well, Mr Speaker, it would have been very strange in visiting Israel that we didn't take the opportunity to visit a school, and that was organised, facilitated by the hosts when it came to that visit. So members want to again shout down the message, and that's been the tactic for the last 4 or 5 days. It's to holler abuse, drown out a different opinion because you don't like what is being said. If we live, and it's interesting, those who proclaim to be liberals, if we live in a truly liberal society, we would respect other people's opinions. But no respect shown. Let's have that domination of a contrary opinion, suppress them in order for them not to feel comfortable in saying it. Well, regrettably for the members opposite and in this chamber, I'm not one of those people who yield to the kind of bullying and intimidation that I've witnessed from many members in this House.
Emma Sheeran.
I get King Corlia. I note the Minister didn't answer my colleagues' questions. Why would Beth Salem state that a genocide is happening in Gaza if it isn't true? And where is the Minister's humanity?
So, the members interested in genocide. Why was Fermanagh and Omagh District Council in China last week? Barry McElduff, the mayor. You're concerned about genocide? Let's look at the genocide that's taken place in China. And when it comes to the Uyghur community, they have them engaged in forced labour camps, sterilisation, mass arbitrary detentions, cultural and religious erasure, surveillance and family separation. So if we're going to have consistency when it comes to genocide, where's the condemnation for her own colleague who went to China? I think what that proves, Mr Speaker, is the double standards that we've become very well accustomed to when it comes to Sinn Féin. We're not going to be lectured by Sinn Féin on these things. They just need to calm down. We hear the anger. We hear the anger. Listen, you may have tried to bully other people in the past. It won't work with me. You may not like the answers, but you're going to listen to it from me today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year.
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is entitled to his views, and I know that we disagree on nearly everything, but I will support his right to hold his views. The issue, Minister, is that the school you visited is in the illegal settlement of Ramat Alan, and if you can please answer this question without deflecting to other things other parties have done and just answer, do you think it was acceptable for a minister to visit a school built on stolen land against international and UN rulings? And is the Minister aware that Priti Patel resigned as International Development Secretary in 2017 for having unauthorised meetings with the Israeli government while she was on holiday?
As I've said before, it was entirely acceptable that I, Mr Aiken, TUV councillor, the leader of the Welsh Conservative Party, all attended that school. And indeed, members would have been critical that having went out to Israel, that if the delegation had refused to go into East Jerusalem to actually experience where there is a majority Arab community, what they have to live with, the same members would have been condemning us for not doing that. So we went to listen. We heard very clearly the experiences that many people within Jerusalem and across Israel have had to experience. But when we talk about Jerusalem pre-1967, do you know what it was like in East Jerusalem under Jordanian rule? Jews weren't allowed in. Christians weren't allowed in. They refused access to a lot of the holy sites within the city. Under Israeli rule, all of the sites are open irrespective of the religious differences in Jerusalem. Well, the member shouts rubbish. I was there, and I was there last week. So I've witnessed it for myself. So we know that other members did visit, but they went to visit Hamas. That's what they were doing when they went to visit.
That's right. Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The public can see right through this choreographed witch hunt, orchestrated by the anti-Semite-in-chief, Jerry Carroll, propped up by those extreme on the left, and the Alliance Party, the SDLP and Sinn Féin. So can I ask the Minister, he already has said that his departmental officials knew of this trip. So could the Minister indicate if at any time it was suggested to him by departmental officials that he was in breach of any rules relating to his ministerial duties?
Well, can I thank the member for his contribution and his question. So at no time was it suggested to me by departmental officials that I was in breach of any rules relating to my ministerial duties. What the opponents would want is for my civil servants in the department to have acted in a highly political manner when it would have came to the statement that was being released. That would be to invite them not to act impartially under the direction and control of the democratically elected minister, but to usurp the authority that we have when it comes to those who are in elected office. But again, I repeat, for the benefit of all members and the media who have been listening, this has been reviewed by the senior officials in my department, and the Permanent Secretary has given a clean bill of health to every civil servant who engaged in this visit and to me as Minister when it comes to my conduct.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And unlike other parties in this chamber, Alliance has been consistent, both in our condemnation of Hamas terrorism and of the genocide unfolding under the Israeli government. So let's set aside the bluff and bluster, Minister. And can I ask you, were you there in a party political capacity, in which case it would have been inappropriate for departmental resources to be used to promote your trip? Or were you there as a minister, in which case you've potentially breached the Functioning of Government Act by not having officials there at that engagement with you? This isn't about the conflict in the Middle East. This is about your obligations as a minister under the Ministerial Code.
Well, I'm repeating for, I think, the fourth time this has been reviewed by my Permanent Secretary and senior officials, and they have found that I and every official in the department have acted entirely appropriately when it comes to this visit. So there are no issues to see here, despite those that want to manufacture it. But the member says that the Alliance Party have been entirely consistent. I remember a time when the Alliance Party did condemn terrorists. Now the Alliance Party today don't even know what an innocent victim of terrorism is. I remember a time when the Alliance Party used to find space to vote with DUP colleagues in this chamber. Now the Alliance Party walk through the lobbies led by Jerry Carroll. So whenever your notice of confidence motion comes, you'll troop in behind Jerry Carroll, the man who posted victory to the Palestinian resistance. How far the Alliance so-called cross-community party have fallen that they're now in this pretty appalling position that they find themselves in.
Jerry Carroll.
Rent-free in your head, Minister, I would suggest. Minister, there's been widespread opposition to your recent whitewashing propaganda trip to Israel, which was political from start, middle to end. I want to commend the hundreds of Belfast who came out the weekend and call for you to go. I want to commend the Mothers Against Genocide protest today, call for you to go. I want to commend also the teachers who came out this afternoon and protested you, including College First and other schools, calling for you to go, and commend the tens of thousands who signed a petition calling for you to go.
Right, Mr. Carroll, your question as opposed to commendations.
You're completely out of step with public opinion. You're completely out of step with the majority opinion in this House. Will you save yourself further embarrassment and step down now, Minister?
Minister.
Well, the member's in lockstep with Hamas. That's who he's in step with. That's who he was commending, celebrating on the 7th of October. Hamas, who have brutally murdered, raped, killed babies, children, and go to Gaza and take your left-wing policies and ideology and see how you'll be treated in Gaza. You may not get back out if you were to actually articulate the views that you have when it comes to Hamas and Gaza. So, again, the member, Jerry Carroll, and I note Matthew O'Toole isn't here. That's probably appropriate because we now have the real leader of the opposition because he's leading the Alliance, the SDLP and Sinn Féin. That's who the leader is. So I will give credit to Jerry Carroll. At least he's honest. At least he doesn't try to hide the anti-Semite position that he holds. Others in this chamber masquerade as being against racism. I think it's clear to see the mask has truly slipped.
Timothy Gosson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, in your interview this morning and again this afternoon, you have rightly highlighted the fact that a delegation from Fermanagh and Omagh District Council were visiting China last week. Does the Minister have any concerns about the relationship between the Executive and the Chinese government?
I think the member asks a very important question. And in the past, questions have been asked about minutes and notes of meetings that have taken place whenever it comes to China. I know the position that I have when it comes to engaging with China. I don't. They're committing genocide. They're committing genocide. So this, however, is the challenge. It's the inconsistency, particularly of Sinn Féin. It's the inconsistent approach. If you're claiming to be against genocide in Israel, why are you not against genocide whenever it comes to China and the Uyghur community? That's why. It's the inconsistency and the double standards. So let's see how principled Sinn Féin are in the days and the weeks and the months ahead when it comes to their engagements with the human rights violating People's Republic of China.
Mark Durgan.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the 13th of October, we had a Matter of the Day debate in here on the Gaza ceasefire settlement, and on that day we in the SDLP again lamented the loss of life on the October the 7th perpetrated by Hamas and the genocide waged by Israel since. And an extremely rare contribution to a Matter of the Day debate from a Minister. Minister Given spoke from the back benches on that day and basically gave a sycophantic soliloquy to Israel, during which he thanked the IDF who'd massacred tens of thousands of innocent people. Was this before or after he accepted an invitation to visit Israel, paid for by Israel?
So when it comes to the Israeli Defence Forces, we met with members of the Israeli Defence Force. And here's what we witnessed. Whenever we were in the outpost right on the Gaza border, do you know what happened on the 7th of October? Hamas came into that outpost, took 19 unarmed females, put them into a room, rolled up tyres, set it on fire, suffocated them to death, burnt them alive. All that was left was their military dog tags for their family. So whenever the party opposite talks about gender equality, ending violence against women, didn't worry about the violence against women whenever it came to Israel and Hamas terrorists.
David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also declare an interest in that I was glad to join the visit to Israel, and it was a very useful visit and we learnt much. Would the Minister share my concern that the obsession and full outrage around the Education Minister visiting a school in another country, having been absent when the Minister visited schools in other countries, is fuelled by institutional anti-Semitism, characteristic of those parties who are backing a vote of confidence led by a man who on October 7th tweeted a cheerleading tweet while Jews were being massacred in Israel?
So I agree with the member, and again thank him for attending as part of the delegation. Members clearly don't like the report that we're bringing back around the devastation that existed in Israel. Members, they don't like to hear they don't like to hear the truth. Well, you're going to have to get used to hearing the truth. You can continue to shout me down. I'm going to continue to give you back the answers that you need to hear. So I'm
Just a moment. If members wish to ask questions, put your name down and ask a question.
Well, Mr. Speaker, people opposite are shouting about those with international arrest warrants and criminal convictions. Am I living in a parallel universe? Whenever it came for the members opposite, how many of you were incarcerated and held in the Maze prison in Maghaberry, in Crumlin Road, because of your terrorist criminal convictions? How many of your family members were engaged in terrorism? And you have the audacity to sit there and lecture me and others whenever it comes to this visit to Israel. Seriously, you may have been sanitised through others that were weak in 1998 when it came to the Belfast Agreement. You may be acceptable when it comes to the British government, who have failed to deal with Sinn Féin's politics effectively. We will continue, though, to stand up, expose and confront your politics, because that's what we have to do in this Assembly and in the Executive. Get used to it.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, your visit to Ofek School, Jerusalem, deals with the top 2 to 3% of academic achievers. Does the Minister agree with me that the focus should be on addressing the lowest achievers in Northern Ireland, which is what the people want us to be doing in this chamber?
Yes, absolutely. That's why I'm going to continue getting on with the job. When I came into post, we were facing a crisis when it came to SEND placements, and we established thousands of extra places. This year, we had to establish thousands of extra places. And so whilst others want to detract and take us away from these issues, my job will be to continue to deliver. And I'll deliver in creating those places. I've published all of the details when it comes to the area planning. What I would say to the member, and what I would say to Sinn Féin, I brought forward a 10-year strategic plan when it comes to children with special needs. Costed, detailed. Sinn Féin still haven't put it on the agenda. So when are they going to put things like that on the executive agenda? My focus is very much on helping children with special educational needs. It's also focused on ensuring that our teachers, who got a pay rise under me as Minister more than any other minister in previous years, of over 11%. So I'll continue to represent those teachers and get on with doing my job, while others just want to distract from it.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And does the Minister agree that the fact that his detractors have failed to articulate any coherent or relevant objection to him, failed to articulate any coherent or relevant objection to him joining the visit to Israel last week, has exposed that their only real objection is that it was to the State of Israel?
I agree with the member, but what we have on evidence here is a mob mentality. That's what we have on evidence here, a mob mentality of just shouting down, seeking to intimidate. That's not going to happen. I'm going to continue to speak up for those who need to have their voices raised. So when I was in Yad Vashem, the National Holocaust Memorial Centre, I remember the 6 million Jews persecuted during the Holocaust. I'm going to remember Bose, who in the kibbutz of Malkia on the border with southern Lebanon, who's endured and been inflicted by Hezbollah rocket attacks raining down on his community. I'm going to remember the Druze community, an Arab community in Maida Shams, where Hezbollah killed 12 innocent children playing on a football pitch. I'm going to remember Rita in Niroz, who lost 117 people, either murdered or taken hostage on the day of the 7th of October. I'll remember the 378 victims in the Nova Festival and the voices of Yasir, who spoke about how he was able to escape, but 44 other people were taken hostage and held captive. So I'll remember those people. I can condemn violence on all sides. I can think about and have empathy for all innocent civilians. But what I will not stand by is to listen to those who have supported and promoted Hamas terrorism, and they have destroyed Gaza. The people of Gaza need liberated from those Hamas terrorists so that they can have a free Palestine without terrorists ruling. That's what needs to happen. So the members can reflect on those stories that I have relayed to them. I'll await with interest if they show any concern at all for those people that I've reflected upon.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister is right to repeatedly remind us of the absolute violence and horror that was perpetrated on the 7th of October, and there will be no equivocation on that point from the Alliance Party. But as our Education Minister, who should have the interests of all children at the heart of the work that he does, would he take this opportunity to also express public sympathy and support for the children of Gaza who have no schools to attend and have been killed in their thousands since the incidents in the 7th of October?
Mr. Speaker, I can quite happily associate myself with those remarks of the Chairman of the Justice Committee. What I was able to bear witness to was how children in Gaza, in those schools, have been entirely indoctrinated, because Hamas aren't just a paramilitary terrorist organisation, they're the actual political infrastructure. They control the schools, they control the hospitals, they control the social welfare system. Do you know how you get a better pension scheme in Gaza? The more Jews you kill, the bigger your pension scheme. That's what the Hamas-run Gazan territory is about. So whenever schools are being used by terrorists and their infrastructure and tunnels, when hospitals are being used by terrorists, it is the terrorists who have abused the civilians and the children of Gaza.
Howard Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for the answers thus far. And indeed, the only disappointment I have today is that I didn't get an invitation to join you, and I'm sure other members in these benches would have welcomed the opportunity to join you to see firsthand some of the genocide that happened to actually the Israelis, as opposed to some of the chanting we're hearing from the terrorists on the back bench. That said, Minister, in accordance with the Functioning Government Miscellaneous Provisions Act, Northern Ireland 2011, have any records of those meetings actually taken place?
So can I thank the member for that question? The legislation sets out specific obligations for ministers regarding transparency, accountability and the conduct of official business. These obligations apply only to relevant meetings, defined as pre-arranged meetings with third parties to conduct official business. And having reviewed all engagements during the Israel visit and consulted with officials, I and my Permanent Secretary have concluded that none of them meet this definition. The visit to the OFEC school was a tour rather than a formal meeting. It did not involve an agenda or agreed actions. The focus was on the school leader sharing insights into educational practice, while fact-finding and relevant to my portfolio. It was not constituted as a meeting to conduct official business in the formal sense that is required by the Act.
That concludes all of those who wish to ask questions. Do we put her now or wait till the next? Okay, point of order.
I have a number of point of orders to make regarding Standing Order 65. Is it really appropriate for the Minister to be laughing, sniggering and smiling when we're talking about the innocent killing of thousands of children? He is laughing like a Disney villain. Standing Order 73. Is it in order for this Minister to accuse many across this House of anti-Semitism when we have spoken passionately on condemning the violence of October 7th and anti-Semitism right here at home, condemning that strongly? And is it appropriate, Mr Speaker, under Standing Order 20, which states Minister shall answer questions relating to matters affiliated with their department, that the Minister here today answered less than half of questions from all members of this House?
I'm happy to look at the members' points that have been raised. Timothy Galvin. Point of order, Mr Clark.
During question time today, Mr Speaker, I'd ask you to review the conduct of the Principal Deputy Speaker. Whenever one of our members asked a question, the Speaker decided that the Minister wasn't going to answer it, and the Minister wasn't afforded the opportunity whether she wanted to answer the question during question time.
Okay, let's move on. Timothy Gaston has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Clark, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, in light of the Ulster Farmers Union unanimous vote of no confidence in his department, to outline the steps he will take to restore confidence in his department's leadership.
Minister.
I was disappointed to learn last Thursday of the vote taken by the Ulster Farmers Union. I am proud of the role of our farm families and the role that they play, and I'm proud of the international reputation we rightly enjoy for the quality of the food produced here, and I'm pleased to champion this in many fronts. My record is standing up for farm families, whether on inheritance tax or securing continued ring-fence funding for agriculture, is clear. But good leadership is not defined by running away from challenges. Rather, it is defined by identifying and facing up to them. And here in Northern Ireland, we face some very significant challenges, partly as a result of decisions taken by those who came before me. I actually fully agree with the Ulster Farmers Union that previous policies in relation to TB have failed Northern Ireland. So too have our past approaches to addressing biodiversity and delivering high standards of water quality and air quality that citizens rightly expect. Unlike others in these islands, we face new challenges around adapting to climate change that require us to reduce carbon emissions, a particular challenge given that agriculture and the role that they play. I'm committed to a just transition for agriculture and also ensuring a successful future for farming, whilst also restoring our environment, improving air and water quality and driving down rates of TB. That requires leadership, and that doesn't involve backing away from inconvenient truths. Mr Speaker, it requires leadership that ensures the law is complied with and that policy is shaped by evidence, not rhetoric. It requires courage, not timidity. It also requires all of us to work together. So as Minister, my door is always open, and it will continue to be so. I have scheduled a meeting with you if you President and Chief Executive of my office tomorrow, and look forward to seeing them both. I also want to, in closing, outline my real concern in terms of this motion was a motion of no confidence in my department. I am immensely proud with the officials that I am privileged to work with, and I want to stand full square in support of them.
Mr Galston.
Very much, Mr Speaker. The Ulster Farmers Union's vote of no confidence last week is a damning indictment on the department and its minister. During Mr Muir's time in office, he has delivered a flawed Nutrients Action Programme consultation, delivered inadequate progress in bovine TV, allowed continued delays in planning decisions, overseen a data breach at AFBI, and overseen generational renewal schemes that simply aren't working. Time and time again, Mr Muir prioritises the environment over agriculture. When will you hold up your hands and resign, along with the caretaker minister and your party leader in the Justice Department?
Naomi Long is a colleague, she is a friend, and she is the Justice Minister. Both Naomi and I work hard for all the citizens of Northern Ireland. If you think that I'm going somewhere, Mr Gaston, you've got another thing coming. I've got a job of work to do, and I do it across the whole remit of the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. And if you're talking about your party and what you delivered for farmers, you delivered one of the biggest impacts in a negative fashion to farming in Northern Ireland, which was Brexit. Brexit has destroyed the UK economy. It was one of the biggest betrayals of the people of Northern Ireland, and you should own up and take responsibility for that.
Neil McElwain.
Speaker, and the UFU's unprecedented vote is a damning indictment of the department, but more so on the Minister and the Alliance Party, who have set the current policy direction for that department. At the heart of this are the aspirational and unachievable interim climate change targets set by this Assembly last year. Does the Minister recognise that if he is to restore confidence in both him and his department, he has to take the first step to actually look about bringing forward workable and achievable suite of targets and to quit demonising the agriculture sector?
What I find strange about some of the questions from the DUP around this is a lot of the policy that I am delivering is policy from my predecessor. The climate change legislation, which was passed by a DUP DERA minister. Farming policy, which was initiated by a DUP DERA minister. I am delivering upon pledges previously made, and I believe in delivering upon those. Climate change is one of the biggest threats to farming in Northern Ireland, and I am committed to supporting farmers on that journey and the road ahead.
Sean Mulholland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, can you outline for us how you've secured public money for the benefit of farm businesses? Maybe we can start to learn a wee bit more about how you're delivering for farmers.
So significant benefits we're delivering for farming in Northern Ireland. I was the only minister in the UK to secure ring-fence funding of over £300 million for agriculture, agri-environment, fisheries and rural development. Also secured a Just Transition Fund for agriculture. I'm very conscious of the immense challenges arising from Brexit that others championed, and I engaged with the UK Government, and we got an SPS veterinary agreement agreed, and we're now negotiating the details around that. We've also got a blueprint agreed in terms of all the stakeholders round the table in terms of tackling that significant issue in relation to TB. I've been standing firmly against the proposed changes in relation to inheritance tax. We're delivering change on the ground. I do not underestimate the challenges that we face. Perhaps that people need to be a bit more honest in terms of actually facing people with regards to the issues and the decisions that need to be taken.
Thanks,
the Minister, for his response. Minister, quite a number of the issues have already been mentioned here today, and we've been raising them and lobbying with you for a long time around TB, the ammonia issue, no sheep scheme and no replacement of the young farmer scheme. And whilst there are many issues such as Brexit and inheritance tax which have been brought to us courtesy of Westminster, Minister, what are you planning to do to reset relations with the UFU and the farmers that they represent? Thank you.
So I will continue to engage, and I'm meeting tomorrow. I met with farmers today from Nature Friendly Farming Network, and I will continue to engage with all people. And it's important that we listen and we engage, and we also face up and work together on these issues. I'm committed to doing that. If anyone reads the first day brief that I got when I became Minister, you will read that I inherited an absolute, complete and utter mess. A mess as a result of indecision and wrong decisions. If you read the reports from the Office of Environmental Protection, the situation I inherited was that we were acting unlawfully in relation to ammonia. We had a failed judicial review in relation to bovine TB, and we had all the problems coming from Brexit. But what I'm doing is I'm working through those issues, but I'm guided in making sure that we're doing it through respect for science and evidence and also the law. And I do not underestimate the challenges that are facing the farming community in the last number of years. They are significant and they've been compounded as a result of the changes in relation to inheritance tax. And I will continue to work night and day to work through those issues. These are significant issues, and I look across the rest of the UK in terms of the issues that they're facing, and I will work with people on that.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you'll be aware that the relationship with farmers across Northern Ireland has been fractious since you came into post. What steps have you taken since last year, since the meeting at the Icon Centre? And I know you've said you have an open door, and the UFU don't refute that you have an open door, but they don't believe you to be listening, particularly around, and you mentioned planning and the ammonia output. When planning applications are going in to demonstrate an improvement, and the department through NIEA are refusing those, so is by default the department now failing its own targets?
So the situation in relation to ammonia is clear. And if people read the report from the Office of Environmental Protection, it will set out the situation that we're in terms of the fact that we were previously acting unlawfully. I have to find a way forward that we can reduce ammonia emissions, but also we can allow replacement sheds, and that's something I'm very keen to do. We consulted in relation to the ammonia strategy. We're considering the responses to that, and we'll set out a way forward. These are significant challenges because I have to stay on the right side of the law, but I also want to be able to deliver for farming community in Northern Ireland. They're difficult challenges, and it's not lost on me that this was the last department any political party wanted. People shied away from these difficult issues. I face up to it, and one thing I would want to reiterate: criticise me, do it all you want, but passing a motion of no confidence in my department, I take great exception to that. There are excellent officials that I am privileged to work with. I am really, really impressed by their professionalism, their commitment to the job. Do not criticise them. That is wrong.
Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, members of the DUP described this vote as a damning indictment of you, but on the same day refused to accept the criticism of their own minister by the teaching unions, or indeed colleagues across this House, of an impending vote of no confidence. Do you not think that's a bit hypocritical? Minister, what are you going to do to reset the relationship between yourself and the Ulster Farmers Union? And did you foresee this happening, this breakdown in the relationship, or did it completely catch you off guard?
So I will continue to engage around this issue. But see, in terms of my job as Minister, I have people playing politics with issues, people looking for wedge issues because of their own drop in the polls. They're not understanding the importance of respecting the difficult decisions that I'm facing. The difficult decisions that I'm facing, and other political parties are desperate to divide and not allow us to work forward. I respect the Ulster Farmers Union. I have FOIs coming in and reports saying I'm meeting with them too much. We have a criticism that there's too much consultation, too much meetings. I am engaging, I'm being honest around the issues, and I will work through them.
Merwin.
Would the Minister accept that in future he needs to take on board the concerns of stakeholders before making policy decisions?
All stakeholders.
My job as Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs is to serve everyone in Northern Ireland. And I respect the Ulster Farmers Union. They're a representative lobby group. I will continue to engage with them, but I have to serve everyone in Northern Ireland. I have to get ourselves in a situation where we're delivering that resilient and thriving future for agriculture, but we're also improving our environment. And it's damn hard, folks. The loch has been green for the last 3 years. So, come on. People need to focus in terms of delivering for everyone in Northern Ireland. I'm happy to take criticism. That's fine. But let's try to work together, because people are looking at this place, and frankly, they are despairing.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, would the Minister agree with me that the debasing of science and evidence undermines the agri-food sector?
So the future is very clear for us. We see the situation that is in front of us. For people to refer to peer-reviewed science as magical figures and other comments is very, very dangerous, because what we've got to do is respect scientists, respect the evidence that's in front of us, and work together on this, and I'm committed to doing that. And the contact that's been made with me over the last number of days from many farmers across Northern Ireland has been continue the engagement. We know this is a tough job, and let's work together, and that's what I'm committed to doing.
Tom McGannon.
Thank you. Minister, the UFU are not playing politics, but they speak for a vast majority of the farming businesses throughout Northern Ireland. And in light of the unanimous vote of no confidence, do you not think it's time now for you to listen to and work with the farming community, who you have ignored since coming into office, to deliver sensible and workable policies?
And I will continue to do that. And I will go to the committee, I will engage with people, I'll be open around the issues around this. We all know the challenges. The difference is that I'm just being honest about them.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, can you tell us how agriculture and agri-food are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change and the real and present dangers of ignoring that climate change?
So whilst some want to engage in denial, scepticism, or ignoring the reality of this, The financial markets will look at in terms of farming and the challenges they face in terms of nature, biodiversity and climate change, and the need for us to take action on that. And that's what I hear from farmers day and daily around us. So that's why we're investing in delivering that resilience for farming in the time ahead, because without a thriving environment and a resilient nature and biodiversity, we don't have a future for farming. And can I just nail some of the incorrect stories that are told? The majority of farmers, the vast majority of farmers, are doing just that. And the small minority who exist on social media do not speak for all farmers in Northern Ireland. They speak for themselves.
Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to represent North Antrim, which in many ways is the beating heart of the agri-food industry in Northern Ireland. I want to help the Minister restore confidence in farmers. If I were to set up a public meeting in North Antrim, would he give a commitment today to come up and listen directly to the hard-working farmers in North Antrim about their concerns, as they are a group that believes he is tenured and not listening?
So I'm happy to consider any invitations, but I engage with farmers day and daily. I did it today, I'm doing it tomorrow, and I will continue to do that. And we'll do it through structured groups in terms of engagement with the Ulster Farmers Union and others, and I think that's important we do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you have previously outlined that it's important to listen to everyone, no matter the department that you represent. Do you believe that all executive ministers have that duty to serve and represent everyone, and not one particular group, and that no particular group should ever be pulling the strings of an entire department?
There's significant ethical issues about how we make policy in Northern Ireland, and it's ensuring that you listen to different views, but you base your decision based upon science and evidence, not on the views of any particular group. And that's something I'm quite keen to do. I think it's important we do that. We have a duty as Minister to serve everyone. We've got a duty to make sure that we hear from different voices, and that's something that I've been very keen to do as Minister. We may not agree, but it's important we listen and we can take this seriously. And that's something I will continue to do as Minister.
John Buckley.
Minister, your attempt to blame your predecessors is fooling absolutely no one. The Ulster Farmers Union passed a motion of no confidence in DAERA, a department led by you, not your predecessors. Minister, farmers are patient, hard-working section of our society. They have concluded that you do not cut the mustard. Is this not a source of complete and utter embarrassment to the Minister of Agriculture in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
For the DUP to talk about embarrassment, a party that doesn't even know what shame is.
Yep. Here. John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, can I firstly thank the Minister for the reminder to those in need that he also covers environment and rural affairs. And can I ask him if he is as fed up as I am with those number of politicians, mostly sitting here on our right, who line up every year to call for action on pollution and Lough Neagh when they see blue-green algae, but then come to this chamber and decry or vote against every practical, proportionate and essential measure proposed, talking out of both sides of their mouths and delivering nothing in detail.
Minister. So what goes to the heart of the problem with these institutions is the inability to take difficult decisions. We talk about them, we debate them, but then we talk about difficult decisions, people scatter. And I've been very open about the challenges that we have. I've been engaging with everyone around it all, and I will continue to do that. But I'm not going to be dishonest in relation to the challenges that we have and my desire to work through the way forward on that. And I will continue to do that. But we can't just turn around and turn a blind eye or issue statements which actually are not followed up with action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're all aware that without reform, this place is only as stable as it was the day before the last collapse. Could I ask the Minister, what is the impact of collapse of the institutions on agriculture?
So if people care to look through the first day brief that I got as Minister, it'll set that out. So if we hadn't had the DUP walking away and down in tools because the going got tough for 2 years, we had a situation where we had a primary legislation in place for an intervention in relation to TB. We would have been able to get the situation resolved in relation to ammonia. We would be able to make much more progress in relation to climate change. We had a climate action plan in place. We would have been able to deliver in terms of Just Transition Fund for Agriculture at a much earlier stage. There's multiple impacts as a result of one party deciding they just didn't want to go to work.
Armstrong.
Minister, you talk about respecting the UFU. The 11,500 members of the UFU have been represented, and it's these very people, a total of 26,000 farms, who contribute to our world-leading agri-food industry from Northern Ireland. If you do not respond to them, to these voices, how can you expect this industry to survive?
And I will continue to respond to those voices, and I've been doing it since I became Minister, but I also have a duty to respond to everyone in Northern Ireland, and I take that duty very seriously as well.
That concludes questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. I have received notification from the members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. until under Standing Order 10.3a. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday 3rd of November 2025 be extended to no later than 8:30 p.m.
I call Robbie Butler to move the motion.
Moved, Mr. Speaker.
OK. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. If the motion is carried, and the Assembly may sit until 8:30 this evening if necessary. If members will take their ease for a moment while they change the chair.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the sitting resumed. I now call on Diane Dodds to move the amendment. Diane.
Moved.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment. Diane.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and again thank you to the members who brought forward this motion today, and I do hope that all parties in the House will be able to support both the motion and the amendment. It is important that we have cross-community support and cross-party support for this particular issue. When I speak to those who have been impacted by the cervical screening scandal in the Southern Trust, they all say the same thing. This should never happen again. And that is why it is important to understand what is happening with the Northern Ireland Screening Programme, now run by the Belfast Trust, and where there is a clear need for transparency and answers in this House to women throughout Northern Ireland. And I hope, Minister, that you will be able to provide those answers today. Women in Northern Ireland deserve full transparency and a cervical screening programme in which they can have full confidence. I first spoke about the scandal of the screening programme in the Southern Trust right at the start of devolution in 2024, shortly after the Trust had recalled 17,500 tests for review. Since then, I've been privileged to speak to many of those who have been impacted. And today, like others, I want to acknowledge Lindsay Courtney and Erin Harbinson, both diagnosed with cervical cancer, both no longer with us. Minister, children have been left without mothers, husbands without their wives, and parents without their daughters. They need answers. Then there are those who have developed and are living with cervical cancer and have had to endure those very, very invasive procedures. They've had their lives turned upside down. They've endured worry and stress alongside these difficult diagnoses, and they too deserve answers, Minister. I also want to acknowledge a very tenacious group of women whom I've had the pleasure to work alongside, Ladies with Letters. They've been a support to those who need it, but they've also been willing to question the narrative and spend time creating a campaign that has highlighted this injustice. They want a statutory public inquiry to uncover the truth and make sure that this can never happen again, and we support that call. And I hope, Minister, that you can give us answers in this today as well. We also owe a huge debt of courage, or of gratitude, to the very courageous whistleblower who, when he came into post, saw the problem and took action. His action saved lives. He risked his own position to uncover a very great harm. The Trust should reflect on his subsequent treatment. Whistleblowers need protection, and in this case, commendation. At the heart of the scandal, Minister, is a real lack of transparency, accountability, and responsibility in health service delivery. The Southern Trust recalled 17.5 smear tests dating back to 2008. During that time, some screeners from the Southern Trust were underperforming in relation to these smear tests. These screeners, some of whom were underperforming at a very substantial rate, were not sufficiently managed and their performance monitored. Looking back at this, it now seems unfathomable that Trust arrangements for monitoring and performance of screeners was not robust. It seems absurd that Trust managers could find a colleague's annual performance to be inadequate, but not want to know how this compared to previous years. It is quite simply extraordinary that when those found to be failing were provided with extra training, that no one seems to have checked whether that made any difference to their work. It turns out that some were still not achieving adequate standards, even after additional support. Minister, this is a whole system failure, not just the screeners, but the managers and supervisors who failed to recognise the problem. Again, Minister, it's unfathomable that some screeners were not reported to their professional body by Trust managers and supervisors. Minister, we have been advised that individual screeners who were found wanting have moved beyond the Southern Trust and some are working in different disciplines and some have retired. But what of their managers and supervisors who were responsible for the service and were allowing screeners to work huge volumes of overtime and so jeopardising their efficiency? Do they continue in management and leadership roles within our health service? I hope, Minister, that on Wednesday, when you publish those reports, that you will be on the side of accountability and transparency. It is an essential, and so far it has failed. The amendment to the motion seeks clarity in the Belfast Trust handling of the new regional HPV testing service. And Minister, you know I've asked many questions on the awarding of the multi-million-pound contract to the Belfast Trust. We know that the committee set up to advise on the awarding of the HPV screening contract advised that it be set up on 2 sites. The Western Trust and the Northern Trust were already accredited for HPV screening. Yet despite this and the recommendation of the committee, the contract was awarded to the Belfast Trust. It seems even more bizarre when we consider that the Belfast Trust did not have accreditation for HPV screening. Indeed, it had its screening accreditation removed by the UK Screening Accreditation Service. One of the reasons was lack of record keeping. And we know in subsequent reports that important slides were lost and some were found down the back of a filing cabinet somewhere. Surely this would move us to action on this issue. This ultimately led to the resignation from the screening programme of 2 leading clinicians. The PHA described the awarding the contract as in the line with best practice and for the need to concentrate expertise and staff resources in one specialist laboratory. Extraordinary in light of what we now know about the performance of the regional screening service. At the very start of the contract, the Belfast Trust, a trust without accreditation, was sending tests to the labs in Gateshead, Newcastle. The result of this was extremely long wait for results extending to months. We now know, and I've had an update on the figures since tabling the amendment, we now know that since the 30th September, the Belfast Trust has sent 13,500 HPV tests to Gateshead. The Trust has said that this is due to an equipment failure. I would be interested, Minister, in knowing if the 21-day target for the return of results of these tests has been met. The specification for the new regional lab was to deliver 130,000 HPV tests and 23,000 cytology tests each year. Minister, how many of these tests has the Belfast Trust managed to deliver in the last year? What is the cost to the Belfast Trust of sending tests to Gateshead, and how is that cost being met? Will the department recover costs from the Trust for not meeting its performance targets? Have there been other times that are not in the public domain when tests have been sent to Gateshead? This is the information necessary for this House to judge the performance of the Belfast Trust and the new regional service. I want to return, Minister, in finishing to my theme of accountability. It is the Department of Health which is responsible for the performance management of screening programmes and related diagnostic and treatment services. The PHA is responsible for maintaining the structures and systems to support quality improvement and coordination across screening programmes. So what exactly, Minister, and I hope you can tell us today, is the PHA doing to hold the Belfast Trust to account for these failures? What is the department doing in holding the Belfast Trust to account for performance management failures? I think that both you and your department need to consider the future very carefully. I think that many women across Northern Ireland need to have
could you draw your remarks to a close?
Yes, thank you. Need to have a service that they can have full confidence in, and a public inquiry will uncover the truth. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, and I want to thank both the proposer of the motion and the amendment for bringing this to the floor today. I wish we weren't. I have to say it's devastating to be standing here once again talking about another failure in women's health. Time and again we're back in this chamber dealing with crises that have impacted women, preventable failures that have cost lives and eroded trust. This is not accidental, it is systematic discrimination, institutional misogyny, a deep-rooted failure to value women's health equally. to listen to women and to act when women raise concerns. It is a form of oppression that has been embedded in our systems for far too long. As Audre Lorde, writer, poet and civil rights activist, once said, caring for myself is not self-indulgence, it is self-preservation, and that is an act of political warfare. For women, simply demanding to be heard, to be treated with dignity, and to have their health taken seriously has become an act of resistance. And I will, on that basis, support both the motion and the amendment. First and foremost, I do want to acknowledge, as the previous speakers have done, the women and families who have been directly impacted by the cervical screening failures in the Southern Health and Social Care Trust. For too many, the review came too late. Lives were changed and lives were lost. And I again want to pay tribute to the Ladies with the Ladders campaigners and all of those who they support, who have fought tirelessly for the truth, transparency and accountability that the previous speakers have talked about. They have carried the weight of this failure with courage and dignity, and they deserve the answers. The lack of transparency, delay and the slow pace of investigations by both the Department and the Trust have been deeply concerning. Women have been left waiting again for information, for reassurance and for leadership on this issue, and that is unacceptable. We are still awaiting the outcomes of the 3 reports, and I do think that it is probably a positive thing that we will hopefully have all of these reports together and be able to look at everything in the round. But I do think that there could have been more openness around that process and around the fact that there were going to be delays, and very good, better communication around that issue. So I think that we could have done that better. And now we face further challenges, as have been outlined in the amendment, over the technical issues at the Belfast Laboratory, which is the North's only HPV screening facility. Thousands of smear tests have been sent to Gateshead since the end of September. And really my questions, the questions that I want to know is, has this created any delays or backlogs? Because I want to be sure that women are getting any results in a timely manner. And how can we be assured of the safety around it? We need clarity. We need the Minister to urgently confirm when the Belfast lab will be fully operational. And we need answers on the accreditation process. Were these issues previously highlighted? Were warnings known and ignored? And who was responsible for the oversight? Because without clear accountability, we are doomed to repeat previous failures. We also need oversight of the entire process, including labs in England that are now handling tests for women here. Women need to know how long it will take and what safeguards are in place to ensure accuracy and safety. We need to know on this issue, providing reassurance, communicating directly with the women and restoring confidence in a system that has let them down. I also want to take this opportunity to make absolutely clear, despite all of these failures, women must continue to attend their cervical screening appointments. And as I've said before in this chamber, I know it is not a pleasant process, but it is a few minutes and it could save your life. These tests do save lives. The worst outcome would be that fear or mistrust keeps women away from being tested. And I do want to take this opportunity to clarify a common misunderstanding that cervical screening would also detect ovarian cancer. It does not. And I would encourage women who are symptomatic either of ovarian or cervical cancer, please do not think I have had a cervical smear, I am okay. If you have any symptoms, go to your GP, seek help, and please get the answers to what is going on with your body. Trust your instinct, because you're usually right. This scandal represents a profound breach of trust. The only way to rebuild that trust is through truth and accountability, and to make sure that these failures never happen again. Women do deserve better, and I suppose the other question that I would like answered today, Minister, is around the Women's Health Action Plan and where we are with that, because all of these things that we've debated in numerous motions over the past number of weeks and months should be included in that plan. Women deserve a health
Linda,
system
can you draw
that
your
listens,
remarks to a
that
close,
acts,
please?
and
Thank
that
you.
values their lives and their families.
Broke the button. I call on Alan Chambers. Alan.
Speaker, I want to begin by acknowledging the women and families at the heart of this issue, in particular the 2 ladies who tragically and sadly passed away. We must never lose sight of the fact that behind every report, every process, every statistic, there is a woman whose life may have been profoundly affected by the issues we're discussing today. Their courage and resilience, particularly the women who have spoken publicly and those represented through the Ladies with Letters group, deserve our respect. This is undoubtedly a very complex and deeply concerning episode in our health service. The scale of concerns raised about Scientology performance in the Southern Trust Laboratory over a period stretching back to 2008 was incredibly serious. The very essence of a screening programme is trust. Trust that systems are robust and trust that when problems arise, they are confronted swiftly and transparently. That trust was damaged. It is right that apologies have been made. In particular, the previous finding of persistent underperformance in laboratory work simply had to be fully investigated. The enormous screening review, which involved looking at results of 17,500 women, raised the anxieties of many, but it had to be done. It was essential that the concerns were raised and that they were acted upon appropriately. And whilst we all probably would have wished for it to have concluded slightly earlier, given the importance of the issue and the scale of the concerns that were raised, it was better for the review to be done properly rather than hurriedly. And I very much welcome the finding which showed the vast majority of results were sound. Nevertheless, since the initial Royal College of Pathologists report in 2023, there have been a number of very important changes made. HPV testing has been fully introduced, offering a more accurate and reliable primary screening system, with cytology acting as a secondary test. And of course, Northern Ireland is now operating a single regional laboratory service, providing an improved oversight and consistency. These are substantial reforms that put patient safety at the forefront. There are further reports due imminently that I hope will help us understand not only what happened, but how oversight failed, how warning signs went unnoticed, and how we prevent anything like this from ever occurring again, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I urge all colleagues to approach these reports responsibly, and especially not through a political lens, but with the seriousness that the women affected deserve. And the Minister in particular will need to give their findings very careful consideration, because at some point in the coming months a decision will be required to consider which of the various options available to him are needed to establish accountability and ensure that such failures never rise again. Commissioning a public inquiry is, of course, one of these such options, and I have every confidence that the Minister will not shirk his responsibility in picking the right option. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is also critically important we also protect the future, and that means protecting confidence in cervical screening. This screening saves lives. That is not an opinion. It is clear, evidence-based fact. Screening reduces the risk of cervical cancer by detecting cell changes early, long before cancer develops. I cannot stress this strongly enough. I encourage every woman who receives an invitation to attend screening. The improvements we have made mean the system is stronger now than before. We owe it to the women who have suffered distress to ensure others are protected. Where concerns are raised, it's essential they are acted upon. There have been a number of reports already, and more are expected. Each and every one will need to be read in their entirety to help determine next steps. In closing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I again want to pay tribute to every single woman and family involved, including those who have so bravely spoken up over recent years. And again, I applaud the commitment of the Ladies with Letters group. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I call on Colin McGrath. Colin.
Much, Deputy Speaker, and in beginning today's contribution to this motion, I want to say that I, on behalf of the SDLP, recognise the Ladies with Letters, women who have shown extraordinary courage and determination. They have carried this issue from local communities through to councils and up to here in the Assembly, and they have rightly refused to be silenced or brushed aside in times when this place was collapsed or while it stands. And their persistence has exposed not only the truth of what happened in the Southern Trust, but the deeper truth that too often our health service fails to listen until it's actually forced to do so. This scandal has laid bare something far beyond the failure of individual screeners. It has revealed a system that is crumbling while we have watched on. And no amount of whitewashing or spin or polished press releases from the department can disguise that reality, and the public can see right through that. The women affected certainly see through it. The trust between patients and the health service, something that takes years to build, has been shaken to its core. The families of Erin Harbinson from Tandragee and Lindsay Courtney from Portadown, whose lives were so tragically lost as a result of this scandal, also see through that. Those who developed cancer or had precancerous cells identified can see through it. And we are told that the report will be published on Thursday, and all of us here welcome that. But I would absolutely pose this question to the Minister. If that report confirms serious failings, if it shows that systems were broken, that warnings were ignored, that oversight was missing, then what is the threshold that he will set for supporting a full public inquiry into this most horrendous scandal? How bad does it have to be before we draw a line and say the public deserve the full truth and not another internal review? The amendment from the DUP is important. It highlights that even now we face further problems, technical failures in the Belfast HPV lab, thousands of tests being sent to England, more delays and more stress for women already anxious about their results. This is not just a technical issue. It speaks to a system that has lost resilience, that lurches from one crisis to another and leaves women bearing the emotional cost of that bureaucratic dysfunction. I also want to say this, Deputy Speaker. I stand here as a man, and I will not fully understand the fear or the anxiety or the deep sense of betrayal that so many women have felt through this scandal. But that does not absolve me or any of us from a responsibility to make sure that we learn from it. It is precisely because I will never experience this directly that I have sought to listen more carefully, to speak more honestly and act more decisively in standing with the women that I have met as part of this campaign. The safety and dignity of women in our health service is not just a woman's issue, but it is a matter for all of us. And if this assembly is to mean anything, it must mean that we do not look away when systems fail those that they are meant to protect. The women that were caught up in this scandal did not ask for heroism, but they have absolutely shown it. They have done what the system could not. They have stood up for that truth. Their courage and steadfast resilience demands that we now do the same. So I support the motion, I support the amendment, and I certainly hope that if we get the report and it needs it, that from Thursday we will see that public inquiry if it's required. Thank you.
I call on Aoife Finnegan. Aoife.
I want to begin by echoing the thanks already expressed to those who brought this motion forward, and most importantly to the Ladies with Ladders campaigners. Their persistence and dignity have forced the system to face uncomfortable truths, and we owe them a huge debt for that. As my colleagues have outlined, Sinn Féin supports both the motion and the amendment. Our focus throughout has been on truth, transparency and accountability, not just through inquiries, but through the publication of the reviews that were promised months ago. Women are still waiting for answers that they deserve. I want to use this time to focus on the public health side of this issue, on reassurance and on rebuilding confidence in the screening programme. And as articulated by my party colleague here, Linda Dillon, while there has been failings, the message must be absolutely clear. Women should continue to attend their cervical screening appointments. The HPV test is now standard across Ireland. It is more accurate and more reliable form of screening, and it saves lives. Yes, there has been serious issues with oversight and delays, but the test itself is safe and effective. You have a 100% chance of cancer not being detected if you don't go for your smear. That's the reality, and it's vital that this debate doesn't inadvertently discourage women from attending. And while this motion focuses rightly on the Southern Trust failures, we also need to see it as part of a broader pattern. Time and again, women have had to fight for their healthcare to be taken seriously. Whether in screening, menopause support, endometriosis services or access to fertility and maternity services, the forthcoming Women's Health Strategy must deal with that head on. So yes, Minister, the Minister must publish the reviews and explain the delay, but he must also rebuild confidence by showing that women's health will never again be an afterthought. Garamila Mayagov.
Okay, Aoife, I call on Diane for sight. Diane.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the members who brought this important motion today. Cervical screening is a proven way to detect early stages of this type of cancer, to treat it, prevent the type of cancer from progressing, to adversely affect, or in some heartbreaking cases, end women's lives. Screening saves lives. And I speak today as MLA for South Down for all of those women and their families in my constituency affected by this. But I also speak as a woman who firsthand understands the impact this scandal has had on us all. Smear tests are not the most pleasant appointment that we as women attend, and for many it takes a lot of courage to build up to actually go, but most of us do, and we place our trust in the doctors and the NHS that by doing this we may detect issues early and improve our outcomes. There's relief in a clear test, stress and concerning results, and as others have said, I encourage everyone, no matter what is said in this debate today, to continue attending their smear tests. When the news of this scandal broke, I think every single woman living in the Southern Trust area thought to themselves, oh my goodness, do my years of clear results mean nothing? There really was a crisis in public confidence. And it's deeply regrettable that the Southern Trust has not always been forthright in providing key information to relevant scrutiny bodies in this Assembly. It's unfortunate the lengths that individuals have had to go to in order to access individual screeners' data, a key piece of information to the entire issue. It is vital that we see openness and transparency across our health service at all times. Alarm bells should ring when professionals with oversight of such a critical programme raise serious concerns. What is needed now is full disclosure, openness and transparency from both the Department and the Trust in all these matters. Confidence in the effectiveness of the cervical screening is of paramount importance to women across Northern Ireland, and I just want to build on that. I don't think I fully appreciated how much confidence I had lost in the system until I faced it myself. This time 2 years ago, I was at an event, and at the end I saw a number of missed calls from my GP, which was very unusual. When I called back, she said she wanted to speak to me before I got home and got my post, as my smear test taken 5 months earlier had highlighted issues, but I shouldn't be overly concerned. And she went on to explain more, but I heard very little after that. I was in Cookstown, 2 hours from my home, and felt like I'd taken a gut blow. Immediately I should have thought to myself, it's okay, I get these tests every couple of years. This will be new and treatable. But I didn't. I thought to myself, this is it. I'm dying. This has been growing within me for 20 years. They've missed it because they are useless. Look how many people have they been let down all over the press, and I'm another one of them. Perhaps an overreaction, but that's how I felt. It hit me hard, and it was a long journey home for me that day. Where there was my letter, I went to Daisy Hill the following week. I got my test, nobody really committed either way, and information. Spent the entire of Christmas incredibly stressed with my children, and with the support of my sister, I got myself onto a clinical trial for the next 6 to 9 months to help improve possible outcomes. It was mid-February before I got a letter from the Southern Trust to say my investigative tests from the November were clear and nothing more needed done. But to be honest, I had zero confidence in this letter. I continued on my clinical trial until late 2024. Then I went for screening again because I do still believe in smear tests. Thankfully, I got clear results earlier this year, but I still have a crisis of confidence in this. The failure of the Southern Trust to be open and honest throughout has really affected me. I am one person, one lived experience, but I like to think of myself as a reasonably well-informed person speaking on this issue. And when I feel like this is an individual, it is difficult to be open and honest with constituents when they come to me with the same concerns without more information and assurances from the Department. I commend the ladies with letters. Their strong voice on this issue has been incredible. We remember those that have been devastatingly lost along the way. I thank my colleague Diane Dodds for her strong advocacy on this issue. that there really is a clear need for greater candour and transparency in our health service. We support this call for a public inquiry, but it should not have had to come to this. Accountability, openness and honesty should be pillars of our health system at every level. Women across Northern Ireland deserve clarity, they deserve better, and their confidence in this system needs to be restored.
Thank you, Diane. I call on Michelle Guy. Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion today, and I want to, first of all, pay tribute to the women at the heart of this scandal. I know that members from across this House have offered their support to the women impacted, some catastrophically, from the failures in the Southern Trust, and I think it's right to start with acknowledging that. I also want to thank the DUP for their amendment. I think it does add to our original motion and reminds us that there are still some frailties within the system, and to restore confidence that we need to get those answers as well. I was first co-opted to the Assembly. I got a message from my colleague Saoirse Eastwood, who told me to check in with the Ladies with Letters campaign. Saoirse didn't realise at that time that when the scandal broke, I was actually recovering from surgery for cervical cancer. Apologies, I did not expect to lose my composure. I did not realise at that time that I would have the opportunity to stand here as an MLA and advocate for these women. And that is what I want to do today. I want to give voice to their pain, to their anger, and to their ongoing determination to get truth and accountability. I want us to remember what we're talking about. 17,500 women had their smear test review. The failing stretched over 13 years. 2 women have died. 5 children have lost their mother. These were not abstract mistakes.
Would the member take an intervention?
Yeah.
I thank the member for taking an intervention. I think it's very important today that we do come together cross-party to support both the motion and the amendment, and just want to reiterate that those people and women who are impacted are living with this issue every day, and thank you for your bravery and also speaking out.
Michelle, you've got an extra minute, but just take your time. Take your time.
These were not abstract mistakes. They were avoidable, life-altering errors that denied women the opportunity for early detection and treatment. Leona Patterson had 3 misread smear tests before she was diagnosed with cervical cancer at just 42. She told me, "When you are diagnosed with cancer and you go through treatment, you are changed. Going through what I have gone through and knowing it was preventable creates a different kind of anger. We shouldn't have to fight for answers. If the Minister is really committed to women's health, he would initiate a statutory public inquiry." Sandra Courtney's daughter Lindsay died in 2018, aged only 30, after a misread smear test, and Sandra asked me to read this on her behalf. Lindsay tragically died in 2018 at the age of 30 through no fault of her own. At that time, I requested that the Trust undertake a review of the individuals involved, yet a consultant questioned the necessity of doing so. We were also assured that lessons had been learned. However, 7 years on, there is little evidence that meaningful lessons have been implemented. In light of this continued lack of transparency and accountability, will the Minister now agree to commission a thorough and robust statutory public inquiry into Lindsay's death and the conduct of the Southern Trust to ensure that such a tragedy is not repeated? And from Heather Thompson with the Ladies of Letters campaign, the only way forward in this dire situation is for the Minister to establish a statutory public inquiry. Who knew this was happening? How did these failings go on for so long? Who will be held accountable? Only a public inquiry with powers to compel evidence and testimony can deliver the answers we deserve. The Ladies with Letters are an inspiration, not only in how they have campaigned, but in how they have supported each other. They have been let down not only by the failures in the system, but the lack of urgency since. They have no confidence the reports that will be published this week will give them the answers they need. Confidence in the screening programme is fragile. Women must feel they can trust the system. That trust can only be rebuilt through honesty, accountability and transparency, not through departmental reviews behind closed doors. Minister, nothing you can do now can undo what has happened, but you can choose truth over defensiveness. You can choose transparency over secrecy, Delay in itself is a decision that deepens the pain and prolongs injustice. So decide, Minister, be straight with these women. A statutory public inquiry is not only justified, it is essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And I call on Sinead McLaughlin. Sinead.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I too welcome the opportunity on speaking to this motion, and we will be supporting the motion and the amendment. And indeed, I feel very privileged listening to the testimonies of the members here today as well. And it's so important that as elected reps that we can share our life experiences and really show the empathy to those that are going through that. So thank you very much. It's not easy. I want to begin by acknowledging the incredible women that I know that are listening online to this debate today. They have been in touch. The Ladies with Letters campaigners have fought tirelessly to demand transparency and accountability in a scandal that has caused untold suffering. 17,500 women in the Southern Health and Social Care Trust area have had their smear tests misread. But this is not just a Southern Trust issue. The impact stretches right across Northern Ireland, and many women in the Western Trust have had misread tests. And I know of at least 6 that have gone on to develop cancer because of this. The consequences of this failure is truly devastating and incredibly personal. And I want to share the story of one of my constituents who was diagnosed with stage 1A1 cervical cancer in late 2016. I supported her recently at her disclosure meeting and the SAI meeting, and to say this was very traumatic would be a complete understatement, but it's so important that she could get to see and hear the truth, and to see those smear tests laid out in front of her that had been misread on several occasions. Not because she didn't go to have her smear test. She went, she did everything right, and they were misread time and time again. She had a full hysterectomy on the 13th of April 2017, all while raising young children. She went through surgical menopause without any support. The trauma, the loss and the lack of care she faced is a damning indictment of how little urgency has been given to women's health care. In 2019, she asked for her smear test to be reread. That review revealed that the tests had been incorrectly read, as I said, multiple times. Years of her life filled with fear, treatment, recovery, and the anguish that is surgical menopause could have all been avoided. And she was not treated with understanding or compassion actually during the process. She didn't even get counselling. Like many women seeking answers, she felt as though she was on trial, questioned and doubted while simply trying to uncover the truth. This is utterly heartbreaking and yet all too common, emphasising the additional damage caused by the failings in the system itself. And she's still fighting for the truth. We must never forget that behind every statistic is a life, a family, and a story of courage. These women have had to navigate trauma, health scares and the failings of the very system that should have actually protected them. And throughout it all, many have shown extraordinary bravery, attending meetings, confronting the trust and demanding accountability despite the emotional toil and turmoil. The Ladies with Letters campaigners are a testament to this courage. They refuse to accept that women's lives should be jeopardised by negligence and systematic failure, and their work has shone a light on the scandal that has otherwise remained too hidden. It is for these reasons that I am calling today for this, a statutory public inquiry. We need a full investigation, not a partial review, not another set of internal meetings, but an independent, transparent process that actually uncovers the truth. We need to know how this happened, why warnings were missed, why errors went unchallenged for years, and why women were left to face these consequences alone. Justice and transparency are not just for the women affected, they are for all of us, because the credibility of our health system is at stake. Minister, you have continued to insist that a women's health action plan is sufficient. Let me be clear, it is not.
Sinead, can you draw your remarks to a close, please?
Our intentions, strategies, our commitments. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. I call on Timothy Gaston. Timothy.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome this motion before us this evening. The original motion tabled by the Alliance Party and indeed the amendment tabled by the DUP. Both recognise the seriousness of what has unfolded, the need for full transparency and the absolute necessity of a statutory public inquiry into the cervical screening scandal in the Southern Trust and now beyond. I want to commend the strength and determination the ladies with letters have shown and continue to show. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is not a moment for point scoring, but it is a moment for accuracy and accountability. It was TUV who were the first party to publicly call for a statutory public inquiry. On the 4th of September 2024, when others were still speaking in vague terms of reviews and learning exercises, TUV stated clearly that a full public inquiry was necessary to uncover what happened, who failed who, and how women were so badly let down. That call is a matter of public record. I also want to commend my colleague, Councillor Keith Ratcliffe, who has been tirelessly working away in pursuit of these issues, standing with affected families and refusing to allow this scandal to be buried. Members will have seen the written questions I have tabled seeking answers about the Royal College of Pathologists report and concerns raised back as far as 2021. Several questions have been answered, and I do welcome that and acknowledge that, but one still remains even to this day, despite being tabled in early September last year. That's simply not good enough, Minister, and it speaks volumes about the frustrating pace of transparency in your department. This is why victims and campaigners have lost confidence in the internal processes. We have women who were failed, we have families who suffered loss, we have 17,500 slides recalled, and we had warnings raised years ago. These were sadly ignored. We now have fresh concerns in the Belfast Trust laboratory, requiring tests to be sent across the water. The amendment rightly highlights that this scandal cannot be ring-fenced to one trust. Warm words will not restore trust, only full truth and accountability will. That is why I support the motion, that is why I support the amendment, and that is why TUV will continue pressing consistently and without hesitation for truth for these women and for assurance that this can never happen again.
Thank you, Timothy. I call on the Minister. Minister, you have up to 15 minutes. Minister.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I think if anybody was ever in any doubt that all healthcare is personal, this debate and this issue is the proof. And I'd like to begin by trying to assure members that right from the beginning, right from taking up post, I've given this matter my full focus. I have listened to those who've been affected. I have met some of the women. I've met some of their families, not just spouses, but children. On several occasions, I've met with the Ladies with Letters group. I've listened to their concerns, and I believe I understand their frustration. I believe I understand their anger. And one thing I'm sure we all agree on, the affected women must and will remain the key focus for all of us. In terms of information sharing, I've sought to be as open and transparent as possible, right from the get-go. I recognise it's now been over 2 years since the publication of the Royal College of Pathologists report. That was the 9th of October 2023. So, of course, I regret the time it's taken to reach this point. But I believe it's essential we gather all the relevant information, because we have to fully understand the full picture of exactly what happened within the Southern Trust Cytology Laboratory. So while I'm conscious of the time taken to reach this point, a significant amount of work has been undertaken in relation to the screening programme in the meantime, and let me list a few bullet points. The implementation of all the recommendations contained in that Royal College report, ceasing of all cervical screening activity in the Southern Trust, the full implementation since December of 2023 of the human papillomavirus, or HPV testing, which is a better and a more reliable automated test. Cytology is now used as a second line of testing, undertaking for screening samples which test positive for the presence of HPV. And since November of last year, we've established a single regional laboratory service managed by the Belfast Trust, and I'll return to Mrs. Dodds' concerns later. Consequently, the cervical screening programme has been significantly improved over the last 2 years. As members will be aware, a population-based cervical screening programme is a complicated process. It involves a number of steps. The UK National Screening Committee states it's important to have realistic expectations of what a screening test does, and that it will not identify all cases of disease. It is not a diagnosis, and that's an important thing to repeat. Screening is not diagnosis. False negative and false positive tests occur in all screening programmes. The screening programme is aimed at healthy women with no symptoms. The purpose, to reduce the incidence of cervical cancer and to prevent women from dying. Screening has been shown to be effective in helping to reduce the risk of developing cervical cancer, and like other members, I urge all women to take up the offer of screening when invited to do so. The effectiveness of the programme is reflected in comparative data across the UK for the period of 2017 to 2019. This shows the European age standardised incidence rate for cervical cancer in Northern Ireland is similar to the UK average. In Northern Ireland, it's 9.1 new cases per 100,000 females. The UK average is 9.9. In the Republic of Ireland, there's an age standardised incidence rate of 10.43 per 100,000 females, and that's for the period 2018 to 22, so just a year out and starting from our own. I urge members to ensure this message is not lost. I also remain committed to understanding what happened in the Southern Cervical Screening Programme. As members may recall, the background is the Southern Trust senior management received internal notification in 2021 which raised concerns of poor performance going back several years within the laboratory, and this was formally raised with the Public Health Agency in February of 2022. This triggered a series of meetings which led to the Royal College being commissioned to undertake a desktop-based risk assessment, and the pathologist's report was received in May 2023. It found that there was a significant performance issue with a number of screening staff. The report also found that the Trust failed to take appropriate action to manage the underperformance. So yes, it was management and screeners. The Southern Trust and the PHA considered the recommendations from the report, and taking into account ethical considerations, decided to carry out a precautionary physical review of the records of over 17,000 women who've been screened during the period in question. The review became known as a Cervical Cytology Review of the CCR. Now, I fully acknowledge the news of this review naturally caused a lot of worry, a lot of upset for the women who received letters. However, it was a necessary and important step to help to establish the facts, to check the accuracy of original screening results and whether those screenings results were on those who were screened were on the correct pathway. While the Southern Trust Laboratory played no role in the review did take longer than was initially anticipated and was completed in the autumn of 2024. Following the completion, 2 factual reports were published. This was on the 11th of December last. The Cervical Cytology Review Activities and Outcome Report 2008-21, and a separate companion report, Cervical Cancers in the Southern Trust 2009-2023. These reports provided the factual information collated from the review and drew on data reported by the Northern Ireland Cancer Registry and the audits of invasive cervical cancer process. As members will recall, no cervical cancers were identified during the CCR. The Cervical Cytology Review Outcomes report noted 96% of the women included had no change to their original smear test result on review and required no further follow-up. Therefore, while the review in itself did not provide all the answers we needed, it did go some way in reducing the concerns raised in the RC Path report, which stated, and I quote, that while most results issued by the laboratory were correct, a significant number of women were likely to have received negative screening results on tests that would have been identified as abnormal in other laboratories, end quote. As a result of the review, 64 women were invited to attend colposcopy or gynecology review. Of these, 56 attended their colposcopy appointment. 21 of them had a negative or normal result and therefore required no treatment and were discharged. 24 had evidence of precancerous changes to their cervix which did not require treatment. 11 women had precancerous changes to their cervix or another significant incidental finding which did require treatment. These women have either completed or are undergoing a treatment pathway. A second report, Cervical Cancers in the Southern Trust, is a comprehensive review of cancer rates in Northern Ireland from 1997 to 2021. This report concluded that, quote, when adjusted for the population, data from the registry shows that there is no statistical difference between trusts in the number of cases of cervical cancer, the stage at which they've been diagnosed, deaths from cervical cancer, or the number of cases of precancerous changes of the cervix. The incidence of cervical cancer in Northern Ireland has also been reported as being similar to the UK average. Again, end quote. To ensure we have a full understanding of the potential issues within the Southern Trust Laboratory, several additional reports were commissioned, and I can advise members that the 3 separate reports are due to be published by the Southern Trust and the Public Health Agency this Wednesday, the 5th of November. And let me emphasise to members, I am not publishing, the Department is not publishing. They'll be jointly published between the Southern Trust and the Public Health Agency. 3 reports this Wednesday. They are an independent expert's opinion on the factual reports published in December last year, an independent review by NHS England of the PHA's quality assurance arrangements for cervical screening in Northern Ireland, and thirdly, a summary of the multi-patient serious adverse incident findings and learnings. Now, I request that these reports were published at the same time as they relate to the full cervical screening pathway and need to be viewed in their entirety and in conjunction with the reports previously published. And I'll be making a written ministerial statement to coincide with their publication and to update members. And I'll give way to the member, but I say to her the reason one report was ready to be published and I asked it to be held was that so that all 3 could be published at once and we wouldn't have some sort of swinging effect of one publication taking you to this conclusion, the second one taking you there. But I will give way.
Thanks, Minister, for giving way. My intervention's actually around whenever those reports are being published, that you also look at the Kent and Canterbury inquiry that took place in the 90s, because their statistics were actually not as bad as the statistics here in Northern Ireland, and that there was an inquiry, and hopefully that can help inform the next steps as we move forward.
I thank the member for the intervention. I will certainly note that. I have a next step in mind, and on Wednesday in the written ministerial statement I'll make clear what that intention is, but what the member is asking to be included in what I'm thinking of is taken on board. Senior managers from the Southern Trust had previously acknowledged there was underperformance by some screeners within their laboratory and in their oversight system. They recognised this was a completely unacceptable breach of governance procedures, and it represented a system failure. Now, turning to the issue of the equipment in the regional laboratory, it's important to note cervical screening and HPV testing are two separate processes. Cervical screening in the Belfast Trust has never been paused. Cervical cytology screening is the step undertaken after primary HPV testing, and reporting for this step has continued on site during the equipment downtime, and it remains unaffected. I can confirm that at this time the HPV testing equipment is operational again in the regional laboratory, and Trust staff are committed to having the service back to full operational capacity within the next short number of days. However, that machine, it seems to me, has reached very close to its end of life, and I have spoken to the Permanent Secretary about, in a matter of urgency, finding the capital to find a replacement piece of equipment. Because there have been issues with the HPV testing equipment, and it is reaching the end of its working life. However, all laboratories have contingency arrangements to deal with scenarios such as this, and since Belfast Trust enacted its contingency plan for HPT testing with Gateshead, there has been no backlog in HPV testing. The plan will continue until technical issues are resolved. As of the 31st of October, around 13,522 samples have been sent to Gateshead, and the results are sent back within 21 days of samples being sent there. Let me emphasise they are sent to GPs, and it is up to the GP, the general practitioner, to pass them on to the patients. The vast majority of women attended screening. Approximately 90% test negative for HPV. They'll not have had any negative impact on their screening outcomes, as this report will return them to a 3-yearly smear as part of the screening programme. For women who test positive for HPV, there will be minimal to no additional impact to their turnaround times. These samples require secondary testing by cytology screening to determine the final report. This process is more complex, manual, and it requires additional time. As I've already said, reporting for this step has continued on site during this equipment downtime and remains unaffected. In closing, I want to again acknowledge that this remains a difficult and challenging time for all impacted, and I pledge to keep communication open with the women and their families whom I've previously met, and I will fulfil this pledge. I would urge all members to read the 3 screening-related reports due to be issued on Wednesday. Now, Diane Dodds asked about how the contract was awarded to the Belfast Trust. It was open to any trust to pitch. Accreditation for HPV testing was one of the criteria scored, but the decision by the Implementation Project Board to commission Belfast was informed by a range of factors, and I'm told the Belfast Trust scored highest in the process and was awarded the contract, and the scoring was reviewed by an independent appeals panel on the 3rd of July last, and they endorsed the original result. Linda Dillon asked for a women's action plan, and Sinead McLaughlin said that I believed an action plan was sufficient. That is not, I have never said that. We do need a strategy. What I'm saying is, within the remainder of this mandate, what is practical is to deliver an action plan ahead of a strategy in the next mandate. If you can do it in 10 seconds, it's yours.
It's just to get confirmation that the ladies with letters of those women that they represent will get an embargoed copy of the reports.
And they will be given sight of the report before it is made public, yes, by an hour or so.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for finishing at 15 minutes. Can I call on Alan Robinson to wind on the amendment? Alan, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I maybe just begin by thanking Michelle Guy, who's just leaving the chamber. I know in here sometimes it is very difficult for politicians to show a very personal side and to show their emotional hand, but she did. And I think she's very brave for doing that. And I think on behalf of all of us, I think it's very important that we wish her good health. I think also as well for Diane Forsyth, who also spoke very personally on the issues that she has faced. She told her own personal story in this, and again, I think it is very, very brave of both women to tell that story in a very personal way. Can I also thank my colleague Deanne Dodds for working up the amendment, and also for the incredible work that she's been doing with the families who have been so badly affected by this dreadful issue. And I want to also thank proposers of the motion. It was a really important one, and it has been a very good debate on here today. It's been a solemn debate as well. The cervical screening scandal cost 2 lives that we know of, is still causing ongoing distress, and it has shaken public confidence in a programme that should be a bulwark of women's health. Our amendment, we believe, strengthens the original motion, and doing so calls for accountability, for transparency, and ultimately for justice for these women of this province who tell us that they've been failed. We thank all members who have openly said that they'll be supporting our amendment. It is very important to say a thank you to the senior health staff who spoke out about their concerns, which resulted in the review of over 17,000 women's smear tests, spanning that period of January 2008 to October 2021. And it is also very important, Mr Deputy Speaker, to thank the Royal College of Pathology, whose independent report raised concerns about underperformance in the screening labs. Can I just say that it was always very important during this debate that we did not lose sight of the personal toll, and that has been very central to many, if not all, members here today. It is very, very important that we applaud the campaign group, Ladies with Letters, who was formed by the women affected, who helped to report that 8 women under the review went on to have cancer, and 2 that we know of, Lindsay Courtney and Erin Harbinson, have died. And I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, the names of these 2 women should play very heavy on our minds in this chamber. Lindsay, a mother of 1 from Portadown, dying in 2018, aged just 30, after a smear test was misread. Erin, a mother of 4 from Tangragee, dying in 2024 at just 44 years of age, her smear test being misread in 2012, 15 and again in 2018. Is unforgivable. Other women who are still alive carry fear and uncertainty of not knowing whether their health is in danger as a result of errors. And for some time, these women, the media and others, have pushed for clear answers about who knew what, when and why so little was done sooner. Yet they feel that they are no further forward. It is deeply concerning that when some have called for further answers, trusts and some sporting bodies have not always been able to or willing to provide full data. As I referred to earlier, UTV's appeals for data on screener performance in a number of trusts were met with obstacles, with some citing the time required to collate or process the information. Yet when the Information Commissioner was pressed, that office upheld that the public interest and transparency outweighs internal delays, with episodes of underperformance being detected in all health and social care trusts, not just in the southern. It is incredibly worrying that in 1 year, 2016-17, half the screeners in Belfast Trust failed to meet the 90% detection threshold for all abnormalities, and that suggested that the issues may have been much more widespread. Also, a whistleblower has warned that oversight and quality assurance in the programme have not significantly changed, and that internal and external checks have not been sufficient to prevent reoccurrence of errors. This raises questions. How were underperforming screeners allowed to run for 13 years? Why were remedial actions not triggered sooner? What was the role of oversight bodies, management, governance and quality assurance in enabling or failing to stop this slide? Time and time again, women affected say they've also been met with a slow response to their questions. And the recent story from the UTV, the recent story from the UTV that showed, due to equipment breakdown, nearly 10,000 HPV or smear tests have been sent to GB for testing, is yet another indictment upon our cervical screening facilities here in Northern.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. First, I want to thank all members across the House for their contributions. I think this has been a very sensitive debate, and I think the contributions have been very, very positive right across the House. I want to thank the DUP for their amendment, which we will be supporting, and I think adds to the motion. 2 years have passed since this scandal first came to light, and yet the progress in getting answers has been painfully slow. We've seen a lack of transparency, unacceptable delays, and a slow pace of investigations by both the Department of Health and the Trust, and that is simply not good enough. Every woman impacted by this scandal deserves truth and accountability as a bare minimum. And while I welcome the recall and the review of 17,500 smear tests, it should never have got to that stage. We absolutely must rebuild public trust in our screening services, which has come up time and time again today. Cervical screening saves lives, but it can only do so if patients have faith that the system is robust and that any errors will be swiftly identified and corrected, and right now that has been deeply eroded. It wasn't that long ago we were discussing endometriosis and the almost decade-long wait for the diagnosis of women in Northern Ireland, or the fact that there is no mother and baby unit in Northern Ireland, or what about the delays to the maternity hospital? Time and time again it is being proved that women's health is not a priority, and this is a massive concern. Women must be able to place their trust in our health service without reservation. Currently they cannot, and they are dying because of it. Women across Northern Ireland are understandably anxious, and they will be asking, will my smear test be accurate? Can I trust the results? The human cost of these failures have been devastating. Misread smear tests resulted in at least 8 women developing cervical cancer. 2 women have lost their lives. That's not just an unfortunate statistic. This is someone who did the right thing, took the right steps, and was given a death sentence by serious failings in our health service. Many of us will have heard the names of Lindsay Courtney and Erin Harbison throughout this debate. Erin had 3 cervical cancer screenings over the course of a decade, giving her the all clear, all incorrect. Erin died in August last year, aged 44. She was told by doctors that if her results had been caught earlier, it could have been helped to treat her sooner and possibly could have saved her life. She was told to think of her disease as one of those things, not her fault or anyone else's. In Erin's own words, when she realised she could have been diagnosed earlier, "This is someone's fault. They killed me. They've taken my life away." Lindsay Courtney died in 2018, aged 30, following a misread smear. Her family met with the Trust and asked if the screener's work could be rechecked. In the minutes of that meeting, senior doctors admitted no re-examinations had taken place and questioned why such action would be taken. I've had the privilege, like other members here, of meeting her parents, Ron and Sandra, and I was very moved by their quiet dignity while campaigning for the truth about their daughter's death. I don't think any words will ever express the utter tragedy in Lindsay's death and that the possibility it was preventable. The relief of an unclear result no longer carries the same meaning. We cannot let that fear, coupled with a lack of action to investigate, undermine participation in screening, or more lives will be at risk. As my colleague Michelle Guy, who has worked closely with the Ladies with Letters, said recently, a public inquiry is the only way to begin rebuilding trust in this essential service. The Ladies with Letters group believes that the scandal represents one of the most significant healthcare failures in Northern Ireland. Its member is calling for a statutory public inquiry with full powers to establish the full unvarnished facts of what happened. It is undeniable the cost of inaction has gone too far, and the Minister must establish a statutory public inquiry in order to uncover the full truth, to establish accountability and to ensure that such failures will never arise again. It is the very least that women in Northern Ireland deserve. I will now highlight a few of the comments made by the speakers throughout the debate. My colleague Nola McAllister proposed the motion highlighting the effect of the recall on the confidence of women in the screening process, and that concerns were raised as early as 2019, and yet there was no action until 2021. Diane Dodds noted the call from the Lady with Letters campaign for a full statutory inquiry and the actions of the whistleblower in the Southern Trust, which undoubtedly saved lives. Failings of the management with the screeners and the anomalies in the awarding of the contracts. Linda Dillon described deep-rooted failure to value women's health equally, and have there been asked whether there had been delays and backlogs created by the recent sending of thousands of HPV tests to Gateshead, and I think the Minister covered that. She also encouraged women to continue to attend cervical smears and to attend GP for any symptoms of ovarian cancer. Alan Chambers encouraged MLAs to approach the reports responsibly and highlighted that screening saves lives. Colin McGrath highlighted the trust between women and the health service has been shaken to the core, and he encouraged the Minister to highlight what his threshold would be for holding a full public inquiry if the reports do show failings. Aoife Finnegan spoke of the importance of reassurance and rebuilding public confidence in the screening programme. Diane Forsyth talked of the crisis in public confidence, saying that it's vital that we see openness and transparency across the health service. She also shared her personal account of worrying about test results in a very brave way. Michelle Guy also shared her own personal journey with this very powerfully, highlighting that these are not abstract mistakes, they are avoidable, life-altering mistakes. If the Minister was really committed to women's health, he would commission a public inquiry, and Michelle quoted Lindsay Courtney's mum. Sinead McLaughlin thanked members for sharing their personal stories. She recalled supporting a constituent at her disclosure meeting and SIA meeting, and highlighted the additional damage that's being done to the women by a system that should have been protecting them. Timothy Gaston highlighted the necessity of a public inquiry. Minister Nesbitt then listed the meetings that he'd had with the women, the spouses and the Ladies with Letters group. He highlighted the importance of the cervical screening programme and that there had been significant improvements, including the implementation of all of the recommendations in the report and the move to HPV testing and cytology testing as the second line. He encouraged women to take up any opportunities for screening and highlighted that 96% of the women in the review needed no further follow-up. He also talked of the 3 reports that will be jointly published by the PHA and the Southern Trust on Wednesday, highlighting that he had asked for one to be held back so that all 3 could be published together. And winding up, Alan Robinson commended the Ladies with Letters campaign, but saying that women felt no further forward and that raised very, very serious questions about the management of the screeners and the system as a whole. Mr Deputy Speaker, this has been a very sensitive and powerful debate, and I would like to thank again all members for taking part. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, members. And after some of the earlier things today, it was good to see this debate being conducted in the way it was. And may I pass on my regards, and I understand how difficult it would be. But thank you very much indeed. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Diane Dodds and Alan Robinson be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Take your ease while we hand over the top table. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Members, the next item of business is a motion on delivery of a childcare strategy. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises that the commitment to delivering more affordable, accessible, high-quality early learning and childcare is an immediate priority within the Executive's programme for government, and that the Executive has provided £80 million towards childcare support measures during the last 2 financial years. Further recognises that many families continue to struggle with the cost of childcare alongside their other bills, acknowledges the challenges facing the childcare sector in terms of recruitment and retention, regrets the delays by the Minister of Education in bringing forward the Early Learning and Childcare Strategy, calls on the Minister of Education to commit to publishing the long-awaited Early Learning and Childcare Strategy by the end of 2025, and further calls on the Minister to commit to a strategy that delivers high-quality, affordable childcare that meets the needs of all children, including those with special educational needs, physical disabilities, children in Irish medium education, and those for whom English is not a first language.
Thank you. And I call Cathy Mason to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshals list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
Since this Assembly returned, we have all agreed that tackling the childcare crisis must be a defining priority of this mandate. We know that delivering high-quality, affordable childcare is a key commitment in the programme for government. Sinn Féin finance ministers haven't just recognised that, they've acted. They've allocated £75 million specifically for childcare and early years, funding given directly to support affordable childcare, struggling providers, and to deliver the long overdue childcare and early learning strategy. But when it comes to a strategy, parents and providers are still left in the dark by the Minister of Education. No strategy and no plan. The childcare subsidy scheme was a welcome first step, but hasn't been built upon. Families are still facing crippling childcare bills that rival mortgage payments. According to the latest NISRA survey, only 1 in 4 households say that childcare is actually affordable. That means 3 out of 4 families are struggling to pay for the very thing that lets them work and provide for their children. For too many families, whether on 2 incomes or relying on universal credit, accessing suitable and affordable childcare isn't possible. This has to change. The price uplift gap that leaves families on universal credit locked out of affordable childcare must be closed. But affordability alone won't fix this crisis. We also need a childcare workforce strategy, one that tackles recruitment and retention, improves pay and conditions, and values the skilled staff who make this sector possible. Let's be clear, this workforce is overwhelmingly female, underpaid and undervalued. If we want quality childcare, we must value the people who deliver it. The strategy must also be inclusive. It must provide for children with special educational needs, for those with physical disabilities, and for those learning through the medium of Irish or for whose first language isn't English. The Irish medium sector has been under-resourced for years, lacking affordable childcare places, proper training pathways and workforce development in the language. Parents choosing Irish medium education should not be penalised by poor provision. They deserve equality of access. And the non-statutory preschool sector, which is the backbone of early years education in many of our communities, must no longer be treated as a second-class service. These providers at present feel at a disadvantage on funding, staffing ratios and resources. If we value early learning, we must fund it fairly, statutory and non-statutory alike. The strategy must support all parts of our childcare system, community and voluntary providers, Sure Start, childminders and home carers, and it must finally deliver the long overdue review of the minimum standards in partnership with the Health Minister. Because at the heart of this, Cancorlia, are our children. Childcare is not just supervision, it's the very foundations of learning, confidence and opportunity. And this is what the Education Minister should be focused on. Not propaganda trips funded by the Israeli government, but on delivering for the children, families and childcare workers here at home. The childcare and early learning strategy must be child-centred, workforce-driven and action-focused. It's time to stop delaying, stop deflecting and start delivering. We need a fully costed, inclusive and ambitious plan that cuts bills for parents, supports providers, values workers and gives every single child in every community, in every language, the very best possible start in life.
Thank you. I now call Michelle Guy to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose the amendments and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Once again, we are discussing childcare and early learning in the Chamber, a reflection of how important this issue is for families. And of course, families and children don't care how many times we talk about something, they care about what actually changes. The Minister has committed to deliver the long-awaited draft strategy to the Executive within weeks and confirmed it will go out to consultation, which I welcome. Our amendment sought to widen the scope of the motion and capture a number of key aspects of the strategy, especially the need for cross-departmental commitment to actions. When it comes, this strategy must mark a step change in how government acts on early learning and childcare. There has been progress driven by years of advocacy from organisations and the sheer desperation of parents, but we are still far from where we need to be. There has been some welcome support on affordability with the Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme. It provided a fast injection of financial support for some families. But as the Minister has acknowledged himself, it does not support those on universal credit who, although they can avail of support, can only do so in arrears. It does not support those studying or made redundant. In short, too many are still left behind. The Minister has described the upcoming strategy as ambitious but realistic. I hope that realism reflects the delicate ecosystem this sector depends on. Let's be clear about those interdependencies. Subsidising fees helps, but if fees outstrip the subsidy, it doesn't work, and many families say that's happening now. A discounted place means nothing to a family who cannot find a provider in their area, and providers cannot expand provision unless they can cover costs and retain qualified staff. A long-awaited business support scheme announced as a scheme to assist those in financial difficulty in areas where the demand for childcare exceeds supply appears from recent Assembly questions from the Economy Minister to have morphed into an advisory service which will worry providers. Clarity on this is needed in the strategy. We also know that families of children with special educational needs and disabilities face some of the greatest struggles. They find it incredibly difficult to access adequate childcare, and those same barriers follow those children into school. A strategy, a decade in the making, must deal with this complexity, not sidestep it. Let's also remember, publishing a strategy isn't the achievement. Delivery is. The real measure will be the difference it makes to homes and early year settings across Northern Ireland. I want to also speak specifically about the early learning aspect of the strategy, and this is where joined up working with health needs to improve. Lucy Crahan, who recently undertook a curriculum review, expressed hearing serious concerns from early learning professionals about early child development. She described the issue as a ticking time bomb. We know that investing in early years has the biggest return on investment, whether it be in terms of educational underachievement or special educational needs. As Lucy herself said in her report, giving children the input they need at a young age can transform educational and life trajectories. Funding and infrastructure to provide this necessary support in the early years is essential to the successful functioning of Northern Ireland's economy and society. This investment, key to setting young people up for the rest of their lives, starts before the child is born. A significant part of this is focusing more on what advice and support is available to parents and carers. Parenting is a difficult role, made more difficult given the financial strains caused by the cost of living, including childcare, and the erosion of funding available to the community and voluntary sector. We must defend the public and community organisations that support our parents. The Fair Start report showed the need to reorientate our systems towards early years, and many of its actions, including better data sharing between health and education, still haven't been completed. These are practical steps that don't necessarily require funding, just focus on delivery. And focus on delivery must be at the heart of this strategy. Early learning and childcare have been neglected for far too long. Transforming the system will not only change children's lives, it will strengthen our education, health and justice systems, boost our economy and build a fairer society. So let's not allow this to become another strategy that is announced, debated and then quietly shelved. Let's get it right for our early educators, for our parents and most importantly for our children.
Thank you. David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to respond to this motion on childcare, and I do so with a sense of pride in the progress that has been made to support families right across Northern Ireland, not least by this Minister. The extension of the Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme was an incredibly important initiative, and one that is already making tangible difference to the lives of parents, children in every corner of our country. By extending this scheme to include all school-age children, the Minister has increased eligibility by an impressive 60%. That means thousands more families will now have access to vital support that helps them manage the cost of childcare, support that for many is the difference between being able to work and not. This is a promise made and a promise kept. The DUP is serious about tackling the issues that matter most to people, serious about helping our working families, and few issues matter more to working families than the affordability and availability of childcare. And it's been discussed that we've mentioned it many times in this chamber and discussed it many times in this chamber for that reason. As a result of this initiative, which has been championed and led by the DUP Minister, working parents are now seeing savings of up to 32% in their childcare bills. That is not rhetoric, it's delivery. It's practical difference that good government can make when it focuses on what really matters. For too long, parents in Northern Ireland have been paying over the odds for childcare. Many families have felt the system didn't work for them, that it was too expensive, too inflexible. This scheme gave that foot up. It's not a magic wand, it does not remove every challenge or financial strain, but it helps ensure that more parents are not forced to choose between career and family, and the children are given the best start in life. And while we can take pride in the progress made, this party are also clear-eyed. Challenges still remain. The Minister is committed to launching the comprehensive early learning and childcare strategy, which is mentioned in this motion, and that's to ensure that childcare we provide is not only affordable today, but into the future. And that obviously is a commitment within our programme for government. And I'm confident that we will see this Minister acting, as he has said, sooner rather than later in regard to the implementation of that beyond its consultation. The 25 million support package announced for 24 and 25 represented the most significant expansion of early years investment in decades. That was not an afterthought. It was the evidence of the drive of this Minister and this party to deliver against the commitment of supporting those hard-working families and to build a stronger and fairer Northern Ireland. Our goal is to support every child, to empower parents to provide the best start for their children, and to back those working families to continue their own career and see benefit, not disadvantage from that, and in doing so to strengthen our communities. That's why the Minister has supported early years with a 10% uplift in 24-25 and 11% in 25-26 to stabilise Sure Start, with rising as it faced rising costs and national insurance rises, and expanding it to a further 2,500 families, alongside the other programmes that we're aware of, Toy Box, the Pathway Fund, and those that target and those others that target those key early years of life and aim to address educational inequalities and underachievement. Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe at times Sinn Féin speak on both sides of their mouths on some of these issues. There's, of course, a commonality in what we support and what we want to see, but they wish to create political hay out of motions like this, narratives like this, simple demands for more and sooner. But the public are not fools. Their party holds the purse strings. Now this party has recognised that the entire executive faces financial challenges, that there's not enough resource at times to fund all ambitions or all pressures across departments. So I think we should be careful about giving hope to people that there is. The Education Minister is clear on childcare, on SEN education, on school estate. He is laying out the plans that to address the need. We have seen this in SEN education, where he's not only laid out ambitious plans for the future, but also sought to find innovative ways to meet need in the short and medium term. Indeed, we have heard in this chamber today that Sinn Féin are an impediment in refusing to table SEN issues at the executive. He has said he can do more. He can do more quickly. If the Sinn Féin Finance Minister has the funds spare, I'm sure that the Education Minister will be a willing and keen recipient. However, the implication in this motion is that the Minister is not already working, as he is, towards that which is being demanded. However positive the Minister's plans, ultimately money talks, and when the rubber hits the road, resourcing or the lack thereof from the Department of Finance will obviously dictate the scale and pace of change. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call John Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Certainly a early years and child learning strategy is needed. We hope it comes as soon as possible. I just want to make a couple of points that I think transcend many of the arguments that we could have today. The first is to value our childminders and those who provide support to our young people at the very start of their lives. I hear consistently that the number one barrier is cost. And I was speaking to a constituent just in preparation for this debate today who said that the cost for their childcare was £1,000 per month. And that was simply for 3 days, because the grandparents provide 2 days' worth of childcare. Now that family is incurring debt every month in order to pay for their childcare. And that is a very difficult thing. And perhaps only those in certain professional jobs and well-paid jobs can afford it. And of course, in all of these things, it is those who have the least that are the hardest impacted. And I also hear from constituents who are dropping out of employment or taking pauses in employment in order to mind their children. And the reality is that that is mostly our women. That's not to say that is the right or wrong thing, but that is often in our society who bears the greatest responsibility and reality for raising our children. And of course that leads into things like the gender pay gap, because during those critical times they're not getting the advancement at work and the promotions. So I do think it's really important to support women generally in our society, that we get this absolutely correct. And some of the support for women, for the cost of childcare is welcome. But what I'm also finding is when I speak to people, there's a lack of awareness of what the existing support measures are, such as the support with tax-free childcare. And I do think we need more of an education campaign, an awareness campaign of the various supports that are actually out there, as well as increasing them. One thing I'm hearing, and I'm doing some touring around the country to different schools, nurseries, parents. One thing I'm hearing directly from parents is that they're finding raising children is a very complex and difficult thing. And it is not something that is easy. And I do think that in all of these strategies, we need to try and give more support to actually skill parents in that very, very difficult role, because they bring up children in an environment that's very different from the past. In terms of the availability of screens in particular, is something that I hear from parents is particularly difficult. And I think that is one aspect that when children actually get as far as nursery school, I often hear that there is a problem with trying to get that child away from a screen. And that's not in judgment of a parent, but actually it's another obstacle that our nursery school teachers are facing by the time the child actually gets there. They're having to deal with that issue. And it is actually caused for some of the nursery school teachers I've spoken to that the child doesn't want to go into the nursery school because they're going to be told you can't have your screen, or that's going to be controlled. And I just think these are real societal issues that I didn't face growing up because there wasn't screens like that, but that our parents need support in actually trying to deal with those. And recruitment and retention is a really significant issue. And again, I know a lot of those who are involved in childminding, nursery school teaching, who don't feel they have sufficient accreditation, professional skill recognition, and also that they're dealing with issues that is beyond their capability in terms of the complex needs that are being presented to them. And I hear that increasingly in primary schools. It's why a lot of our teachers in primary school, P1 and P2, are actually getting injured day and daily by things like being kicked or bitten or spat at. And I say that again without judgment. But that's the reality they're facing. But that difficulty and that challenge and that behaviour is also being faced by people who are childminding and people who are involved in nursery education and support. And they feel they don't have the sufficient support to deal with what is an increasingly difficult and challenging and complex behaviour being seen by children in numbers that didn't exist in the past. And the evidence base for that is clear in the rise of special education needs, the rise in delays of development. The school principals report that children increasingly are coming to school perhaps 18 months or 2 years behind. And that is why... So I think there's much merit in the motion, but I don't think this is about political point scoring. I think it's actually about getting the right strategy and the right support.
Time's up, and I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. People right across Northern Ireland rightly expect this place to deliver on issues that matter most in their lives. And for so many families, that issue that keeps them awake at night is childcare. It's an enormous expense that stretches family budgets to the limits, often swallowing up one parent's entire wage every month. And they are waiting and waiting and waiting on a childcare strategy. It's incredible that we still haven't got one. We were expecting it in the autumn, and I think from what I feel tonight, it's pretty cold in here. I think winter has arrived. Time and again, this chamber has heard stories of parents who are just unable to make ends meet as a result of those costs, and tales of families who are frustrated and angry at the inaction from government to successfully deal with their spiralling bills. And so it's right that the motion before us states that families continue to struggle with the childcare costs, and that, Mr Deputy Speaker, as I said, is an understatement. While the motion boasts about £80 million being invested to reduce costs, the reality tells a very, very different story. Barely a day goes past that I'm not told about those costs that are crushing family finances. And we know from official figures that costs have actually risen by 24% in less than 2 years. When the Executive introduced the subsidy scheme in September 2024, the average daily rate for daycare settings stood at £54.51, and by March 2025 it has risen to £61.43, and many are paying actually much more than this, and I can vouch for that, for my daughter is paying more of a daily rate for childcare as well. Nearly half, 43% of the subsidy introduced by the Executive scheme has been absorbed by fee increases, and families are now paying significantly more than they were when this place was restored. So things are going backwards instead of forwards. On one of the key priorities for government, the Executive hasn't actually made a dent so far, and there's very little signs of this improvement. Parents are still paying the price of that failure. And far too many of those parents, particularly women, it simply doesn't make sense to work putting a handbrake in our economy. And that's why we need the strategy urgently. Parents have waited for decades for one, and they can't afford to wait any longer. And while the motion would appear to back up our position that we shouldn't pull the wool over anyone's eyes, the proposers of the motion, I have to say, do run the government and control the purse strings as well. So our amendment, which we put forward, unfortunately wasn't selected, would have also called for the Finance Minister to commit to funding the strategy once we get one. Because we know that a plan on paper doesn't mean anything, means nothing, if the money isn't there to back it up. And I will urge the Finance Minister to make that commitment. Of course, that will require a significant level of financial investment, and it will be more than offset by the benefits to our economy and by investing in the lives of our children. Now, the selected amendment is right to call attention to the other needs that the strategy will also need to address. Our own proposals have supported child-centred and inclusive childcare that invests in additional and targeted support for children, including those from disadvantaged backgrounds, and for children with disabilities. Research has found that fewer than 1 in 5 local areas in England have enough childcare facilities for children with disabilities. I have really severe concerns that if we follow the 30-hour English model, it will not work for all children in practice. And I challenge the Minister to address the particular needs of those children in his response. Deputy Speaker, we also have to recognise the cross-government nature of those challenges, particularly the work on ratios within the Department of Health. And on this we have to say loudly and clearly that registered childminders can't be left out of the picture. Between 2020 and 2022, there was 11% reduction in the number of registered childminders across Northern Ireland. And NICPA survey, 59% of respondents have said that they have real concerns about their future. The challenges facing registered childmind are real and pressing danger to the childcare sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Pat Sheehan.
I first of all want to deal with an issue that has been raised twice today in the Chamber, and that's the issue of the Minister's saying capital plan and the fact that the Executive hasn't offered him any money yet. The Audit Office brought out 2 reports, the PAC also brought out reports that showed stated that neither the Education Department nor the EA can demonstrate value for money. When recently the Permanent Secretary from the Department was at the committee, I asked him what has changed since those reports came out. And he says, well, we're working more closely together. When I asked the Chief Executive of the Education Authority if they had identified any efficiencies or wastage, his answer was no. So if the Department and the EA can't manage the current budgets that they have, why on earth would anybody want to give them more money? But in any event, I just wanted to deal with that issue. The delivery of affordable childcare is a clear commitment in the programme for government and a key priority of the Executive. Families are already struggling with the cost of living. Affordable childcare would be life-changing for many of them. It would help parents get back into work and give children the best start in life. And that's why our party delivered over 75 million in funding to help deliver high-quality and affordable childcare and early years provision. That money was directly allocated to the Education Minister with a clear expectation to make childcare more affordable, to support struggling providers, and to finally deliver the long overdue early learning and childcare strategy. Yet, despite almost 80 million spent, families continue to pay the equivalent of a second mortgage in many cases for their childcare. There has been no strategy and no real reduction in bills as providers continue to raise fees due to the scale of the costs they are dealing with themselves. Hard-pressed families need a break. So when we eventually see a strategy from this Minister, if he remains in post, there must also be a clear commitment to the Irish medium early years and childcare sector. This sector faces acute challenges and it remains chronically under-resourced. Many Irish medium early years settings are forced to create their own learning materials, fundraise to buy resources, and operate with limited access to Irish-speaking SEND support staff or allied health professionals. And this is among the reasons as to why I've brought forward a private member's bill to place a statutory duty on the Department of Education to prepare and review an Irish medium education workforce plan every 5 years. This bill will ensure the Department finally takes responsibility for recruiting and retaining the staff our Irish medium schools and early years settings need, and I would urge all members to support it when it comes to the floor of the Assembly. The Minister must now do what he has failed to do to date: publish a childcare strategy that actually delivers affordability, sustainability and inclusion for all families, including those in the Irish medium sector and for children with special educational needs or disabilities.
Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on the motion. I do think it is unfortunate that particularly Sinn Féin members have sought to try and refight some of the battles that they've already lost. That being said, I think that we need to focus on the issues that do matter to people in my constituency and across Northern Ireland, and that is the issue of childcare. As a father of 2 young children with a wife who also works full-time, I'm acutely aware of the pressures that many families face when it comes to balancing work and childcare. It's not just about finding a place that's an issue, but it's also about finding the right place, one that's affordable, accessible and meets the needs of the child. Like Mr Burrows, I want to pay tribute to all of those involved in the childcare sector, whether that be statutory or non-statutory. Those involved have an important role in the education of our young children. But I also want to put on record my thanks to the Education Minister for his commitment and delivery on this issue. The delivery of the childcare subsidy scheme and the subsequent extension of that is a very much welcome step. It is a policy that is making a difference to people across Northern Ireland. Thanks to this initiative, many working parents are seeing up to a 30% reduction in childcare bills. This is having a positive impact in terms of family budgets across Northern Ireland. As my colleague Mr Brooks stated, 15,000 children and families as of September were benefiting from this support. With the scheme now extended, that will benefit even more families, not only in the Foyle constituency, but across Northern Ireland. But I also welcome the Minister's commitment to expanding preschool education, aiming for 22.5 hours per week for all children in their immediate preschool year. As my colleague Mr Brooks had stated, this is a significant investment, and it has been made through a DUP minister. Of course, we also recognise that there is more to do. Families are still feeling the squeeze, and the sector continues to face challenges, particularly around recruitment and retention. And of course, that is why we do support the need for an early learning and childcare strategy. But let's be clear, the strategy alone will not be enough. We need the Finance Minister to put money where his mouth is and back this Minister in terms of the plans that he has. It's not good enough for Sinn Féin to come in and blame the UK government or blame whoever. The reality is there's a budget there. They need to ensure that they back the Minister's plans. But in terms of this party, we are committed to supporting hard-working parents. We are committed to ensuring that those who've been paying over the odds for too long no longer do so. Let's keep building on the progress that is made, set aside the party politics and support the Education Minister with the role that he has. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Members, thank you to those who have spoken. I now call on the Minister of Education to respond. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Transforming early learning and childcare has been a key priority for me since taking up office as Minister of Education. The prioritisation to deliver more affordable, accessible, high-quality early learning and childcare set out in the programme for government demonstrates the Executive's commitment to investing in this area over the longer term. And I'm happy to confirm that I will be bringing a draft strategy to my Executive colleagues for consideration within the next few weeks, certainly before the end of 2025 as requested by the motion. And if agreed, it will then be subject to a public consultation. That strategy will address all the issues which have been raised by members today. It will build on the significant investment of £80 million already allocated by the Executive, which is making a positive difference for thousands of children, families and providers right across Northern Ireland. This has allowed us to introduce a range of tangible measures, including the Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme, which initially targeted support to families with preschool children, but which has now been extended to include school-age children from the 1st of September 2025. It is now providing support to a much wider group of working parents, with the recent expansion to school-age children resulting in a 60% increase in the number of children that are eligible for the subsidy. This has helped address the cumulative childcare costs faced by families with multiple children that are aged from 0 to 11, and it brings into line with the tax-free childcare coverage. This scheme has made a meaningful and a tangible difference to families by providing a 15% reduction on registered childcare costs, with potential savings of up to 32% when you combine that with the United Kingdom's tax-free childcare. In order to maximise the benefit of the subsidy for parents, When childcare fees increased in April of this year, I acted again, increasing the subsidy cap of the scheme by 10% to £184 per month per child and raising administrative payments to providers. At present, almost 22,500 children are registered and active for the subsidy scheme, and since September of 2024, £17.8 million has been paid to reduce childcare costs for eligible working families. This is a very significant investment which simply would not have happened if I had not prioritised the introduction of the scheme ahead of the strategy. When combined with tax-free childcare, working families in Northern Ireland have saved approximately £37.5 million on their childcare costs. But I do accept that bills for some families are still unacceptably high, and I want to go further, and I will bring proposals to the Executive within the context of the strategy which would further improve affordability. In addition, the £80 million allocated by the Executive to date has enabled me to fund the creation of 2,500 more full-time preschool places, with the provision of a free school meal for eligible children. This means that half of our preschool places are now full-time, with further increases planned for September next year. Add this to the additional funding to support children facing disadvantage via Sure Start, the Pathway Fund, Toy Box, and a range of programmes to support children with additional needs or disabilities. This early investment had made a real and meaningful difference for many children who often find the odds stacked against them. So I've clearly demonstrated my intention to enhance and transform early learning and childcare in Northern Ireland in the actions that I've taken forward to date. And I'm sure colleagues will agree that this is a significant achievement in a very short time scale. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the positive partnership working across government departments with the early learning and childcare sector and with parents in enabling the successful rollout of these initial actions. And I want to thank all for their continued work and support as we move to introducing and implementing an early learning and childcare strategy for Northern Ireland, building on the successes to date. So it is absolutely essential to the success of all cross-cutting strategies that departments work together in a collaborative and a tangible way. That's why I established the cross-departmental task and finish group to ensure that the measures to date and the longer-term strategy would reflect each executive department's policy needs within the early learning and childcare arena. My officials have also been working closely with the Department of Health, who has statutory responsibility for childcare regulation, including minimum standards for daycare and childminding provision, and with the Department for Communities, supporting those on low income with childcare costs and those economically inactive into the workplace. In addition, work continues with the Department for the Economy, supporting training and apprenticeships in the sector, and also with proposals for a specific business advisory service. So, whilst progress has been very slow from that department, I am grateful, though, that the Economy Minister has been leading on the recently published scoping study into the sustainability of the childcare sector. The recommendations from that report will also feed into the strategy. The Department for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs has also been at the table to ensure that any planned action is considered through a rural lens. This collaboration has been essential to address the challenges that we face in transforming early learning and childcare, and I am committed to continuing with that approach. In tandem to successful cross-departmental engagement, my department has also engaged directly with parents, children and the early years sector, and I've attended a number of the meetings with the Early Learning and Childcare Stakeholder Engagement Forum, allowing me to hear firsthand the challenges that they face. I've listened to what they said and incorporated proposals within the draft strategy to address a wide range of issues, many of which have been mentioned here again today. In helping determine where investment should be directed, there is a robust evidence base to be critical. I commissioned the Northern Ireland Statistic and Research Agency to carry out the Northern Ireland Childcare Survey, with the first ever official statistics on childcare in Northern Ireland published on the 8th of May this year. This provides insight onto a range of issues, including the type and amount of childcare used, childcare costs, summer holiday childcare arrangements, and factors influencing parental childcare choices, including affordability, quality of care and proximity, to name a few. These findings, alongside the data that's currently being gathered through the Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme, Other commissioned reviews and significant stakeholder engagement have supported the development of the draft strategy and ensured that it is reflective of the needs of children, families and the sector. It will include measures to support the early learning and childcare workforce, recognising the issues in recruitment and retention and the need to truly value and support all those that provide these essential services to ensure the best start in life for all our children. And it will build on the early actions to support child development, including those with special education needs, disabilities, children in Irish medium education and those for whom English is not a first language. The strategy will be comprehensive and ambitious, but also realistic. The scale of pace of implementation will depend on the level of budget available. It will include a proposed prioritisation and be structured in a way which enables actions to be scaled up or down or rescheduled. It will be flexible, allowing us to respond to the funding available over the coming years. And in terms of timing, I've consistently said that I would bring the strategy to the Executive by this autumn, and I will do so. If agreed by the Executive, then it will be consulted upon. And I invite the House and Executive to support it, and when the time comes, to provide the funding that will be necessary to deliver it. We have too many strategies which are a substitute for delivery. I do not want this one to be another example of that. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to thank members for their contribution to this discussion, even if some of them strayed into party politics. I welcome further engagement with all those concerned so that the benefits of a new early learning and childcare strategy are fully realised for the benefit of children, families and the wider early learning and childcare sector.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. I now call on Kate Nicholl to wind on the amendment, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Really welcome the opportunity to speak on childcare at any opportunity, and no one in the chamber will dispute that affordable, accessible, high-quality early learning and childcare is vital for families, for gender equality and for our economy. And my comments are going to be largely on the economic side of that, because if we're truly serious about achieving it, our focus can't be begin and end with reducing parental fees, and I think so often that's where the conversation centres around. Affordability is absolutely one side of the equation, and I should declare an interest because I avail of the NICSS scheme, and I'm very well paid, and I have 3 children, and my childcare bills with subsidy is £2,600 a month. So if that's how much we're paying, I honestly don't know how so many families are managing it at the moment. And affordability is absolutely a part of it, but the other part of it is sustainability, and for the people and the places that actually deliver childcare every day. Childcare isn't a luxury and it's not a personal choice. It's essential economic and social infrastructure. It enables parents to work, it supports children's development and underpins our productivity as a region. Yet the people who deliver it, early years educators, childminders and assistants, are often doing the most precious work in our economy, nurturing and shaping the next generation while being among the lowest paid, and that has to change. I want to share some information from a local provider who contacted me recently, and their story reflects what I'm hearing across the sector, and I know other MLAs are as well. So they run a few daycare settings and describe growing and unsustainable pressures. Recruitment is in crisis. They report a chronic shortage of applicants, people not turning up to interviews. When they do, many leave within weeks. Despite paying above minimum wage, the rising national minimum wage has narrowed the pay gap between qualified and unqualified staff, and that makes it impossible to properly reward skills or experience. The director told me, we can't raise wages without raising fees, and that's the cycle families blame us for, even though it's beyond our control. Then there's the vetting system, described as cumbersome, paper-based and inconsistent. Health declaration forms can take weeks for GPs to complete, often at the applicant's own costs, and that delay means settings are left short-staffed. They also point to financial challenges. Providers here can't register for VAT, so they can't claim on essential costs. They manage multiple funding streams, from tax-free childcare to employer voucher schemes, with payments that often arrive without remittance advice, making reconciliation a full-time job in itself. Add to that the strain of multiple staff on maternity leave. We talked about how many women work in the sector. In one setting, 5 senior team members were off at once. and the result is very difficult for them. And they're not isolated complaints. They speak to a system that has evolved piecemeal across departments without a coherent plan. And that's why a strategy is so important. And that's why it's so important that the departments work well together. And it's great that there's the task force. But like, oh my goodness, like the lack of goodwill in this place at the moment is shocking. And so we've already heard, well, the business side is with the economy and health is responsible for a big part of it. There needs to be goodwill between the ministers and in order to deliver so that they can work together. And that's something that has really struck me today. I really, review of minimum standards, like my very first questions, like when I first became an MLA, was about the review of minimum standards, and I was told it's coming in a couple of months and it's still not here. So it's really important we have a strategy, it's really important it's joined up, and it's really important there's delivery. As my colleague so perfectly said, we can keep talking about it, we need to deliver on it. I briefly want to mention the registered childminding sector. Patricia Loosley-Mooney is an expert on this and just a fountain of knowledge. And she's been telling me about how one childminder told her that she employs an assistant to support 3 children with additional needs, but the rising costs have made it almost impossible to sustain. And these are exactly the people business support funding should help. Those providing inclusive care that keeps parents in work and children in stable, nurturing environments. Welcome the Childcare Academies. I have a free idea for the DUP. I think there's so much more that communities could be doing and councils could be doing. There's work happening within the 11 council areas, but what about our parks? What about the space that's being used? How can we utilise that more? I think if you take that forward, I promise not to take credit for it. But I think there's so much more that could be done with councils, especially because of their grassroots reach. And the work already shows the collaboration across departments, the kind of joined up approach our amendment calls for. So yes, families need affordable childcare, but affordability will mean nothing if there are no qualified staff left to deliver it, or providers can't keep their doors open. We owe it to parents who need childcare to work, and to the educators in nurseries, preschools and living rooms across Northern Ireland who make that possible every day. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call Emma Sheeran to conclude and wind the debate on the motion. And you have up to 10 minutes.
I welcome the opportunity to wind on this motion, which we brought because we want to see action on this issue, and I suppose at the close of what has been a particularly difficult day, when ideology has perhaps been the focus in some people's minds. I suppose for us this is about doing the right thing by the people that we all represent. I note the members opposite snigger and laugh. The people who have contacted us in recent days are not sniggering or laughing, and they're really concerned. They're really, really worried. And I speak to teachers and parents on a weekly basis, and they're concerned about the direction that the department is currently going in. We brought this motion because we want to see delivery for our constituents. Unlike Kate, I have neither chick nor child and cannot speak from personal experience when it comes to the issue of childcare and how costly and uncomfortable it is for many working families across society. But constituents are bringing this problem to me, and I know, and we've all heard it, that the cost of childcare, the lack of availability, the lack of availability of childcare specific to the children's needs, and the rise in additional needs for children, the rise of our children being educated through Irish medium who can't access childcare that is appropriate for them, are causing real problems in homes right across the north, and that's what we want to see addressed.
Would the member agree with me that this issue is particularly pronounced in rural areas where we have much less provision and much less in terms of options?
Yeah, and I was going to touch on that because, again, that's another specific issue for people with access and transport and childcare before and after school that is difficult to access. I suppose it's heartening to see that across the chamber everybody wants to see delivery on this, and again it's regrettable that the Minister referred to party politics when that's not the objective of bringing this motion. It's about bringing delivery, and all parties across this House will bring motions to try and see their objectives achieved, and that's why we've brought this today. Members have touched on the fact that this is an equality issue, that we know that it predominantly affects women. We don't know the cost of unpaid care across the north because it's unpaid, but we know that it is massive and it's often left to the women and the families, and that refers to the childcare issue. It also touches on care of our elderly people caring for relatives, and the lack of domiciliary care packages feeds into that as well. Another thing that is most keenly felt in our rural constituencies. We also know that then it has a negative impact on our economy because it keeps people out of the workforce, and the lack of respect that is felt by the people who are in this particular workforce, which is a vocation but is treated as if it is an unskilled job, and that's not what it is. So I suppose to reiterate, and it's already been covered by my colleagues in terms of the commitment that our ministers have made in terms of budget, we want to see delivery on this, and we want to see a move away from what has been a very regressive start from this minister. I've spoken to school principals and teachers who are really concerned. The Transform Aid programme, the listening to so-called experts from elsewhere with worse records than we have in the north, and the events of the past week or so, which have not cast this place or your department into a positive light, and are causing real concerns for the people that we all represent. And I think the Minister would do well to consider all of that and show a bit of humility. Gurmila Mahagat.
Okay, members, the question is that, excuse me, the amendment. Members, all members, I'm on my feet and we're going to consider the conclusion to the motion. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Michelle Guy, Nick Matheson and Kate Nicholl be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Therefore, members, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next item on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound.